One team today will etch their name into history in the East Coast Conference and punch their ticket into the way of CECC Finals in Arlington. We welcome you inside of the booth for the East Coast Conference Finals. Clutch Key alongside my partner, Chef Billy here. And we got a good one. Number one seeded Southern New Hampshire University Penmen taking on the New York Institute of Technology Cybears, who sit as the number 3 seed. Number 1 versus number 3 here in the championship round, Billy. So championship, but not only that, a chance to punch a ticket into the CECC finals. So this is all the more pressure to either of these teams.
Yeah, you're going to get a chance to see one of these two teams down there in Arlington coming up in May. Looking back at previous champions, SNHU, they've got 3 championships to their name here in the ECC. But not to be outdone, fall 2020, New York Tech took the championship there. So we're going to get a repeat champion here, regardless of who wins this out. But looking at the season totals that we've got coming in here, I was looking at this earlier. 7-0 for your Penmen from SNHU, and New York Tech, they came in on 4-3. I do believe that was the tally score for their season. Coming in now from the semifinals, SNHU taking a 3-0 win over Malloy College Esports. And then in the other semifinal, the number 3 New York Tech squad brought down the number 2 CSI Dolphins 3-1. So you know what? Sometimes the seeds just don't mean a thing, because you know what? The pedigree is there for both these squads. Getting ready to look at their rosters now. We'll see who's going to be showing up here on our screens here. We're going to have up first the SNHU Penmen will be our first rosters out of the gate, and they're going to be led here as you see them on the screen. We're looking for the names there because that's your squad. We're just going to give you faces. Nice beard. I always appreciate a good beard. I wish I could grow one. I'm a ginger through and through. But you know what? Bearded tank players, always the way to go. And they're looking very, very intense right now, ready to go. Now we'll take a look over on the other side at New York Tech. We'll see their gamers show up on the screen here very shortly. And they are absolutely raring to go. Pre-game selfies, always a good thing. We love to see it. They are in person in Brooklyn at BrookLAN for the BrookLAN, the ECC championships here. So fantastic looks here for both the squads. And Keegan, we're looking for it. We're looking for a champion. We're looking for somebody to punch their ticket.
Yep, somebody's going to punch their ticket right now. And you go through the history of between these two teams as well. You got the only match they had played, it was a little bit of a round robin. Both of these teams only getting to play 4 out of the 5 opponents they had. They played 4, or rather, I should say, out of the 4 opponents, they played all 4, but 1 extra one. However, these two teams have only met once in this scenario. You go back to February 24th, where Southern New Hampshire, again, beating the Cybears 3-1 on their way to still a perfect record of 7-0. So still a little bit of a history between these two teams. And like you were saying, playoffs are a different pedigree on their own. Playoffs are a little bit different when it comes to the teams trying to, punch their ticket in, not only to CECC, but put their name into history into the ECC as well. So let's go right in to our very first map. And the very first map we go to is Lijiang Tower, one of the staples here for Control. And the very first map is going to be Control Center.
Got to be brawl. You got to be brawly here. You got to go in and you've got to have a plan of attack going in. Looks like SNHU are going to show us the Ramatra version of said brawl on the other side. Looking at Rebka coming out on the Reinhardt. So both tanks want to close the space. They want to close the gap to get up in your face.
That's just causing a little bit of problems, though. That denies them a little bit of space. So Southern New Hampshire has to go the other way around, causing a lot of damage and already forcing out the immortality field from Cringe, but Grebka falling oh so low, has to back off. But New York Tech still able to find a kill in the meanwhile. Grebka's super low health, but just refuses to die thanks to the support line. So now it's just a little bit of a pushing game, and now the Cybears are on the front end of this fight already. They get rid of Dargo, and it's going to be the Cybears off and running to start.
The big difference maker right now is the spam heal. The bolt killing coming from Cringe almost has their amplification matrix online already, and they just would refuse to take no for an answer there. It was on the back of that immortality field. Grebka should have gone down twice in that immortality field, saving them in the initial take. That'll be something that we need to look for. Will they be able to focus on that piece in the back?
Oh, here we go with the plethora of ultimates that are going to be used. Full-time projector at Matrix, Deadeye all out, but the Rip Tire's just going to make sure that nothing comes to the Cybears easily. That's already 3 ultimates used, but it's probably going to come up for nothing here, and the Penmen are back in action.
Big thing here for SNHU is that they've got Nano online, so Nano Annihilation can win you a fight, or you can just save it to save somebody from going down. 38% on the first take of the point. Shatter available. Gonna watch for the flimsy little Ramatra barrier to come out. That's gonna be a free shatter.
Yeah, it's gonna be a free shatter for them. That gets at least 2 down. The Samurai comes just in time though, but is it gonna be in time? And absolutely it will be. 2 landmine kills already for Mary Nell, an add-on in Annihilation. And it's gonna be the Penmen continuing on for the lead.
You know what? Just investing the Annihilation and the sound barrier into that fight actually is really economic for SNHU. Akira swapping over to the Hanzo now, and we're looking at Zeiss Rare going over to the answering Reaper. So definitely looking to break Dargo down. Cringe off the bat piece onto the Ana. The anti-nades are going to be huge.
And the sleep dart on the Reaper as well. That's going to force out a blizzard here coming out from Rhino, but Rhino doesn't find anything with it. Soundberry is going to come out, so this is the fight that New York Tech wants, but the New York Tech is not going to have a chance when Dargo's in Nemesis form. Punches away 2. We'll get another one, and SNHU halfway home to taking map 1.
And they only have to expend the blizzard to win that. Fives is still holding on to this Nano. So a lot of good work here from the Penmen. The Cybears looking for an angle, looking for a rotation. They're going to go through White Room at the top.
Yeah, they finally decide to go to a different area than that spam choke area. But then, in essence, they go to another spam choke. Question is, can they get through? The Rip Tire's out. It finds Ideal at the same token, and now down to 80%. It's a quick fight. Now the question becomes, can New York Tech make a comeback here? But with Cringe gone, that's going to be tough.
I mean, the kills and the follow and pursuit are all there. It's all perfectly done. Dragons will give you a little bit of purchase here. You're going to have to launch them early if they even get out of the spawn here. What a slick, what a dart. Good lord, Fives, you're on fire.
Rebka's gone, but now they have the Lucio on point, so there's still a chance here for New York Tech to get there. However, you lose your tank, so that's not a good sign. Sexper gets caught in the trap of the Penmen's Mary Mellon, who's been an absolute domination factor in this round. The Annihilation just for a little bit of insurance, and the overtime clock runs out, and the Penmen up 1-0 here in the series, at least on the map.
I mean, they lose the first team fight, but they win the war. And the war of attrition, being able to bait out so many ultimates from the New York Tech Cybears is the difference here. And I think that SNHU really understood their win cons. Mary Mellon had some singular pop-off moments there. The Tires both gaining a lot of traction for the team. But I think that the real answer here and the real impetus is Fives. Fives on this Ana. The sleep darts, the antis coming in, the application of the Nano. Absolutely brilliant from them. Now we're going to see New York Tech. What kind of answer do they have? They're going to go with a more mobile support line. So you're looking for a little bit more sustain. You're looking for a little bit more escapability as well.
And you're looking to see where their teleporters are going to get placed. So New York Tech to start, or actually SNHU is going to opt for the earlier teleport. Meanwhile, SNHU wants to fight right on the point, like just, I should say, at least a little bit more normally with that. And now another sleep dart coming out. Not much doing otherwise for New York Tech. Akita's got 3 good Bionades. Scott's going to do anything for Fives here. And yet again, a good start for New York Tech. Question is, can they hold it?
They don't have the May there to deny space and prevent aggression coming in. I think that's the big difference here between these two compositions, that you don't have that focused, steady fire from a May and the ability to cordon off your main tank. So the Symmetra's going to stay here for Zeiss, and well, Rhino's going over to what I think is a great pick. The Pharmacy will be something that New York Tech are going to have to answer to.
See if they can right now, but they really don't have anything to do that. No real big hit scans unless you use the Ravenous Vortex from Grebka, but even that's got to just land. They have the backline now situation where this Pharmacy's inside a point, but Rhino falling oh so low. Good thing you have a Pocket Mercy there to save your life just for a little while, but now the frontline situation where you're just kind of split up for right now. Bionade out for about 10 seconds, but it's not going to find anything. So now it's just a pinch-in scenario. New York Tech backs off back into the point. And now we'll see what they decide to use here. Ultimates aplenty for the supports at the very least, but Rhino starts them off with a good kill onto Scythe Rare. Question is that they use the Sound Barrier. Keystone Rush is going to come out from Cringe. At the same token, that gets rid of Rhino. They don't use the Sound Barrier as of yet, but they don't need to because the Annihilation and the rest of the kills start to fall with them as well. Annihilation finds 3, and it's going to be the Side Bears up 60-0.
Compositional differences right now. Zeiss going over to the Cassidy to answer the pharmacy question in the sky, and Mary Mellon hasn't gotten the same value on the Junkrat that we saw during the Brawl-centric map, so I think that they need to have some kind of a hit scan or a little bit more short to medium range poke to deal with Grepka, because Grepka is taking so much space, they're not able to get on top of them. They're just basically fainting here coming from the back.
Here comes another one, but the question is, they don't even see it because the Blizzard is going to stop them for a couple of moments. However, it won't be a shutout scenario. The Riptire's going to find nothing. SNHU does get a few percentages thanks to the pharmacy in the back line, but it's still 2 kills already falling. So now it's going to be New York Tech that's going to be allowed to push right in to this pharmacy combination. And now it's just this Mercy left all to their own devices. It's going to fall off the map thanks to Idea, and New York Tech's back with it.
I mean, Asia right there just gets the work done. And I think the Fives needs to use this Nano in the next fight. They've got 8% before they can, we're going to be going over to Guardians.
Uh-oh. But they can't get in. The Ana can't get in. Somebody's got to touch here, and I don't know if they get the opportunity to, so that's no touch whatsoever. A 100-17 swing here for the side of NYIT, and we are going to map number 3.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, they're looking across at SNHU. They're giving the air claps right there, egging them on, saying, you know what? We just took you 100-0, or 100 to what was it? I think a 30%. Regardless, that was all New York Tech Cybears controlling the point there. Do we see a change come out here? I think that Mary Mellon has to come off the Junkrat here. Not a good spot for a Junkrat player here. Also, I think that you need to answer with a May of your own. You need to be able to cordon off Grepka from their healing core. And Fives needs to use Nano a lot more advantageously. Otherwise, it's just a wasted ultimate.
Well, let's find out here. I mean, New York Tech's going with this yet again, so pretty much no swaps on either side. In terms of heroes, they're going to stick on the Symmetra here, and SNHU is going to be the first one to at least control this point. Question is, do they win the first fight? If they can deny the space, at least with the Symmetra for the time being. Mayfall's really low, but Akita gets healed up by Cringe. Good eye out there from the support lines, and now it's just going to be a surrounding point in, but Idea does go down by the hands of Mary Mellon, so at least for right now, New York Tech has to play 5-on-4, make it 5-on-3 with Grepka going down. Cypher does get 5. Is it going to be enough, though, to trade this out? It doesn't look like it, because now you've only got a May left to go, and that's going to be it for this fight. And SNHU, first time that they start off with some percentages.
I'm gonna throw a random just guess out there and think that Dargo is their is the bearded tank player, doing their best hottie impression there on the Ramatra, and really getting the value through. Prince Subfear bringing in the speed element. I really do like to see that coming through, and it's really allowing Dargo to engage a lot more aggressively.
See if they can go in aggressively. Grepka already in Nemesis form is able to find through the Blizzard a little bit more for insurance, if anything. Dargo's going to pull out the Annihilations to see if they can get anything going with it. They get rid of Idea, and Mary Mellon able to take down Cringe at the same token, so both of the supports gone. Now it's only Dargo in here to their own devices, so they get rid of some supports, and there's no supports left in this fight, but it's going to be New York Tech able to flip this right back.
And the fact that Dargo had to use Annihilation just to try and live through the mid-fight is a huge win con for New York Tech. They're going to have a free Annihilation coming in here. The problem is that Sound Barrier is ready, so you have that to answer Kitsune Rush, but the Photon Barrier is going to stop a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, there's a lot of ultimates that are going to be pulled out here. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier, going to have the full-time projector. The same token, Annihilation, though, is probably going to take over the entire scene, and now Dargo is just stuck in here. That Maywall just absolutely denying any hope for Dargo to get on out. The rest of the team starts to fall all the way.
I mean, that is
back,
just weird.
and it's gonna
that is just a weird engagement, and the fact that you're not willing to answer with your own May is going to provide so little value here for SNHU. They need to have that answer back. And, well, Rhino's going to say, you know what, I hate your wall. I'm just going to blast it down in turret form.
Rhino into the Bastion. Idea really the only one with an ultimate on New York Tech's side coming up. SNHU having that nano boost, having the Deadeye as well, so maybe the electric turret going on here. We'll see if that works out, or the nano turret at the very least, but 60% New York Tech with the lead, and there is the nano boost onto the Bastion. Can you stop the Bastion is the question. There's just too much damage being poured out. They try for the res. The cheeky res does not work. However, swinging this right back around is Akita with 2 of their own, along with the tactical visor. Now the Annihilation is out from Dargo. Is Dargo going to be able to stay up alive enough time? They do get rid of Zeissware. It's Akita versus Dargo. Who's going to win the battle of attrition? It's going to be Dargo that's able to flip this back to them.
I'm telling you right now, Mary Bellin bringing out their own May. So they do have an opportunity to get themselves back. Spam healing coming up through Prince Subfear here, and you're looking on the outside. The Kiriko is going to go bye-bye while Kiriko actually gets the swift step away.
Wow. the great escape for the Kiriko right now. And you really, this is all percentages here. Every percentage point matters right now in this close of a fight in the final map of the first map at that, mind you. So here we go. Right over at the Bastion's out. Kitane rushes out. Oh no, the Genji's stuck. The Genji is stuck because of the wall there. So Zeissware is gone. A great Bionate that's going to get cleansed out. Akita's also slept, but nothing doing there either. Now Akita's also going to get vibes in the background. So it's going to be the Annihilation being pulled out of Grebko. Samer is going to come out from Prince Supfer, but right now they've got a lot of chances here for New York Tech to bring this all the way back. They get rid of Rhino. Mary Mellon gone as well. You've only got the Lucio plus the Ramatra left to go. Dargo somehow staying alive to keep their percentages up, but it's going to be New York Tech in the driver's seat here, at least for the moment.
I mean, look, for the spots right now, 94%, they have at least one good fight here. They're seeing the taxi come back for Dargo, but Rhino bringing out the spot healing with the biotic field of the soldier and the speed boost to get him there. And 4%, they've got to touch right now.
They got to touch right now, but the Reaper also got headshot to start. Now the Blizzard is out, does have the fade away, does have the Wraith form out. Rhino's able to take care of Cringe, and that's huge for them. Cringe is back up, but Mary Mellon able to take care of Zeissware, meaning it's still a 5v4 situation, at least for SNHU. Now the Annihilation is out, coming out from Dargo. Is this going to be enough? It might be more than enough here with Cringe not being able to do anything else. This is as close as you want it to go, folks. It will go the distance at 94 to 99 right now, but it's looking at 99. Somebody's got to find a way to touch. Genji's the only one that can with the dash away, but he won't get a chance to use the blade whatsoever. Nobody's going to touch, and the ECC Finals are off to a great start. SNHU wins it in a 2-1, and the last map going the distance.
I couldn't be happier right now. I actually have goosebumps going on right now. That is a massive win here for SNHU. They get completely diffed out on Gardens, and then the last minute heroics come through. Akira is absolutely going ham on this May, and when Mary Mellon swaps over to their own May, that's when their fortunes turned around, my friend. Keegan, they have to answer it. They have to realize the win con when it happens. If you see a May out on the field, you have to answer it in the current meta right now. You have to answer it, and when they did answer it, they got the full value out of it.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But I mean, to NYIT's credit, what a round for them. I mean, still, despite losing 2-1, that did not feel like too much of a bad loss, if you will. Not at all. You go down, you lose Control Center 100 to 38. You're able to swing that, mind you, with a better score, 100 to 17 on the night market, and then on the Garden, 100 to 99 on that swing back to SNHU. Oh boy, Billy, what a series we're gonna have if this is how this one starts off. And we're going up next to Hybrid. So Hybrid is gonna be the next map up played. And as for the pool, only 2 maps that are gonna be outside of range. So as for the maps, you're not gonna have Hollywood, and you are not gonna have Numbani either. So the only 5 you get here are Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Kings Row, Midtown, and Paraíso. So the way you look at it right now, Billy, this is NYIT's pick. What do you do to try to tie up the series?
If you're wanting to run the brawl mirror, or at least a brawl centric, you're going to Kings Row. I think that's really the only map that they want to have in their mind. If they think that they can get the better of Dargo and the healing core that they had in their back pocket, bring it on. I think that both the support cores there really did do their job, and I mean the peel was good, the sustain was good. It's just a fight win here or there. It's one singular pick. And the fact that you saw Cringe take down Zeissware on the Genji with blade in hand, the DPS really have shown up big here. And so I think that it's going to come down to DPS getting a pick here or there. This is going to be way closer than I originally anticipated.
Yeah, this is going to be super, super close here. If this series has, or if that start has any indication to it, with SNHU up 1-0, Penman looking for their fourth championship here in the ECC. But right now, off to a good start, 1-0. And again, next map coming up is going to be hybrid, so we'll find out what NYIT's pick is going to be. Like you were saying, Kings Row possibility, but I mean, you still have 4 other maps to go for, and it's the playoffs. I mean, anything can happen. We know that you can choose any of the 5 maps, and you could be unpredictable here. Like we were saying earlier, playoffs are a completely different pedigree. So the question now remains, who are they going to pick here? But you talk about the pressure as well for NYIT. At the very same token, they did they did get a map off of SNHU the last time they did play. So this very well could be the map that they could pull this off on, because I believe it was, if I remember this correctly, it was a hybrid map that they were able to pull a map off them on too. So this very well could be it to see if they can tie up the series 1 apiece.
I mean, look, it's all going to come down to the X's and O's. It's going to be coming down to the order of operations. If we go Kings Row, better see a BAP, because these Maywalls have been perfect from both sides. Akira absolutely having their way with SNHU there. And, well, when we saw Mary Mellon go they over to the May themselves, it was a game on there for them. So we do have our next pick coming in. We are going to the streets of London. They want to engage in this brawl mirror. So for SNHU, they'll decide whether they want to attack or defend. How does this go? Do they actually try to play against the meta, which they saw them get absolutely diffed out on? Control Center is one thing, right? Night Market and Gardens are a different animal altogether. So now, as I look and I try to digest what actually happened there during those team fights, it was the fact that Akira was able to cordon off the healing resources from SNHU. So there can't be any funny games. I know people hate getting locked into May or Brig or whatever jail is the meta at the time, but you have to play it as it lays. And that's, the big thing for these two teams is, you may want to go to a different meta, but if it's showing against you, you got to buy into it as well.
Yeah, and the Maywall is so key here in Kings Row as well, because, I mean, you can lock them out of so many places, especially if you get underneath that archway. It gets a little bit dicey with that Maywall as well, so that could very well be a difference maker when we get to that point. But as of right now, Kings Row, again, the next map pick, and, I mean, you've got the Ramatra, you've got, I mean, pretty much the May Ramatra setup along with, but I feel like the most flexible right now is your support line, because we saw earlier on with SNHU, you had that Ana and Lucio combination versus a Kiriko Lucio combination, but in the end, SNHU would win that out. So, I mean, your most flexible position is going to be support in this case, which I never thought I would think I'd say here, but I mean, at least for the support line, a little bit more flexible here for SNHU. So is there something here that you think would work the best with either one of these lines for NYIT to bring this back?
I mean, for NYU, it's going to come down to a support pick first, and I think that if they're on, if they take the attack first, I mean, it's in SHU's hands, so we'll decide what we got. But yeah, we'll see how this actually rolls out, because I think that bringing a Hanzo to this fight is going to be something that they need to do, or a Cassidy. We've seen what Cassidy can get done. And the magnetic grenade has had a little bit of a nerf to it, but it's still as valuable as ever. It still takes, I believe now it's 100 instead of 125 hit points, or 75. It went down to 75, but still, that will take a support down past 50%. And the follow-up on the back of it, it's just like a cooldown. It's just like a Maywall. You go in on a magnetic grenade stick and then pull the resources out from there. So, I mean, there is a lot of mental chess that's going to be going on here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot going on, and I feel like the chess might even extend when we get down in May to Arlington as well, because some teams have to remember here too now, if Lifeweaver is a potential, that this comp might not last much longer here, going into a little bit of a different scenario going on. We'll talk about Lifeweaver later on, but first and foremost, we got to get through this next map here, Kings Row. We are online here for map number 2. New York Tech will be on the attacking side, so they'll start off first. SNHU on the defensive side, but for SNHU, defensively, that Junkrat comes back out.
Oh, I mean, defensively, you can get away with it. And you can really batten down that Maywall. You can also batten down the very flimsy shield of a Ramatra very quickly. So I think that this is going to come down to, what are we looking at? And I mean, if New York Tech sticks with this, Mary Mellon is going to have a field day. They are going to go to the Hanzo. This is actually a better pick than the Bastion right now.
Well, Mary Mellon's already got Cringe gone, and no Mercy either to help you out, so no res is coming up. 5v4 quickly already here for SNHU on their side, so not going to push up all so much because they know that they have that gate to protect them. But New York Tech's got Cringe back into play, so they can try to push this up right away. Maywall does not block them out and won't have that for a couple of moments. So now the Maywall really sticks on advantage to Akita for right now. This May can't get out for a couple of moments, and Rhino is now gone. Akita's got another headshot. Akita's been a sniper on this May all game long so far. He's got already 2. Looking to push this up even further. Dargo's in a lot of trouble, having the supports having to back off, and it's going to be New York Tech looking at a free 3 ticks here if they can get rid of this Kiriko, but the Kiriko's able to step off for right now.
Well, I mean, they get the extra
Oh, never mind.
Oh, hello, Zeiss. Hello. That is a horrible stagger pick coming through. I don't know if they're going to respawn in time for them to get this forward spawn. They will. So lucky for them, they will be able to get that, but they won't be able to capture any kind of high ground progress. Melon Mountain on this Junkrat is going to be very, very succumbing to this Dragon coming through right now.
Dragon comes through, looking to see if they can find anything with it, but might not even need the Dragons to get something going here. Zeiss has already found Rhino's head, but that's traded out for Akita right now. So the May for the May. Current moment, but the payload does keep moving along, and it's going to be a headshot onto Dargo already, who already has to back off. Annihilation's online for either Grebka or Dargo. Question is where they want to fight this. Do they want to push this up to the archway, or do they want to stay around the corner on Library? And that question is going to be around the corner on Library. So 4:44 remains as the payload advances on. It's going to get underneath the archway. It's going to get towards the Library right now. So we will see a fight here in the upcoming scenario. There's the Riptire out. Is this going to find anything? It does. But Mary Mellon traded out thanks to the Storm Arrows. But now there goes the Ramatra, and there goes chances at winning this fight. Dargo's going to go right on in. The Kitsune Rush goes for nothing as New York Tech is sent back.
They decided to forego the May here, and I think that's going to be a big difference maker here as we see New York Tech come back into this fight. Rhino already 66% towards their own Dragon, so they've got options here. The big problem is that they don't have anything to defend against the Blizzard, and it's just going to come out and block everybody up.
Dargo gets caught in the Blizzard just at the edge of it, so Dargo does go down. That would have gone for something there. Bionade does hit Grebko, but the protection Susu doesn't hit him, so the Dragons go down the middle, and now it's a runaway game. Zeisser, though, through the flurry, is able to find a headshot onto Rhino, and this is going to be free space coming up for the Cybers, and Akita still hitting shots left and right, so does Zeisser.
I mean, they're getting diffed out compositionally right now. They don't have the May, and Mary Mellon is not getting enough work done on the Junkrat to really, say this is why we picked this hero. The trap does slow him down, but it's only good for now. And we'll see how this actually turns out. Aja, as their sound barrier into this fight, they've got to get a touch, and the wall.
They will just in time with 1.91 meters. Annihilation is going to come out. Is this going to be enough, though? They do trap Grebka for the current moment. Dargo's going to use an Annihilation of their own, just going to try and push right in, but the support line still doing a wonderful job at keeping this team up, and now Grebka has no line of sight to the rest of the team around the corner. So now, excuse me, that's Dargo that has no line to the rest of the team. So now it's just this on a little bit of trouble. Bionade's out. Zeisser can't hit Vibes until now with that headshot, and now Dargo's left to their own devices. Dragon Strike, though, might be able to save them. Zeisser caught into it, and they could turn this all the way around, and SNHU has some answers, and SNHU puts up the fence.
Nani? How? How does that Dragon Strike get that much value? I mean, hey, let's talk about the sport. You were talking about it when we were coming into the map. It was all about how these support teams really enable their team to hold forward. I mean, 1.91 meters, and now the ultimate rotation is going to be in the Penman's favor. This Dragon Strike, though, again, this could be very sneaky and very scary, all in the same vein.
Let's see, Dragon Strike coming from the left side. Is they going to find anything is the question. It separates out the team for a little while. This Riptire has found at least one most times, and finds idea right now that allows this team from SNHU to kind of march right on in, but we've seen this story before, haven't we? Akita's in your back line, getting 2 already. Is it going to be enough to turn this fight around, though, is the question. The Akita goes stuck back there. You've also got somebody else back there as well, but Cringe does go down. No chance here for New York Tech to bring this fight back.
Cringe that the Kiriko was trying to play a defender there instead of offender, and they get caught out for their wares. Now, you're looking for something coming straight out here from New York Tech. This Blizzard needs to be huge. They don't have any kind of kite ability here for the Penmen, so free Blizzard once again.
Yeah, free Blizzard here with nothing really doing except for protection. Suzu, there goes the Kitsune Rush, there goes the Blizzard. Mary Mellon caught inside of it. Rhino with the same token is also caught. They try to follow up with him, which they do. They chase Rhino out of the cave that was with the supports, and now it's going to be an all fight here, an all good fight thanks to one Blizzard, one Kitsune Rush shot from New York Tech, and they're going to be able to add another 90 to the bank.
Yeah, but they burn, SNHU burned 3 minutes off the clock there. I mean, just a heroic hold from them, and they're looking to stop the aggression coming in once again. So Mary Mellon over to the Cassidy. Cringe, doing blank, Kiriko things. You're
aggressive Kiriko,
yeah.
yeah.
Aggressive Kiriko. You don't hate it. Wow.
Wow, you saw that.
Yep.
Two people falling solo, needing to get a little bit of Suzu in, and it's a good thing they have that. Now the Annihilation is going to come out. There's the Bionade at the same token to help them out. Grebka, Annihilation Factor, yes sir, gets 2 on their own, and there now it's going to be Dargo needing to clean up the rest. Dargo finds 2, and with the help of the rest of the team, the Deadeye comes out from Zeiss. We're able to find Dargo, so it's a trade fight here, but it's only Zeiss left to go on the point as the payload goes into the home stretch.
I mean, you've got the Kitsune Rush available to Prince Subfear here, so I think this will be coming out first, and see what you can build off the back of it. Double attack speed, double movement speed coming through with that. Akira, though, needs to be the first point of attention here for SNHU. Otherwise, this is going to be another one fight on the back of the Blizzard.
The Blizzard through the door might be able to find Dargo. Dargo is frozen in place. Can't be singing Let It Go this time around here, but you got Akita getting rid of Dargo at the very least. Cypher's in your back line is able to find Rhino, and now it's just Mary Mellon also stuck here. Mary Mellon able to find a way out, though, and is able to get a kill on the Cypher. And now Payload's in the home stretch. Dargo's going to be the last one to touch here. That Privatus Vortex able to be sucked in by the Diva Matrix. It's just going to be a Kiriko. It's just going to be a Diva right now on point, trying to hold on for the last 1100ths of a meter just to see if they can keep this fight going on. Now Rhino on the Reaper gone. Deadeye for Mary Mellon has to come up big here, at least for right now. They clear them off the point. The Deadeye at least finds Cringe. Is it going to be enough, though, is the question. Mary Mellon falling all so low. There's still trade fights being happening, but Zeiss were able to find 3 on the last fight, and with 36 seconds left to go, the Cybers go uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map of Kings Row. It's up to SNHU to bring this all the way back.
Well, here's the big thing. 2:23 as they entered into the Foundry. They get it down to 33 seconds, I believe, was what we saw there, completion time. So there's going to be, a chance here where we don't see enough of a time for them to be able to make any use of this 36-second time bank, especially if SNHU finish with time in the bank. This could be a very telling point here of attack for SNHU. They need to come out aggressively. They need to have the Mei out there to get the walls, or they need to have speed. And I think we're seeing that right now. Speed from Prince Subfear will get them away, not only from Annihilation, but also from the Blizzards coming in.
Oh, no Mei at the current moment, but SNHU. I mean, SNHU's in the spawn room, so they could very well just wait there, and they could very well just, change on over. Rhino was on that Reaper still, but Mary Mellon on the Cassidy now, so New York Tech's going to pull out one of their own, and Zeiss are on the Cassidy instead of the Hanzo here, so that could be very well a defensive position, but 10 seconds left to go. We'll see what they decide to pull out. Are they going to pull out the Mei at any point? It doesn't look like it. Rhino's not backing off to the spawn room, so the doors will open, and this is their comp.
I mean, it's their comp. They feel comfortable with this. Mary Mellon is on the Cassidy, though, so you're going to have different options here in the DPS core. And I think this is going to really work for them. The wall doesn't work as well as they thought it would this time.
No, it doesn't. Everybody was just speeding right on up, so that Mei wall basically lets them kind of push in. I mean, they still get a little bit of space, but the only thing there was they don't get to back off against the wall. It doesn't really matter, though, when New York Tech backs up anyways. And look how aggressive SNHU wants to play. They want to just say hello to them right off the gates here. But Mary Mellon does go down, so you lose one part of the rush combination here as the Nemesis form already having to be pulled out by Grebka, who's already 76% to an ultimate. An annihilation could very well happen in this first fight. Question is, will it get pulled out? But New York Tech, though, now you again, Akita going with the cheeky flank for a little while here, and it's going to have to Maywall up to escape that, and already an Annihilation is out. Oh my goodness, Grebka's just going to do a whole lot of damage, but Grebka punished for it, courtesy of Rhino, so the fight still continues on here. At least for SNHU, they have that advantage considering where they are, but the Blizzard is out. Are they going to be able to find any of the support lines here? Fives is going to have to throw down an Immortality Field for themselves, so the Immortality Field out, and now it's going to be the supports versus the May, which means this Annihilation is going to be for free now here from Dargo at the very moment, and they've got Zeitzer gone. Protection Suzu can only protect you for so long as Dargo finds a second, might be able to find Cringe with the Nemesis form, and it's going to be Dargo that saves the day here to get SNHU up and running.
I mean, fantastic rotation of ultimates, fantastic recognition, and holding that immortality barrier as long as you can. Now, it was a little bit more protracted of a fight there, and it's only 449 going into the street. But Death Blossom is going to be huge. Agent's going to have to save their ultimate for that counter. And the window and sound barrier answering from SNHU. I mean, Egan, this is looking scary.
It's looking a little scary here, but let's see if SNHU can pull this off, or if New York Tech can bring this all the way back around. Here comes is this a flank? I mean, they're going to try this, but I think they've been spotted out at the very least. Cringe is one of the most aggressive cuticles I've seen. It's just looking for flanks, it's looking for kunai kills here too, at the same token, but now the rest of the team starts to fall, and they don't have a swift step to use a protection Suzu at all, so Rhino's just going to go in for free with 3 kills on their own.
That is scary. That is scary from them, and I mean, they're just going to get full ultimates out here. They're going to pull cooldowns. Yeah, the healing's coming through. Cringe is done. Subfear is done with this nonsense as well. Speeding their Hanzo in, or their Reaper in, and I mean, they didn't have to invest anything but that amplification matrix bought them so much space. Yeah, this is looking very dominant from SNHU.
Yeah, the Penmen looking to see if they can go up in the series 2-0 right now, but this is where New York Tech had trouble. Will let SNHU have any trouble getting through here right now. Zeitzer, though, Zeitzer actually gets a kill with the turret, so the sound barrier is going to actually get invested here to see if they can make a difference, which they do. They get a fight out, and so no ultimates for the Penmen, but New York Tech able to put up the fence, but SNHU's got a lot of check marks coming up.
I mean, that's a good fight win, 3.39 meters. We saw SNHU do the same thing at 1.19 meters on their defense. So now, yeah, forward positioning coming through. They've got this Dragon Strike available. It's going to come from behind.
Yeah, it is going to come from behind. Akito's got that Dragon Strike ready and available. See if they fire off a shot. They notice where they are right away, so that Lucio actually good call out. There's going to be the Annihilation out. Dragon Strike going to come down right behind them. Do they know where it's coming from, though? They are able to avoid it for a couple of moments. There's going to be a sound barrier invested. Fives is able to take care of the Lucio, and the Annihilation traded out at the Ramontra Ramontra battle, but it's also going to be a full-time projector out. Grebka's found 2. Can you find a little bit more to win this fight out? It's a trade fight, but Grebka's going to be your MVP of this fight, is able to find another one, but Dargo just turns this whole thing around with Nemesis form. It's up to Dargo, Mary Mellon right now versus one Idea. Idea finds one. Mary Mellon able to switch that back, and Mary Mellon's going to be the only one to get through this point.
Oh, man, and 49 health in a dream. Wait for your sport. Wait for your sport. Well, no, you can't. You can't wait for your sports because they all got bad spawn there. 333 as we enter into this Foundry. Expensive fight for SNHU. They really invested heavy into that fight, but you know, the Annihilation came out first. They've got the Annihilation battle in their hand right now.
Oh yeah, and they're all over Akita right now. Akita's got a lot of shots there. 59% enrolling now. Fives with that application matrix. New York Tech coming up with no ultimates online here, at least around the corner, but can they build one up is the question. They have 2 people upstairs on top of that second floor that you just saw, and on that second floor, it's going to be headshots aplenty when Akita's up there. Akita's found a body shot onto Mary Mellon, and now the arrows just absolutely doing damage. Cringe with the headshot kunai, and this is going to be a fight win here for New York Tech. The Cybears putting up the fence.
I mean, this is what they needed, and they also get the ultimate rotation into their favor. So, 241, about 2 minutes difference between the time banks. We already have one banked up for New York Tech. The Cybears looking strong here. Fives very patient with their work, and yeah, this is a very aggressive Kitigo.
Yeah, very aggressive Kiriko, but Rhino from the bottom shelf able to take care of Zeisser. That's going to allow them to go right on in with the Annihilation. Dargo has found three quick ones, and it's going to be Akita just stuck in this back line, but SNHU's got themselves in home stretch.
I mean, Dragon Strike is going to come out. They have the sound barrier to sustain on the point. There goes the Dragon Strike. Nothing to answer for it.
But it splits up the team for a couple of moments, so that Annihilation is going to find at least the supports for right now. Immortality Field gone. It's going to be Mary Mellon having the Deadeye. Is this going to be enough, though, is the question. Oh, no, the Lucio falls off the map. Prince Suffer is able to knock Idea off the map, even though the sound barrier was used. So Idea knocked off with the sound barrier used. Dargo's able to find two on their own, but Dargo, it's Dargo versus a Tracer here of Zeisser. Who's going to win the battle of attrition? Spawn room in favor of the Cybers for right now with 95 seconds left to go. Dargo does not have a single piece of healing to help him out, and Dargo's just going to have to back off for right now.
Oh, no. We got our healer there. Lucio speeding in. They're going to have sound barrier advantage into this fight. Zeisser needs to get this pulse bomb off in a hurry.
Needs to get it up in a hurry. No check marks for either side except for a sound barrier for Prince Suffer. And now it's going to be a trade-off. Rhino's gone. You've got Cringe gone as well. Dargo and Nemesis form helping you out with 2 kills on their own. And Dargo's just punching his way through the lines, through the defenses of SNHU. Down to a minute left to go. Pulse bomb is ready. Is able to hit Mary Mellon, but is it going to be enough? Annihilation just to secure what they've got. The recall is on, but the recall's not going to be enough. Dargo's able to clean it up house, and 1 minute and 16 seconds makes the difference as they go uno dos adios, completing the map as well. And now 16 seconds, the difference here to the second round of attack.
It's going to come down to a one-shot. It's going to come down to one of these Hanzos getting an early pick. We'll see the Cybears come out on attack. They have 60 seconds to get as much as possible. It is very possible here to tie, especially with such a slim time bank. This is looking very scary for both sides. You don't want to tie on hybrid. You want to get that point in your favor. And, well, Ives and company, they're going to bring out what worked for them here in the streets of London. The fact that we had the immortality barrier was so very important for SNHU. They were able to sustain through some fights that they had no right winning because of that cooldown. And, well, I mean, Prince up here has had some amazing sound barriers here and amp to get them away from aggression. So, well, New York Tech, they're going for bit comps here. They're looking to close the gap. They're looking to get on top of you. They're looking to demolish that flimsy little shield. Will Rhino win out against the Bastion? Well, they're not, because they're going to have to go up against a Junkrat. This is scary. Well, nope. They go back to the Bastion.
Yep. A little bit of a bait and switch, if you will. Thought they were going to go to the Junkrats for spam damage, but no, instead it's going to be turrets of plenty with the Bastion at the very least. No Symmetra out, so not a double turret or North Pole drone either. But so I throw around the corner is looking for a lot of damage. Dargo does block that, but Akita, though, is not blocked out from a kill onto Prince Suffer. You were talking about how the Hanzos make a big difference here on the very first pick. That very well could have been the right call with the Hanzo. Dargo falls oh so low, and now it's going to be Rhino just falling to low health as well. Zeiss were able to clean up house there, and it's going to be New York Tech not adding any time, but they very well will get a point to help them out.
Yep, I mean, that'll do it. That'll do it right there, and they just did not have an answer for the Bastion. And Akira, once again, playing sniper. With an actual sniping hero this time, not with the icicles, but with the bow and arrow. And you know what? It's much more elegant than any assault rifle could ever be. And, you know, having the mercy pocket as well doesn't hurt.
Does not hurt at all, but 4 points. Very good for them right now. And that's very much a big help, especially with 1 minute and 16 on the clock. You got to remember, New York Tech did their first run 19 seconds better than that of SNHU, and that 16-second difference could very well make a difference here. But Dargo with Nemesis form, able to take down Akita. Fight looking good for SNHU, but the spawn room might be close enough that they could be able to bring this all the way back. Cringe gets the res up on the Zeisser. Is this going to make the biggest of difference? Application Matrix is top of the Mercy, somehow staying alive for a couple of moments to no avail whatsoever. So SNHU is able to put up a fence, is able to put up a wall, but not before New York Tech is able to get 43 meters out of it.
I mean, that is the best case scenario for 60 seconds. And now it's up to SNHU to match it. There will not be a tie here on our hybrid map. That is guaranteed.
Nope.
So New York Tech doing their part here to put the pressure onto SNHU, and I'm kind of worried right now. SNHU have been kind of stagnant with their hero selection, where you're seeing a lot of variation coming out from New York Tech. They're willing to swap up the 4 heroes in the DPS and support departments. The tank has had to say the same because Grebka has to be able to fight the annihilation. They have to be able to absorb the damage coming in, going into their nemesis form, and using the Ravaging Vortex to slow people down. So, I mean, if you're looking at what we saw last time, and I mean, look at the defense here. You're looking at Asia onto this Ana. The anti-nade is going to be huge here, especially once that flimsy little shield goes down. You can't nemesis away an anti.
And not gonna be able to nemesis away that, but for right now, I mean, no protection Suzu on the hands of SNHU either, who has that Baptiste. That application matrix came up big for them on the defensive side at the very least to stop New York Tech from going any further, but SNHU's got to pull up something here again. They capture this point with 2:25 left to go on the clock. And now that Maywall actually did make a little bit of a difference, but everybody's able to hop over it or go, I mean, everybody's able to get around it at one point or another, so they're able to get there down. So now it's back to a 60-second standard here for this fight. But Zeisler, again, the Hanzo coming up big for them, is able to take down Mary Mellon, and now this Hanzo has to back off away with the rest of the team, but 49 seconds left to go.
It was Akira on the Hanzo last time during their attack phase, and Zeisler putting out the Bastion play. Now Zeisler bringing out the Hanzo of their own. They're looking for the wall. They got the wall.
They got the wall, but everybody's inside already, so it didn't really matter. They have the rush con. They knew that May was coming, so now they've got it. So they've got control at this point for a couple of moments. They're going to get a free tick out of it. Rhino's able to take care of Akito. You talk about big picks. That could have been one of them. Unless Zeisler is able to get out of this and find a pick of their own, it's not looking great. And now they've got 2 free ticks, make it a third, and they do capture the point with, maybe not yet. Zeisler, though, a headshot with the Dragon Strike? Yes, sir. They get the point. They get 7 seconds left to go on the clock. So the spawn room now back in favor of SNHU. Zeisler able to take care of Rhino, but this is not looking good for New York Tech.
No, it is not, but I mean, there's going to be a spawn differential right now. And you're looking for Cringe or Asia to get up their ultimate here. Because you're looking at a window that should start the fight.
That should start the fight.
The wall!
But the question is the application matrix. Does this come up big for you? It's going to be Grebka falling so low. The Kitsune Rush has to come up big here. That's going to come down the lane. Is it going to be enough, though, for Cringe and the rest of the team? There's the Riptire out. Is it going to be enough? It's frozen, but it's not going to be frozen in time. And New York Tech cannot stop the Penmen, who go to match point.
What a series of events. I thought that Akira Blizzard was actually going to stymie it out, and it doesn't do it because the tire takes care of the frozen threat from within. But Akira was absolutely on fire with the bow and arrow, getting so much done. But there's only so much that one hero can do. It's a 5-man game, and really, they take the full value out of it. Keegan, this is a barn burner. The scoreline does not belie what we're actually seeing on the stage.
Not at all. Not at all. You want to talk about close the entire way through. It was 2-1 back on Lijiang Tower. And then you go to Kings Row 5-4. What a banger situation we've got here for this game. And very much at the same token, you look at the times. It can't get much closer other than the fact that New York Tech only beat Southern New Hampshire by 19 seconds. And then in the end, the Penmen able to beat New York Tech by 16 seconds for their final push as well. So, I mean, this is as close as you want it here for the ECC Finals. Like you said, the score does not reflect this at the top of your screen. It may say 2-0, but it is much closer than a 2-0 would signify here. So we go into the third map now. Escort is going to be it, and the only map that is not in this pool is going to be Havana. So Dorado, Junkertown, Circuit Royale, and Rialto, Route 66, Shambali. I mean, you've got all 6 of them in the pool. What do you pull out here for NYIT to avoid the sweep here in the finals?
I mean, if you're going to stick with the Brawl Comp, you're going to go into probably the Circuit Royale or Rialto. I think those are the 2 best picks here for New York Tech. If you want to swap it up, though, if you want to put a different wrinkle into this game, I think that you go to Circuit Royale, honestly, and bring out the Sigmas, force them off of this Ramatra comp, because they are getting the better value out of the Annihilations and out of using the Nemesis form. I mean, it's been back and forth. It's been absolutely back and forth. Grebka versus Dargo. I mean, you love to see a main tank battle, okay? And I
Right.
mean, this is
Yeah.
exactly what it is, reminiscent of Overwatch 1. And watching the team support their tank and being able to get in there and they really mix it up. Man, I mean, I would personally go to Circuit Royale or Shambali just because of the newness factor of Shambali, especially because Ramatra does work there, but it may be a map that maybe SNHU has not practiced very much on.
Yeah, and I mean, it very well could be the unpredictableness again of these playoffs, where we've seen just it go left and right here again. It's been super close, 2-1 Li Zhang, 5-4 on Kings Row. Expect the unexpected at this point as we take a live look inside of BrookLAN right now with everybody in there. You've got, again, you can see on the stage right now, SNHU taking on NYIT, and a good crowd at hand there at BrookLAN in Brooklyn. Very nice crowd on hand. Some nice signs for the teams as well. But again, with a lot of Snapchat photos, mind you, you can take a look at SNHU right now on your screen on the stage right now, up 2-0 over the Cybers, who need to win the next 3 to get that reverse sweep. And again, more at stake here than just an ECC championship. They've got a chance to go to Arlington with a win here. So the Penmen sitting on one more map to book themselves a trip to Arlington.
I mean, you know, if you're New York Tech right now, you're just trying to figure out how to stop the aggression. And I mean, they've had fight wins, plenty. I mean, it's literally just a fight win here or there. And you can see them discussing it right now. And they're feeling it. They're feeling the pressure right now. And this is what happens when you are in front of your opponent, when you're offline, when you're doing the battle in front of each other, and you can hear the other team roaring when they get a important fight win. So, my goodness, for SNHU right now, this is time for them to close it out. They have the Cybears by the throat, Keegan. And like you said, chance to go to Arlington is on the line.
Yeah, chance to go to Arlington, book yourselves a CECC spot. But for the history of SNHU, they're looking at a 4th championship right now in the eye, as they are up 2-0 in the series. Again, SNHU throughout this entire season, 4-0 in matches that have been played, 7-0 overall, but 4-0 in matches that have been played out, have only dropped 2 maps in the entire season that they have played. 1 to Malloy and 1 to the team that they're staring at right across from the stage of NYIT. But the Penmen looking to complete the sweep, to try to sweep the Cybers underneath the leg, to send themselves to a trip to Esports Stadium Arlington in May. We're 2 weeks away from that. But right now, the number 3 seed staring down match point. We do not know the map as of right now. In a second. Actually, no, we do know the map that is coming up, and it's actually going to be Rialto that is pulled out here for the meanwhile. So not Circuit Royale, not Shambali like you were thinking, but instead Rialto will be it, and the sides will stay the same. So we will see NYIT go up first.
Well, I mean, it's playing exactly into the Brawl Mirror. Now, how much space do you give up if you are SNHU on defense first? That's the big question that I'm going to be looking at here. Is do you allow them to get across bridge and take first corner? Do you hold high ground there in the hotel? And you know, are you going to bring out a double sniper look? This is where it gets a little bit finagly here, where you want to see a little bit change up of the DPS personnel, especially. You want to see a sniper look. You want to see a controlling look. Do you bring out the Mei Hanzo? I think it's a perfect combination. I actually prefer the Ash here with a damage boost because of the extra utility and the ability to reposition quickly. So hopefully the Southern Belle is in somebody's pocket here because she works so well here. And well, we got our look here at our 2 teams. Double sniper look coming out from New York Tech on the cards right now. SNHU, though, they have their composition set. They feel like this Ana is going to be the difference maker along with the Kiriko. So you do have some burst healing available, but single target healing pretty much all around. Double flex support for SNHU. Looking at a more traditional look out of New York Tech. So, oh man. I mean, vision will be important for both teams with Sonic Arrow from the Hanzo. Space is going to be at a premium, my friend.
Yes, it will be. But SNHU looking at match point, looking at conference championship point. Will they book themselves a spot to Arlington, or will New York Tech deny them one more time to send us to map number 4? 3:45 on the clock as the doors open up and the payload starts to move along here. And you were talking about space being given up. That's already space being taken out to the statue for right now, and with no May here either. So it's going to be a little bit of space, at least around the corner. Traditionally, it's been around this corner, but right now the space being given up is a lot for right now. Is this this Ramantra making sure they save face right on that corner as it's being contested for right now. Zeisler down to 99 health is brought back up to health thanks to the Mercy Pocket. Really, Zeisler with no sightlines to anybody. They are hiding very well for right now, and it's only Dargo that's out here. Bionade onto Grebka, and no cleanse on that either. Akita and Rhino both getting kills on their own, but Zeisler is rest up. But Grebka going down is not a good situation for you. That's going to allow Dargo to just push right on in to the rest of the team. Akita, though, finds 5s, and that's a big pick for you. Is it going to be big enough, though? It's going to be a magnetic grenade out, but still stopped at their tracks.
I mean, that's a priority pick. And why is Fives peeking that when they see a Hanzo shooting in on them with storm arrows? Why are you doing the peek? Why are you doing the peek? I mean, what are you just standing there in the corner for? I don't get some of these choices that are being made right now by SNHU. They are looking at the face of not being able to hold first point here.
Well, now they've got this Hanzo in a lot of bit of trouble as well. Zeisler has found 2, at least for right now. Good res up onto Akita, who has the Dragon Strikes. 2 minutes and 22 seconds left to go. They've got them pretty much just waiting for the rest of their team inside, and the more stagger you can get, the better, especially on a map like Rialto. And now they're going to have Dargo falling also low. 3 minutes left to go. It will be a sleep dart, and it will get woken up, so the Dragon Strike is going to hit Dargo, but not for a lot. Annihilation's going to get pulled out, at least for Grebka for right now, along with the Nano Boost. The Annihilation for Grebka is out, but is it going to be enough? Grebka doesn't find a single kill with it. Dargo does find a kill with their own Annihilation. Does get rezzed up by Cringe onto Akita. Doesn't matter when Rhino is hitting their shots. Has found 3rd, has found a 4th, and Rhino's just going to clean up house here for SNHU.
Completely emptied out the pantry there. And now they're going to go back and take space. And once again, it's such a close hold. And that fight win should have been in their favor, but the fact that Dargo has the Annihilation and gets the healing resources from it, oh man, you've got to be thinking, what do I have to do to win a point here? Now it's going to be Kitsune Rush versus the Deadeye coming out from the right side.
Well, let's see here what they're able to pull out. Kitsune Rush is out, but that's going to cause a little bit of a kite back here from New York Tech, so good discipline not to really try to fight into that. Kitsune Rush is over, which allows New York Tech to try to push right on in. The Cybears have a chance, but is that chance big enough? Is the window big enough of a window? The Deadeye is out, not going to find anything, so they shoot it away to Dargo, and now Dargo is slept, but Bionade at the same time wakes them up. So it's going to be 50 seconds left to go. Potentially this last fight here, unless it's a quick one for New York Tech, who finds Rhino in a half-health situation, but Rhino doesn't go down. Going to be Akita from the top rope. Are you able to find anything at least onto 5? If you have the Hanzo in the back line in a lot of trouble. Are you able to find at least 1 here? Rhino's getting healed up. You got to find a headshot onto Rhino for right now.
Oh.
And Rhino just getting healed up is able to flip that script onto Akita, making it a 5v4 situation. You have the Nano Boost up onto Dargo. The Annihilation is just going to end all hopes of this fight being won here. Grebka also Nano Boosted, but it's going to go to no avail with 15 seconds left.
The anti-nade is the reason why that works out. Zeiss Rare coming out onto the Soldier 76 Cringe over to that, over to the Kiriko. That is a huge pick. 4 seconds. Nobody's going to be able to touch.
Nobody's going to be able to touch here with 1 second left. That's it. Nobody's going to be able to touch. And now SNHU just puts up the brick wall on to NYIT. SNHU only needs 95 meters to send themselves to ECC Arlington and to win their 4th ECC title. This is unbelievable from SNHU right now.
Oh man, they're feeling it. And I mean, I'm not sure what honestly can be done here. Just the fight wins are not going in the Cybears' favor here. And I feel for them because they're doing the order of operations correctly. It's just the sustain and the game sense and positioning is just a little bit better for your penman of SNHU. So, I mean, they just got to get it, basically capture point A. That's it. They've got 4 minutes to do it.
They have 4 minutes to get to that golden box of victory. We will not see the rest of Rialto. We will only see if that golden box right underneath the archway can be captured by the Cybears, or rather by the Penmen of SNHU, can the Penmen get their 4th championship right here, right now, or can New York Tech put up one of the biggest walls you're going to ever have to see here?
I mean, it's defendable though. That's the beauty of being here in Rialto, is that there are so many advantageous positions for the defense, as you just saw from SNHU, to make a last-minute stand. So it's going to come down to a little bit of ability to get around and take care of the aggression coming in. Now, the fact that Akira is here on the Ash is going to give you a 6th man option as well.
Well, let's see the space that they want to give up here. For the side of SNHU, they gave at least one more turn around this. New York Tech might do the same thing here. Akita's able to take down Prince Subfer, but that's traded out for Cringe right away.
Big.
And Rhino still hitting shots, not good. And Dargo's just going to start running them over. 50 meters left to go, and it's just a rundown situation with Zeisler having to try to escape. Idea's down. Rhino gets rid of Zeisler. 35 meters left.
I mean, this is going to have to be the hold of a lifetime here, because they've got second corner, they've got the archway covered, they've got vision, they've got the heals. They do have Cringe back out onto the Kiriko, so you're looking for Suzu to cleanse this anti coming in.
Well, let's see, Five's falling a little bit low there, courtesy of the arrow coming out from Hanzo. So 2 minutes and 54 seconds. The hold of a lifetime, like you were saying, needs to happen for the Cybears right now or never. 89 health, but it will not last much longer. Dargo on the Nemesis form is out, and now it's just going to be a rundown. No more space left to go, and that is it. The Penmen have etched their name into history yet again. A 4th ECC championship and a ticket punch to CECC Arlington. Your Penmen are your ECC champions.
And Dargo, the big man of camp, is just absolutely annihilated everybody with the annihilation. I'm using that from now on. Thank you, Keegan, so much for that. Good Lord. The aggression was just absolutely brutal. All series long. The Penmen getting it done over the Cybears. Nice handshakes there at the end. It was well played. I mean, it was a 3-0. Yes. And yes, I agree. Audie is very nice. We agree that I think the Dargo is a bit of the Dargo lookalike there. So we'll see how this actually goes through. But man, oh man, that was brutal. That was brutal there. They're on Rialto. They had the first point done, and they just got stopped. 1.19 meters once again.
Yep, once again. I mean, 1-0 your final score there, at least for the current. I mean, for right now, 1-0, 5-4. This series was looking so close. At least for right now, for the first 2 maps, and then the 3rd map, just absolute domination coming out from the Penmen. That final map is what sends their way to CECC Arlington and in a 4th ECC title. So, I mean, an unbelievable performance here from from SNHU rather, as the Penmen gets their tickets punched into CCC Arlington. And, I mean, a perfect season, yet again. Another perfect season for the Penmen, who go a final 9-0 on the season. Not a single, or rather only 2 maps dropped in the entire thing, really. So 6-0 in matches played, 9-0 total. But, man, oh, man, what a season so far for the Penmen.
They're going to look pretty good in Texas colors, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to look good with some cowboy hats on, and I will be cheering for them here in Missouri as I watch you be able to see them in person as well. Kiki, you're going there.
Yeah.
And I will be cheering all y'all on there, because I cannot wait for the CECC to come up.
Yeah, CECC coming up again, May 6th to May 7th. We will be heading out for the CECC Finals in the Esports Stadium, Arlington. We will see if we can get an interview from one of the team members that are headed to CECC Arlington. So we will take a short break. When we come back, we'll see if we can get an interview from the champions of the SNHU Penmen of the ECC. Take a short break. We'll be right back right here on Esports U.
Can you dig it?
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Clutch Key alongside Chef Billy with you, and joining us from the championship-winning team of the Southern New Hampshire Penmen is Dargo, the tank that absolutely put on a show for us in the championship round, holding trophy in hand and all. Dargo, welcome to the booth, and first and foremost, how does it win? How does it feel to have won the program's 4th championship in the East Coast Conference?
I'm gonna be real, Clutch. It was immaculate. The energy in the room was awesome. This was so worth all of the many years of being able to finally come to my first LAN event, and it was just a great experience ever.
I tell you what, your performance today, very inspiring. You did not like to give up very much space. How much did your support squad keep you in fights that you had no business winning? And you know what I'm talking about.
Listen. Let's just say they're not happy with me, but they don't like me. But like, victory's a victory. Yeah, no.
Right.
Shout outs to my supports, Fives and Prince. They absolutely. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without them. So.
Yeah, and an absolute, again, this is Dargo joining us hand and all. We'll send you back with the rest of your team to celebrate the victory in just a second. But now we got to ask you guys, not only have you won the East Coast Conference Championship for the 4th time in program history, but now a ticket punched, if you will. You guys are going dancing in May to CECC Arlington. So how excited is this team going up to Arlington for the championship, or for the CECC Finals coming up soon?
Oh, these guys are hyped. They're practicing. They're going to be practicing nonstop when we get back. Like literally scrims starting Monday all the way up till Friday. They're going to put in all the work for this. It's going to be great. It's going to be a real tussle.
And we will see if the Penmen can make some noise up in Arlington, as they have done so all throughout the season here in the East Coast Conference. The perfect run, ending with the championship in hand. Thank you very much, Dargo, and have fun with the rest of your team with the trophies.
I will. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. Dargo again joining us there from the Southern New Hampshire Penmen, and what a season for them. Again, like we were saying, perfection is the name of the game for the Penmen as they go through the entire season. It's not a total of 9-0 and 6-0 in matches played. I mean, just what a season for them, Billy.
I mean, just fantastic work from them. I mean, that was really a dominating display. And you love to see it. You love to see the passion. I mean, grid from ear to ear for Dargo there. And that's what a championship moment looks like. Will they be able to replicate it in Arlington? We'll find out in just a couple weeks.
Yeah, we will definitely do so, and we'll see if they can make some noise along with some of the other 15 teams that we'll be seeing up in Arlington at Esports Stadium, Arlington, May 6th and 7th. Coming up next, though, we get a little bit of a repeat, if you will, but not in the same game. It's not Overwatch. It is Valorant coming up at about 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Southern New Hampshire taking on the Cybers. Heard of this before? Deja vu, if you will, between two programs going into the championship of the East Coast Conference. Hail Monkey Man, Rare Adam, back with you for Valorant at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For Chef Billy, for Coldtune, our producer, for Cool Scoots, our observer, this is Clutchkey saying so long for the Overwatch, as once again, a 3-0 scoreline for the Penmen, who win the 4th championship in program history for Overwatch. Until next time, take care, everybody. Goodbye.
Cracky. cracking. Are you ready now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to get back into some ECC BrookLAN Finals. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Rare Adam, and we have a rare case of some kick butt competition as we got Valorant coming in hot and heavy here over in Brooklyn. It is going to be a big one. Rare Adam, hey, good to be back with you in the booth. We get a couple of teams that have fiercely been rivals from the get-go, from previous semesters, and of course, we can't have anything less than some just great Valorant coming into us into this best of 3.
Oh, of course. I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams come into this. Of course, the winner of this matchup here today goes on to CECC in Texas in a couple of weeks as well. So big things on the line for them. And of course, looking at these two teams as well, SNHU, they've had some success not only in this league in the past, but also some pretty successful runs in CVAL East of their own. If they win today, they will be playing some of those CVAL matches in Texas with all the timings and everything. Going to get a little bit interesting. We were talking before the broadcast about how there's like 10 or 11 teams that are going to Texas that are also going to be playing CVAL matches while they're down there. So fingers crossed the ping is good for them down there as well, especially if they are playing some teams that are out of the region or whatever. But nonetheless, I am very interested to see how NYIT come through here. They've been a team that has been a little bit odd in the regular season. I mean, dropping their only game to Utica, who were knocked out earlier on in this tournament by CSI, but they have won the ECC before for themselves. So there is that extra little bit of history to this matchup as well. Of course, SNHU have been champions of this league before as well. So it really comes down to Battle of the Titans, I want to say. Both of these teams coming in very equally matched and looking to give it their all.
Yeah, both these teams have had a history of being able to kind of go back and forth, I guess, win trading, if you will, for this conference. So we're going to check this one out and how they may be win trading all the way through 3 maps. This is going to be our map ban pick ratios today. And of course, you get your good old classic. I know that, Adam, that you're just so excited about this. We will be starting on Ascent, and then we'll be moving our way over to Haven. Those are pretty much locked in. The one that kind of came back, changed things up just a little bit was Split. If we do go the distance, where we did see these teams do that in regular season play, and it did go 2-1 in favor of the Cybears. You're talking about SNHU being really good on a national level. They're gonna have to prove that here into the conference today, but we're talking about how some recency bias as well. They took this in the previous semester, so they're trying to do that again, and both these teams lost to Utica. Well, Utica is nowhere to be found, so it's not really that big of a deal. You're pretty much even Stevens between them, but the Penmen and the Cybears are going to be button heads a little bit. And we're going to be saying goodbye to Icebox come later patches, and Icebox is nowhere to be practiced anymore. Yeah, soon.
Yeah, and the major thing is that for a lot of teams, I mean, before it was Haven Ascent Bind, Haven Ascent Bind, Haven Ascent Bind. Hey, guess what? Haven Ascent Bind. And now that Bind is set to come back into the pool as well, while it may not be in the map pool for CVAL specifically, I'll check with production on this one. It's going to be available for CECC, so maybe some of these are going to start to pick that up as well. Production saying, yes, it will be in the map pool, so that's an interesting angle to just sort of bench Icebox, say, we're not going to bother with this anymore. We know it's going away in 3 days, but at the very least, there is still going to be Icebox getting played. I love Icebox. I think that it's a great map. I don't really like Bind. I don't want it to come back, but hey, you know what?
Oh, wow.
We can't all win at that point, so nonetheless, we're not going to see Icebox. We're not going to see Bind today. We're going to see the 3 maps there, and of course, Haven Ascent Split, sort of your expected most practice maps. They've been in the game for a long time. I've talked about it a lot. I know we've talked about it a lot as well. You need to know how to play these maps. They are, essentials for any level of competitive Valorant, but more so in collegiate. We see it so often. But of course, got a nice little team cam here being played at the BrookLAN Center. Yes, it is called the BrookLAN Center. So the Brooklyn LAN and at the BrookLAN, as we said before. This, of course, SNHU looking down the line here. Very excited to see what this team has in store. Of course, opposite side, NYIT Cybears. Man in the middle there in the white sweater. Just came off of playing Overwatch. So some of these players, two sport athletes in their own right.
You know, that can be a little bit challenging depending on the pace of play. Also, that is the brightest keyboard I've ever seen in my life. So many LEDs. I don't know how you play with, yeah, playing with literally a pop flash off a sky all the time, just in your face. But hey, look, these rosters, they're ready to go. If there's anyone that I expect to really be starting off hot and heavy, especially for the Cybears, it's Xycerrare. That has been a lethal component out of this attack. But we get to see all that here coming onto Ascent. This is your quintessential Valorant map, and we get more or less the same. It's pretty much, hey, someone's going to play Killjoy. You're looking at a couple of controllers, though, coming in with the Viper and the Omen. Omen is pretty much a mainstay, and then often you get that wombo combo of your Sova as well as your KO. Things look like a little bit more standard on the NYIT side. Not to be said the same for SNHU.
Yeah, and this is an interesting point. There's been some adaptations to Ascent recently. I know in the collegiate scene specifically, Gecko has sort of taken over for KO on some teams specifically. You get a lot of safe plants, and there's a lot of ways that you can use your util to move around that. But Sky plus Viper is a combo that Loud used a lot at Lock-In. Most people were just assuming it was because Kawanzine just really liked Sky as opposed to playing something like a KO. But the fact that the Viper also provides you that extra coverage in a way, you know, you're able to toss your flashes through the wall. The wall is able to provide you a little bit more map space for yourself. It is a different comp in that regard where you play a little bit differently. Of course, you've still got your Jet, you've still got your Omen for those regenerating smokes and everything. But the fact that you can just sort of cut off one side of the map with this Viper wall and take more space for the side of SNHU, this is a good adaptation. And of course, with Ascent being a map that a lot of teams are going to pick up come Nationals, come ECC, it's interesting to see them bring out that different comp for themselves now, especially since they want to qualify it for some of these tournaments and they want to perform at the highest level at these as well. Bringing out this comp, making sure it gets some reps, making sure it gets that practice as well is going to be a good look for them, especially with all these other tournaments coming up in May.
And you've seen some of that also come into play with some teams that want to use Astra, but that's kind of a long-term sort of investment. You get the Cosmic Divide, they really cut off Haven as well as Hell, force you into a blind entry off of site, but that's a once every maybe 3 to 4 rounds at best, depending on if they are just fragging and cooking as hot as they can. But I do like that, hey, we're trying things out from a professional tier on over. You're talking about how good they are at a national level. The Penmen, they want to start off fresh. It's going to be these teams starting on the same attack and defender sides for every single map, be it 2, be it 3, and you know that NYIT, they want to take this just solid meta mechanism that they have right now and be able to impress a lot of pressure. And you know they're going to be playing for mid, taking that push. There's not going to be a lot of that coming out from mid because that marketplace, that's been the main thoroughfare for a lot of these opening rounds. It seems that we're going to be leaning a little bit towards A, seeing if anything can be found, at least maybe a decoy, the 0-point knife over onto B, just to keep everyone honest.
Yeah, C-Dubs, though, has to be careful as many Cybears are pushing up at the smoke, though, going to be able to cut off the angle. Those shields end up being sort of the difference maker there. Gets spotted out, but finds their one as we open up finals here. I like this. You know, you have this wall to just sort of cut off all of sight on A. You have this Omen who's able to play towards mid this time around and, you know, throw down some smokes there. Anyone peeking out through tiles or anything like that. You've got this Sky to sort of spot people out as your info agent. While it doesn't tell you exactly how many people are there or, you know, who is there at that, unlike the KO, at the very least, you're getting information that there are still people in that area.
Yeah, and at the very least as well, you know that this is a pistol round, so they're more than likely going to play together. So if you get a single squawk of the guiding light coming out, well, then they're probably all hanging out. Zorok is able to get at least one as C-Dubs was low on HP off of the initial frag, so they will drop as well. But the defenders are trying to even out the layer here. The door will be coming down, and that dark cover will be covering up the perfect positions on site. That's where you put it in on Heaven. If you do not put it there, you're allowing too much space to be taken. The sentry goes out, the guiding light will be popped, and Raven Denova is trying to just survive to go to hell.
Yeah, Peachy, though, gonna find a kill onto Light Yagami. Unfortunately, doesn't have the death note out. Peachy finds another one onto Ethan. Great retake coming through from SNHU. They want to get to work. They want to show that Ascent, yes, it is defensive-sided, as most of these teams assume it to be. They did pick their side for this map. I believe this is NYIT's map pick as well, so everything working out peachy for them thus far as good opening round for the side of SNHU.
Yeah, this is season 1 Light Yagami before he gets the was it the Devil Eyes?
He knows the full power, yeah, you know.
Yeah, he got.
He's scaling.
Actually, Did he ever get the one, or did he have someone else and be able to see the names on the heads? Well, how long did that take? Was that season 2?
It's been a while since I've watched that.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
It hasn't been a minute. It's been years, I think, at this point.
Minutes, years, it all flies by as quickly as it can be if you're a boomer over here. But we're going to have a 0-point knife as well, just to try and clear early corners. They're going to be just clustered together, and that is an early kill as well, because this is the buy-up round for SNHU. Good defense renders them a better economy, and Excicerrare doesn't want to die inside of the first few seconds. They will be challenged off of this Marshall. They're not checking onto this tight corner, and that's going to be another one found. Peachy gets 3.
Yeah, Peachy peeks through, almost gets caught out by Light Yagami there, but unfortunately the Sova gets taken down from top mid. Now Azorl gonna have to make some magic happen. Not gonna happen. The Killjoy gets killed Joy instead. SNHU convert on their anti-eco. Good start for them. I like to see their strategies, and I really like that they're putting this Omen through mid. And I think maybe this is just sort of a player thing as well. Peachy's done a great job of just sort of taking down these angles, covering them off, and now switching over to the Marshall, handing that off to Agron, knowing that Agron wants to get a little bit more aggressive. Peachy can just hold these long angles for themselves as well.
And Omen as an agent overall is able to kind of make use of the playground that is that tree area. It has just the slightest bit of like half body length upping, so you can be able to jump into window, be able to teleport around, and so it's just good movement that can be taken through mid. So making the best use of that agency's, I guess, strengths. The tailwind will be up, and Excicerrare is trying to be able to find some value. They've not gotten a kill inside of these first 2 rounds. Yes, they were pistols, but they're trying to run it down. They will not find one here as C-Dubs is ruining their fun time. Another taken, but 2 attackers will be able to at least infiltrate onto site B, and the plant is started.
This was a good execute, I think, out of NYT, but you have to keep in mind these health bars are very low. Zorl has 20 HP. I want to say Ethan probably sitting around 30. Yeah, 18, 36. Wow. That was a good guess. Agron, though, going to take down Ethan on the way in, and they're just upgrading these guns as they go. Zorl, now in a world of hurt, it is all down to Raven the Nova to try and find something, but unfortunately, they'll get blown up just like a supernova. Peachy able to find another kill for themselves. This Omen has been opening up with some big frags here for SNHU.
Peachy has not died yet. I'm pretty sure there's somewhere around at least 7 to 8 kills inside of the first 3. Yes, okay, 6. Okay, still, they've grabbed one every single round, and honestly, that's been...
2.
Yeah, they're good for 2 every single... Look, it sometimes scales up and back. They had 3 in the second and off of a Bulldog, and that was a buy round for the Cybears, which means we want to have a gun round between these 2. It's going to be a more or less a light buy, just to be able to get some stingers on the field and maybe be lethal. But right now, opening frags have every single round gone to the penmen. They've been able to keep the Cybears at arm's reach, at best.
Yeah, and the major thing is that it's also the controllers who are getting these early picks as well. Not often that you see, your Omen, your Viper getting busy early with that. But now, C-Dubs holding down trees. I like these rotations, moving members around, making sure you catch them off guard with these setups. Excicerrare, as you mentioned, taking a lot of damage here. Decent amount of damage at the very least, but stuck behind this orb. So difficult to push through, and now tree control maybe given over, or at least cat control given over to the side of NYT. Peachy's just willing to stay in this wine area, find whatever angle. C-Dubs is good for 2, though, through tree.
C-Dubs has been good for getting rid of Excicerrare every single round. That is not something you would see of a Viper versus a Jet more often than not, but this time it's just been too prolific for anyone to be able to get beyond, and C-Dub's still alive. They're going to be able to make the swing, try to be able to get one more. They're good for 3, maybe even 4. Get an ace off of it, why not? Oh boy, the penmen, penning them in. They just do not let them through, and that's C-Dubs coming up big.
That is the calmest reaction to an ace I've seen from a team ever. Just a nice little fist bump, and they're good to go. Hey, listen, great play from C-Dubs to be able to do that on LAN. You already know that they've got those emotions running high as well. Playing on LAN is always an experience for these players as well, especially considering the last couple of years. There hasn't been as many opportunities to do so. So sometimes you just have to suppress those nerves a little bit. SNHU, though, seem to be showing that they are perfectly fine fighting against all of their interferes as well. Fight against the demons of the LAN Aries? Jumpies? Something? That is
fears?
Not where that was supposed to go.
No. I mean, unless they just hate that hut in particular, then yes. But you do have a Viper Pit, and C-Dubs, off of an ace. Why not be able to use it? This is, I think, the earliest Viper Pit I've ever seen on Ascent. I don't ever really get to see one very often. Peachy continues to live on. I'm pretty sure that Omen in particular is immortal. And they just, I think they have at least 7 now, because obviously the previous round all went to C-dubs. Agron holding this op angle, and boom. Oh, no, okay. Right between the legs. It was a good split jump, and thank you. We'll be thanking Light Yagami for a quick kill. So, this is Cybears not quite evening things out. Peachy is still that win factor because they're still alive, and both controllers are right now for the Penmen.
Yeah, C-dubs actually able to peek out as well through B main to find Zorl. Just hops back into the pit for that safety with about 180 remaining effective HP for the side of NYT. They're going to have to get some big performances coming down. And thus far, they haven't really been able to find their X factor as Hilton able to take down Ethan as well. NYT have been absolutely baffled throughout this early stage. They have nowhere to go, and now Light sort of stuck up mid. Doesn't really have an angle. Is able to find one onto Hilton, actually, who swings out a little bit too far. But still, the location is revealed. The rest of the Penmen are coming down to play. And why don't you get it with a snake bite? C-dubs strikes again.
C-dubs is so just calm. You about it when it came to the ace, now just kind of waiting for anyone to come through. They've already done a ton of damage. They know how low that Light Yagami was at the time. So again, it's the cyclical cycle of suck and suffering, because they are just stuck continuously having to go buy save, and this bank is gigantic. And, you know, it's up to the Penmen to be able to just keep consistent. They have not dropped many at all. There's been 6 deaths across the first 5, and that's shared by 3 people. My goodness. Agron getting aggressive, trying to get right up into this, and you would think maybe swinging a couple, they're going to be able to get at least one as Ethan will hit the floor, and then they're just going to blind fire. They know exactly where they're chilling, and so Penmen are ruining the Cybears before they even get to start off the starting line.
And C-dubs finds 2 of their own on the opposite side. Great shot from Raven Denova. But SNHU have come out firing here. NYT, they have no answers. They're opening up the Scantron. They're trying to mark down the answers, and they don't even know what the words are saying at this point. SNHU have come out firing with this comp, as we mentioned, and there's so little to really be critical of. They've played their comp exceptionally well. They're just individually playing on another level at this point. And I'm curious as to when NYT are going to opt to go for their timeout. Because it's been 6 rounds and they've found nothing. They've been absolutely stuffed. They're in the locker right now. They're getting bullied by the Penmen at this point.
Yeah, this is when the home team, which you would think that, you know, Cybears are, considering they're about 45 minutes away from Brooklyn, they're getting absolutely just decimated by the away squad, who's coming in with a lot of sense of play. You will have Ethan that hits the ground as Hilton does force a possible reset, but they get a little bit too aggressive, not knowing that Zoro was just outside the hut. The revive will come through. They're going to get that battle ball back on his feet, and they're going to play for body control to make sure that they do not go down early. Finally, it looks like an ounce of expertise is coming up for the Cybears, but off of that swing, Agron is going to lay Xycerare to rest.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Xycerare just hasn't had any room to work with this entire game. It's been sort of shut down from the get-go. All 4 members going to be on site. This little dart going to scan out, leave a couple of members. Ethan coming through with a big 3K, and now down to Peachy. As we mentioned, the Immortal Omen, will they be able to survive? The op shot not quite going to land. Going to re-peek that as well. Not going to land that one either. Pulls out the Ghost. Will they be able to hold the line? There's friends to back it up as Peachy shows that they can bleed. NYT, though, great round for themselves. Picking it up. Maybe getting a little bit of that momentum back. And yeah, you can see them. They're feeling good about that. They wanted to get that one on the board.
That one was better than a timeout. You sometimes have a great just moment of success after you take a short break, but honestly, after going 6-0, the coach is just trying to be able to keep them calm in the moment, not allow them to kind of reel back on themselves, because then that would reveal the slightest bit of weakness. Obviously, you're down 6-0. There's some weaknesses that need to be fixed up, but it's being able to play into the pace of the game. We have another gun round. There's going to be a lot of these if the Cybears continue to survive. A great guiding light flash, and again, Agron is able to get rid of Zoro, so there will be no lurk util. They could be able to crash in from either side, especially through mid, and they've just, double made care to the wind, and TYY is able to get rid of Xycerare, who has 0 room to work, as even less now because they're on the floor.
Xycerare hasn't been able to get off the ground this entire game thus far. You talked about how they're sort of the X factor. Unfortunately, right now, 0 and 8 not really able to get a whole lot of room for themselves. It feels as if they're finding good opportunities to make space, but it's just the fact that there are members around every single corner. It feels as if they're playing up against like 7 or 8 players, it feels like, with how well SNHU are holding their angles. The Sky Flash going to come down as they try and push forward, but C-dubs on this nice little lurk all the way through spawn, have now just sequestered in the side of NYT. They are stuck in garage with no way out. Z-Dubs is going to peek very calmly. Not really going to overpeak, not going to overheat or anything. Peachy as well. I think in tiles, there's so many different angles to hold. Peachy will go down, but C-Dubs Hilton clean up the rest. SNHU get to 7.
When you're surrounded by 3 different crossfires, you're basically screwed. Like, unless you're able to kind of point 2 guns, you just go akimbo mode in 2 directions. That'd be pretty awesome, but sadly, this is not the action movie that the Cybears are going to be living through. They will be able to get 1, and they force it to be a little bit of extra time, but otherwise, the Penmen, they rebound just fine. There's going to be a lot of money in their bank, plenty to run out the remaining 4 of this first half, and C-Dubs already playing off a great angle. Look at that one way. That one goes behind the bush? No, it's okay. It's behind the lantern. Okay, I didn't think that was on the bush. It just kind of looked weird on that throw.
Kind of a nice little one-way, and that's sort of the things that you can do with Viper as opposed to someone like Omen. I don't think there's enough ground there to put your smoke on that, but hey, Viper, you got the tiny little orb. You just got to get it to sit on something nicely. There you find it. And as well, C-Dubs 14 kills. The entire side of NYT 13 kills. C-Dubs is having himself a nice little time here thus far. 7-1 up already. I think NYT got to try and rethink some of these strategies, especially on a save round like this. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to give an inch over to the side of SNHU because you already know they've taken it multiple miles at that.
Keeping everything slow. They've really not played to the clock yet. You do see that this is going to be very rough. Dark cover is going to go down. They have the paranoia in their back pocket off of the blind, but they do recognize that the Omen is probably hanging out on this back end. Peachy just waiting in wine. They're going to put out the paranoia for maybe that swing. Hilton, oh, they get a bit aggressive up into B main. But they're going to have to pick up their poison and position. It does look like this is going to lean over into B. They're going to try and crash through main, which means they're going to be going through at least one single swarm. Guiding Light confirms that someone is still hanging out. This is not going to be an A hit, and everyone starts to rotate over for the Penmen. Cybear is going to be able to push through. They have 20 seconds to make it happen.
Not a whole lot of time to work with. Ethan might just have to flash through. Shock darts come out as well. That flash not going to land on a Hilton. Finds one. Finds potentially another one. It's actually Ty and C-Dubs who clear out the rest. And now Zeissrare going to have to make something crazy happen with these last couple of seconds. Jumping up. The shorty's coming out. The pistol finds the kill onto Agron. At least Zeissrare able to get one on the board. C-Dubs clears it out, but SNHU are playing with fire. Unfortunately, the Fire Nation has attacked, and they are controlling every single part of this game thus far.
I appreciate that we let that Naruto moment happen. We had both of the ninjas hanging up on top of the waterfall, and everyone was going at each other very quickly with those kunai running out, the shorty, and then the knife coming through the sky for that fight. But eventually, you had to clean it up with your teammates. So 8 now for SNHU, who's come up so strong. C-Dubs at more than a 4.0 KD at 16, 3, and 3 has been absolutely prolific. And I'm loving, you know, you were talking about the new mechanism that they're trying to use when they saw it with Loud, and now they're being very loud about how they're executing with the site. Trying to put this door down, but C-Dubs just has eyes everywhere.
Yeah, looking like Master Yi got 8 eyes looking around. Nice little league reference for all of the fans out there. But SNHU are they're just rolling at this point. There's all these ultimates that are available for NYT. They're really not able to use them very effectively. You know, Ty's just going to drop down this lockdown, forces out this Sova ultimate the opposite way here to at least shut it down. But even still, that's one of your main ultimates that could be used for post plant, taken out way before it even happens. Raven DeNova, though, finds a couple of kills, and numbers all of a sudden looking a little bit better for the side of NYT. That flash, though, is going to be fantastic going into hell. C-Dubs going to find a 3rd kill for themselves. C-Dubs is having a fantastic time here at the BrookLAN Center. 9 rounds for the side of SNHU as they continue to roll.
There is just not an ounce of doubt for SNHU. Whenever they think that they need to be able to go and get back on site, the retakes are so key. And you will see a timeout coming in for the Cybears. Exisarare is calling it. It's been 10 rounds. They wanted to see how the first 10 of 12 activated, and it's been all Penmen all the time. So when they talk about it, they seem fairly calm. They seem like they just got to be able to get themselves in order. I don't know how people play with their keyboard slanted that far crazy. Do you play like that, Adam? Like, what in the world?
I have it slightly slanted, but that's because I put it so that it is perfectly even between my 2 monitors.
Mm-hmm.
So it's sort of slanted. I think to that extent, it's a little bit extreme.
A little,
but at the same time, it just helps the arm angle. I sort of
okay.
I use as much space on my desk as possible. If we're looking at like surface area and that sort of stuff, you kind of want to have everything slightly diagonal to make the most out of it.
Okay.
So
All right.
that's my take on it. I mean, SNHU, they've got the straight on keyboards at that point. You can see it's sort of like whoever's keyboard is right up here at the front. That's sort of how mine goes. It's just a little bit of a slant there.
Just should do like a drum line thing where they line up all the xylophones, but so they just line up all the keyboards and they're just playing on each other's keyboards, like left and right. At this point, they have the leniency to kind of play around at will, as we will be going into round number 11 with the Penmen at 9-1 right now inside of this first half. To call it dominance is almost an underwhelming statement, especially from how good C-Dubs has been activated right now. And they're just able to follow behind their controllers. When your controllers are doing that well, it paves the way for everyone else to just do exactly what they want to. Hilton has been good. They haven't had to stress out about taking up space because they've just been able to win every single fight that's come to them. Save one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the major thing as well is normally during those timeouts we talk about what these teams can do to improve. And I mean, for SNHU, they're doing everything that they need. They don't need to improve at this point. If anything, they can just avoid dropping rounds, and there you go. And they've had effectively a flawless game plan from the get-go. C-Dubs once again using that Viper's Pit just to shut down B main. And now, once again, you were conditioning them all to go over to this A site where multiple members may be stacked up. Azorl, the only one who's sort of chilling here, looking for a lurk at that, but time to go, says the KO, and I'll come out and gonna come down onto site, but immediately shut down. Tie through the smoke, just is able to find it.
Another one. Agrin with the spray down, and this is just a heck of a lot of bullets that they have to be able to walk through. You're not going to win that limbo contest against that many aimed at your skull. They will have at least one fought up in heaven. Rare just trying to live long enough. That BattleBot will still be alive, and now they will drop down, but they are cut off of the window. So 10-1 goes SNHU. Cool, calm cucumbers straight out of the cooler. SNHU, just another day at the office for them right now.
I think you can see them. They're just laid back, chill as ever, playing incredibly well, and especially with the accolades that they've received this season, they are looking to try and get as many chips as possible. They want that trip to Texas. They want to make sure that they're coming into CL as strong as possible. And it's just so challenging to find angles for NYIT to open up the map a little bit more. We know Ascent is generally seen as defensive-sided. This is getting ridiculous. And I mean, okay, double Odin, that's also quite ridiculous. But Zeissrare, able to find 2 picks, and as you mentioned from the get-go, getting this guy unlocked is a very big part of NYIT's win con.
Is it too late, though? Because Zeissrare, even if they go out and ace now, it becomes a 10-2. There's a couple of Odins. Oh, line them up, knock them down, trying to be able to at least get a 1 away from the ace, and Zeissrare wants to find C-Dubs, see if they can ruin them. They don't have the trigger. This one, all 3 will drop for C-Dubs, and they exact some vengeance. No ace for Zeissrare, giving a 4K to C-Dubs, who is just too titanic of a person and player to be knocked down. 23-3. Adam, what in the world? I know they caught him off guard from that flank position, being out in archway, but just straight winning fights.
Ridiculous stuff. Absolutely nasty coming through from C-Dubs. It's very rare that you see, anything more than like 15.5. 20 is impressive. 23 is on another level here. Now as they go to the attacking side, they don't need a lot. They don't need to have a good attack. They need to have like an okay. They need to have a literally 2 out of 12 attack here to be able to find themselves a win. They've got so much momentum in their favor. As you mentioned, Zeissrare getting unlocked a little bit, almost getting that ace to sort of bring NYIT just a little bit of life going into the half, but now everything's reset. This pistol round is a must-win. Ethan.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Hey, if there's ever going to be a step forward in the right direction for the Cybears, it's getting Ethan to, 1, survive, because I know how bad it is to be an initiator and just never being given a chance to live, especially as a KO. You basically have a giant radar attached to you, so good luck. But also being able to get a couple frags off the rip. So into a disadvantage for the first time. You said they don't have to have a great attack. They have to have something that hits eventually, sometime, somewhere. And where 11 rounds exist for one side, that's gonna be rough. TYY is able to get rid of Zeissrare, and so they have another step for themselves. The door will come down, and the majority are hanging outside of tree.
Yeah, everyone's through tree here. Ty able to find one once again. Raven Denova gonna have to back off, but C-Dubs and Hilton are going to work. It is all down to Light Yagami. It will not be enough. NYIT looked good to start off that round, but as you can see, the KO's doing some heavy lifting. And it's not going to be the KO that's heavy lifting. It's just the entire side of SNHU. Maybe they're just... It's the analogy. You know what? It worked out in my head a little bit, but I just realized they don't have a KO.
And at heart, there's a KO somewhere, right? There's like someone has to play KO, probably.
I mean,
someday.
SNHU are just knocking them out, so that's the real KO right now.
Hey, look, the fist fight. The fist fight in your skull was there. Okay.
Yeah, and you know with the new arcade skins coming out, you know the fighting arcade game or whatever. Man, my wall's gonna. Oh, come on, man! What is that lineup?
Taking away all of tree. Didn't matter where you were standing. You're going to get in the splash attack, and that one's super effective. Now even Denova has to go into anywhere. They have to force into this one, and that's going to be done. 13-1. SNHU, the Penmen, they locked him down. They slapped him around. They took this one into a 1-0 series lead.
That was one of the fastest maps we've ever seen.
Yeah.
That was breakneck speed from SNHU. They signed up on speedrun.com. Beat NYIT any percent. They did exactly that. I mean, one round that's dropped from, you know, good heroics coming through from the side of NYIT, but at the end of the day, SNHU just showing that they are a step above the rest here. And honestly, I am worried because that was NYIT's map pick. We're going to go over to Haven next, and this is what SNHU had picked for themselves, and it was... My goodness, this is what you need to see out of teams that are about to qualify for Nationals, that are about to qualify for ECC. You need to see them put together some of these performances, and that was one of the performances of all time, and up there with some of the greats that we've seen out of SNHU in the past.
C-Dubs had a average combat score of 478, 26-3, econ of 181. In case you're brand new to Valorant and don't know those numbers, that's really damn good. That's really, really damn good.
2.5 times the combat score of anyone else in the game.
Oh my god. This team knew exactly what they wanted to do. They came in and executed, and they knew that there was going to be a bit of a change up when it came to the controller schema. Peachy just kind of kicked back and relaxed after having a couple of immortal rounds where they never even had to really see much of the combat, and then opening aces for C-Dubs and shutting down the one that Exisarare was trying to exact, but it just didn't ever pan out. So, job well done. That's an understatement if ever I've said one. Over to the Penmen as we had map number 1 completed, but we will be going over to map number 2 after a short break. Make sure to stick with us. It's going to be the ECC BrookLAN Finals right after this. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for even more ECC. It's BrookLAN time. And of course, I'm Hail Monkman in the booth alongside Rare Adam. And you know what? We have a rare case of a very, very fast map number 1, 13-1. In case you forgot, I'm here to remind you, the Cybears were only able to pick up 1 round as SNHU Pinmen really kind of pinned them in and really never let them go. But we erase all of that. You have to have some short-term memory loss, but remember who were those lethal agents as we go into map number 2, Haven. It's a bit of a different puzzle. I think that will be going just slightly less fast. I don't know. What's kind of the makeup of this map that really kind of defines it for you here, Adam?
So I think a major thing is just going to be NYT need to shore up some of their attacking woes. In a lot of ways, they just weren't really able to break through and find the rotations necessary against the side of SNHU. Of course, Haven more attacker sided this time around, so maybe we'll be able to see them get some more strategies together. I want to see what the agent comps are going to look like as well, because we've talked about how Ascent is a very solved map in a lot of ways. We saw the very standard comp come through from NYT, but SNHU were able to answer with a different comp, something that we've seen only a couple times before, but they were able to execute on that in kind as well. I want to see if they can potentially bring something new to the table here, at least on NYT's side, on their attack, and sort of change things up a little bit, because I think they need that sort of breath of fresh air at that to sort of get them back in the series, because losing 13-1 is really rough.
It's not just fresh air. I think they need like some breath entirely. They were being put through a sprint. They were ready for the marathon that often Valorant is, but they were never really able to find themselves in a running order. So we will be going over to map number 2. We've seen some level of different combinations over the course of that kind of patch changes. You saw a lot of Fade and Breach combos. I think Breach still will be prolific coming into this, but also it comes up to your duelist difference. And C-Dubs onto that Breach. Thank you so much for proving me at least a half measure right. And C-Dubs is going to be that player that you have to be able to work away from. Hilton changing over into the Sovas, which we'll have on either side. But that raise has to be great. Not just good, but great for the Cybears to really kind of execute, create some space, and get themselves onto site. Even more, when I see a Reyna, especially off of Excicerate, that has to work, or this team will simply fail.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see them go for the double duelist here. You know, we talked about how sort of the comps are solved in that sense. Reyna doesn't really fall into the mix a lot on Haven at that. If anything, you'll see something maybe like a Neon come through. To have NYT just not go for a Jet at all in this situation is quite interesting. Oftentimes you see, if you're double duelist, it's Jet Rays, because those are the 2 best duelists. Those are the 2 that can really get you your angles. But to find this Reyna come through, it's just Zeisser saying, listen, I am going to put all my ego on the line right now. I will do whatever it takes to try and execute on this. That is going to be their game plan at the end of the day. They need to find round wins, and hey, you're going to do it with double duelists, just go for it.
Yeah, just have a great time. Sometimes Reyna is a pocket pick, and especially we've seen it with Xycerrare a few different times before, but Agron is running straight into the fray. They will be repelled, at least for the time being, off to some of these paint shells. Xycerrare looking for a duel to win and maybe someone's soul to suck up in Garage, but Agron changing over. They're very low HP in this opening draft. Hilton will change over to A. Haven't quite picked our poison or position to go to, but look at that, just kind of creeping rat position by Ty. They're trying to see if anyone will poke up into sewer. They do see a few heads as well because the robot told them so.
Yeah, actually just going to be able to almost find one. Zorl going to be able to come around that corner, find the answer. Hilton was there for the trades immediately. Seems to be they were thinking about this A hit, but they're really just buying time for Xycerrare to move up 10 HP. You got to be careful because that Reyna kills and then she gets all that health back. Now going to be sitting with a lot of that effective HP, looking to find more of these frags. Being sort of a lurker this time around, as opposed to being your entry frag, just going on the lurk, looking for some different angles, trying to execute that way. Of course, C-Dubs be able to find one onto Ethan as well. They try and find some answers. C-Dubs finds another one onto Xycerrare, and now 2v2 onto this A site they go with 20 seconds left. Plant should come down, but after that, it is all up to the cards.
Ooh, see, you don't have to have the entry frag from Xycerrare if you do have some execution off of the raise. You will have the plant at least attempted. Agron not left with a lot of HP, and they don't have the same nom off of the Devourer to do the same thing that they can off of a Reyna. Paranoia will repel them backwards, like Yagami with very little health. So they have to play them very much around Raven Denova. They're going to be able to get one dink, and then they're sunk like Yagami survives with all of 5 HP. Finally, a pistol win for the Cybears.
It was close. It was very close coming through from SNHU to sort of hold the line there. But NYT, you know what? Starting off on the right foot, finding a pistol win, you can maybe get yourself a second round win here for yourselves. And I think that is what you need to do. You need to try and rely on some momentum in this situation. You had a really difficult defeat at the hands of SNHU last time. As we mentioned, 13-1 is more so a mental game than just losing a game straight up. You'd rather lose a game, I think, 13-11 in a lot of ways than a 13-1. It sort of crushes you at that. But in this situation, you can see going to be a tech pause really quickly. Lots of members just sitting towards this C site. Going for a gamble stack, and honestly, I like to see gamble stacks come through on round 2. That's sort of what you have to do when you are going up against the upgraded weaponry on the opposite side from NYT.
I wish my my ranked companions would be all into that, because I keep telling them, like, look, hey, let's just hang out together. There's no reason for you to force buy into this next round. Just chill. But no one ever listens to me. I get to watch these awesome players do it, and it seems to work sometimes, especially going into thrifties if they get them. But then they just never do it. Like, come on, Adam. How do I convince other players that this is how it works out? Because you could be able to just bowl someone over with a bunch of classics. It just seems to be able to good punch in the face as a good counterplay. And we are in the middle of a pause. I believe that we were looking at the PC on the side of the Cybears. It looks to maybe be fixed. We'll be with you in just a moment to continue on.
I like to see the crowd. The crowd's nice.
I like
that
that one
crowd
dude's
showing up at the BrookLAN Center.
Yeah.
We talked about their hair too, yeah.
That's the one that samurai cut on that guy right there. I don't know if he's browsing Reddit. He's having a good time though. Like, check him out. Having a great time over there.
This is vibing for the time being. You know what? It's you just gotta do your own thing for a little bit. Maybe he heard us talking about him on his phone. Wave to the camera if you heard us.
Oh no, he didn't.
Aw,
Oh,
we missed
yeah,
it.
we'll never get to know. All right, well, either way, as we leave away from our Naruto classic, Agron again is just getting very aggressive, and this is off of a triple swing that they're kind of bringing over here as well, seeing if they can be able to get not just the ult orb, but as well as just protect one another. And they're playing off of that gamble stack, but it seems that because of that, they're going to take over B. There's so much dark cover here. It's basically a haunted house trying to be spirited away, able to get themselves a quick change of costume. Hilton is just waiting to see if anyone's hanging out inside of this, but this is going to be a weird retake, especially with such a no-buy. Not even low-buy, just a no-buy.
It's a no-buy, as Raven Denova able to find Hilton on the way in. Fortunately, Xycerrare could actually get taken down by that right-click. Somehow, Ty's right-click does more than mine ever do. Raven Denova, though, just sitting on top here. So many dark covers, so many members just walking in as you mentioned, well, maybe the haunted house moving castle continues to move for NYT as they get themselves a second round win here. They're working well. You know what? They got double their rounds from last game. They're on the right track.
This is already a bazillion% better. I mean, I know there's an actual mathematical like 100% better.
100% better, yeah.
I know, but I like to think it's a bazillion because that's it, like even more momentum. But into that big save, there's gonna be a lot of armaments that are drafted up there. You're still gonna see some light armors because they will try for that util. You're gonna see Agron switching parts of the map. They're gonna be playing together alongside Hilton. That was kind of their running buddy for a majority of the previous map, and they're just making use of this, trying to get back to the Hunter's Fury as well, because that's going to be their counter to any of that entry on lockdown. But welcoming and expecting some of that pressure, a bit of conditioning side to side. Now they're questioning where all of the defenders may be at.
And Peachy just sort of holding the door here on C. Saw that Roomba at least come through. Gonna end up pulling the trigger on it too quickly, but all this util getting thrown out. That dart goes a little bit long though, not quite gonna spot it where Peachy is, but I think they're all too aware of where the Omen may be lying in wait. Push up from Ethan, trying to find any sort of angles. These shock darts as well are shutting it down as Peachy gets taken out. The swing through the smoke though is replied to by Ty, who finds two. NYT gonna have a lot of work to do. It's everyone from SNHU finding some kills here. It's gonna get that great post-plant play very quickly back on the site. They find themselves their first of the map.
Ty shouldn't be alive. Let's be real. I know that Spectre is terrible. In fact, I've not been playing with the Spectre more often than not, but still, that spray just did not ever make it over to that Killjoy. And Ty should have been dead. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, though, doesn't paint the round difference, as it ends up being SNHU. The Penmen are able to grab one. So we go into our classic outcomes of the first three into a 2-1. We float on the possibility of an operator, but that was on Ethan for all of a moment. He was having to trade up between being that initiator KO into a raise. So it's all about disruption on both of those agents. The only one with a ultimate ready to go is in fact Ty off of maybe a retake, and that's why they're playing near side C, because that's going to be one of the best positions to be able to just force NYT back. Looks like they're tentative about moving through this dark cover because that one's put down to give Agron some space, and they're going to get aggressive here, much to akin to their name.
Agron just going forward, finding one. Might be able to find another one here. Everyone's peeking at it one by one as Agron finds two. Hilton finds another. NYT shut down in their tracks. And now the jaws of the Penmen are going to come through. Normally it would be the jaws of the Bears at that point, but unfortunately... we're just shut down right in A lobby. You can see all three bodies just lying there in the same spot. The mass grave is there. Rest in peace to those Cybears there as Hilton finds the last two. SNHU had a little bit of a trip up at the beginning with the pistol round of the anti-eco, but now they're back off to the races.
When you know that off of an initial swing, especially because someone shoots out that owl drone util, that someone is right there, it's probably a bad idea to suddenly just share one brain cell and stack up, because that could have been a lot of collapse happening in a moment. It ended up being the only place that any of the Cybears ended up going into that A-Link, but, you know, here we are, the first four. It's starting to feel a little bit deja vu-y, except the last time it was, what, 4-0 in favor of SNHU, so a bit better as we do have a light buy. Marshals will be out from down and distance, and for the first time in a bit. Oh, man! Raven to Nova. I don't think Ty bought a shield, considering I think that was a body shot. So they hit the floor a bit early.
Yeah, there might have been a couple of other shots coming down as well, but incredible stuff come through. Hilton, though, a lot of residual damage already dealt here. Nice pickup onto Raven to Nova. Last shot's gonna go down, find another couple of tags, but Zeissrare has found two more of their own. NYT looking to hold serve, but Agron there to reply. There's no health on Light Yagami. There's no health on Ethan either. 2 HP and a dream as C-Dubs finds the spray transfer. SNHU back to their old tricks. Another round win for them. And now NYT, despite doing some decent damage there on their save round, still going to be down another round.
When it comes to just straight up these contact fights, it's been SNHU that has been able to win. When it comes to getting Zeissrare kind of infiltrated into the back line, especially in a weird way, kind of more of a lurk, like you mentioned, onto that Reyna, that's when they're finding the greatest value, getting them all the way back to be able to go and take down Hilton as he was putting some great damage down in distance with that Hunter's Fury. Gave them some a keen moment, but again, it wasn't their round exactly to win based off of the bye. We do go into a bye round up now for both sides. Gotta see NYT, they cannot continue to succeed all this damage, and they will be able to eliminate Xycerer off of a great trade with Agron.
Yeah, C-Dubs working off of their own utility really well. Peeks out right at the same time as the stun goes through. Breaches often like to set up for their teammates, but hey, C-Dubs says, I'm my own teammate. I can do it myself, and that's exactly what happens. Now, though, Rolling Thunder is available. This will clear out all of sight, prevents the plant from going down. It's on to 3 members here, and already that smoke is Hilton. Light Yagami has no answer. C-Dubs finds another one, and immediately everyone has to turn tail, try and find a way out. Will Ethan get out in time? Just barely avoids the lockdown with the spike, but there is a gallery set up in sewers, able to find one on to tie, but C-Dubs with another 3K. C-Dubs has had a fantastic time at the BrookLAN Center thus far.
Yeah, I think that between the first and the second map in just side, and was it 14 rounds plus 6, 20 rounds, they have 34 kills between both.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty decent, I'd say. You know, maybe they have a pretty good time in ranked, unlike me, but this is a squad that really runs behind C-Dubs. Controller, they are not this time, but they are, in fact, the giant Swedish meatball who's been finding so much momentum rolling off the table and guiding their squad to some good eating, especially with 4 in a row. Again, it's another save going into some Bulldogs. They will have the Empress popped. So I want to see if Cybear's going to be able to run behind that. Maybe they do have a better rifle, but they have just all of that awesome, what was that, aquarium kind of Bulldog? Gotta get,
Bulldog.
well, they got to be able to find some depth, especially onto the site.
Hilton is the one who, again, ends up going diving, finds that one. C-Dubs, though, finding 2 for themselves. Raven DeNova able to answer it with a Marshall kill once again, but the Omen versus the World. The spike is stuck up C-Long as well. No angle of approach, no real guns to pick up either, at least not in convenient locations. Agron, let's try and swing this one around. Great flick up from Raven DeNova there as Hilton. Now going to reconsider that angle of approach, but already pinching up is Ty, holding the short corner, jump peeking. Raven DeNova is going to get pinched in real quick here.
It will. That'd be kind of a slow regard. May end up
pinched in slowly.
They made TP over back to corner just so they can take a better position. They do put the dark cover down, and they may play for some close quarters combat off of that, but they have to get a spike. And they do have the From the Shadows. Oh, hey, we're going to use it. Okay, maybe not. You're kind of hurt. You're going to be tagged at least once before you go. And this is just so they can be able to get at least an eco plant. They're doing it right in open lane. Ty is not going to look at him as they just wait for the wiggle. But again, being squeezed in from either side. The pincer maneuver. Can Raven DeNova at least get one? They're trying to hide away, but they're just basically stuck, and they know they're on the back end of the site.
Raven DeNova going to try and teleport out. Actually, great angle coming down, but Ty going to be there to answer. Peachy saving that op as well. Will get the defuse. SNHU find their 4th round in a row here. Of course, this round will be a full buy for NYT. We need to see them fight back with a little bit more vigor here. Just sort of been put down. They've been thrown in the locker thus far. 10 men refusing to relent. They are a well-oiled machine, consistently finding picks when they need it most. Ethan, oh, that's a judge. This could get interesting real quick.
Double blast pack their way onto what? C? Is that where we're gonna go? Because they're gonna play. I would think that would be a bit better moving into garage, but they're not gonna play to some more close quarters off of window. Instead, they're just going to try and get on site in a hurry. They're at least going to try and protect. They are predicting that maybe they're going to have that triple swing that happened again. An operator is in the hands of Agron, who's all the way on long banana. But now you also have, what was it, the From the Shadows. Peachy's just faking it. I love that move.
Peachy just trying to throw a little bit of misdirection here, but Ethan's all the way back onto site. Showstopper is online. You fire it into the smoke, you find it. No roses here, Ethan says, and so much space afforded by this double duelist angle. You can see Xycerer is just pushing up garage, opening up space on the map, whereas Ethan is your traditional duelist, going in, being that first contact. But Hilton and C-Dubs are able to answer in kind here. Xycerer gonna find an answer onto Hilton. Raven DeNova as well getting on the board. As now sight, very difficult for SNHU to push through onto, but with 5 rounds to their name, they're looking for more. Ty gonna find one onto Xycerer, peeking once again. Gets another one onto Raven DeNova. It's a 3K for Ty. Kill Joy goes off here, and SNHU 6th round in a row for themselves.
Ty living up to the namesake of their agent, really just ruining what could have been a great time for the Cybears. And then even with advantage, there is none when it comes to great combinations, especially sticking together, going through garage, and then just pressing through that would-be spray and pray. But they do recover. They're going to be able to get that operator back in the hands. I guess it's going to rest with Peachy. I thought Agron was going to keep hold of it, but they're just going to be a bit more active with maybe a Blade Storm. They actually don't even need to use that. They're going to probably keep that for the last 2 rounds just off some fun ego, which this team has been plainly enjoying this game of Valorant. They did so in the previous one and went 13-1. This time around, they've grabbed 6 in a row. They're trying to be authoritatively making a statement and clicking the button to get themselves a ticket over to Texas for the CECC Finals. And of course, hey, you know, if they have to play into some big collegiate Valorant from there as well, hey, that's a great stadium for them to have to play from.
Exactly. And especially if their opponents could be sitting, 20 feet away from them with all those teams that are going to be there, which would be even more interesting. CVAL LAN only going to be 3 teams going to LA, but hey, a lot of them are going to Texas and they're likely to face against each other. So that might be interesting to sort of get a quasi-LAN experience where your opponents are sitting right down the aisle from you. Hilton is sitting right down the aisle from Zeisser as the Reyna goes down, but Ethan able to trade back in kind as we get a slow round. This is the first time where we haven't really seen all the bodies hit the floor within the first 40 seconds, I want to say.
As the course begins to ramp up, you know that's going to happen a little bit more often. Agron, even through the smoke, is able to get 1. They're playing so well behind C-Dubs, but Ethan finds 3. Quick double kill there from outside of sewers. Raven and Nova just trying to be able to get the spike down. Can they disallow a 7th off of the double swing? They can't quite get the transfer. Swing a little bit too far to the right, and Hilton will get their own 3K. And this is a hell of a day right now for the Penmen. NYIT, they had some good looks a couple times that they were cooking, but it was just with a small match, whereas it's been Kerosene and fire on the side of SNHU.
7 rounds in a row, and I mean, a lot of these times, it's still NYIT able to get the spike down, able to find some sort of angle of approach for themselves. But you can see it's 5 defuse wins every single time. SNHU have been great at retaking site. It is so hard for NYIT to hold the line for themselves. And now we consider what NYIT have potentially cooked up here. They haven't taken their timeout, at least in this game. I want to see when they opt to use it, because I think it is quintessential for them to try and find some different angles of approach here. Thus far, SNHU have just been an unstoppable force. Agron being one of those many heads of the Hydra that continues to fire on all cylinders. C-Dubs as well is going to clear out sight, why don't you, with your Rolling Thunder. And now all down to Ethan and Light Yagami to try and find some angles. But even still, not really going to be finding too much.
Trading some shock darts if they can. Hilton gets very aggressive. They're trying to find a 3rd up in the opposite end of A-Link. They are pinning back the Cybears. Oh my gosh. Every time that we see an ounce of momentum begin, Ethan is finally going to be taking a timeout in favor of NYIT, but SNHU, they're just having a blast. We get to see what I believe it was Ethan playing Moon Simulator, trying to hop with their double blast pack. And this is where we've now twice seen the timeout from outside of the first 10 rounds. They let the first 10 of 12 define the game, and whatever happens, they then try to have this team meeting respond, but they're just not finding any momentum after those first couple. It's been 8 in a row for SNHU.
It's a challenge to fight up against what seems to be an unstoppable force at this point. So challenging to find any real estate on this map. And SNHU, we have to applaud them for the performance. It has been spectacular coming through from them. They've had everything go in their favor. They've been able to win all these gunfights. They've been able to win 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s. We got the ace coming through from C-Dubs in the first map. We've gotten multiple 4Ks across both of these maps. It's hard to praise SNHU enough in this series. And for NYIT, they simply need to break through. They need to find any sort of hope, any sort of light at the end of the tunnel. Else, it will be the canary in the coal mine. At the end of it, they'll just be dead.
One final squawk for the boys in the back, but just not able to have their song heard for much longer. Look at this alt bank as well. We do have a lockdown that, if they can position it well, it does look like they're going to try and travel up into mid. Could create some space. Agron is trying to do the exact same thing as they've maneuvered all the way into that near A, and they're going to be looking for a flank already. Having to survive this blast. Zoro is just left to die because they can't get around it without getting shot as well. Xycerer being found off a flank from window, and the lockdown will be destroyed.
Spike down.
You can just see as soon as they build their castle, it gets crumbled down to pieces. Within 30 seconds, it is everyone from the side of NYIT eating the dirt. Lightstorm was 1,000,000,000% unnecessary as well, coming through from Agron. Just might as well pop it because you can. And now, final round. NYIT with 3 ultimates available, gonna have to try and make their execute stick. The one that I'm going to keep my eye on here is actually the Showstopper. There is a lockdown available. You can potentially push through and find the angle onto that. Of course, Hunter's Fury going to be great at holding some of these post plants. They just need to get that plant down on playoff side. I think that is their tools to succeed here. Each and every time we see NYIT try and hold site a little bit too long, and SNHU are just able to fire through on all cylinders. Ice-Rare, 31 HP already. Z-Dubs pushing up. Going to be able to find 3 already. So much for those ultimates.
C-Dubs is a automatic turret with legs. Came out of the garage, left, right, window. That was the combo on the controller. They hit 4 into this last round. It was a lesser arsenal in favor of SNHU over NYTs. They had to buy into basically a bargain bin, and otherwise, it's all of one round of difference. They're going to have to fight 3 times instead of just a couple going into the second half, but it's looking very much the same. It is 3 rounds away for the Penmen to just put their names on their tickets. They're going to be heading over to CECC very, very soon in Texas. We're going to have to play maybe the pseudo LAN against some stellar opponents and really prove that this execution they've done of the Cybears today is going to be able to stick. But Cybears, because time exists and the game is not over, there's still a moment. They just have to be able to find a streak of 10 of their own.
Have to find anything possible at this point. But 10 in a row for SNHU, an impressive feat at that. I don't think they got 10 in a row on the first map. It was sort of interrupted in the middle there, the win from the side of NYIT. So the fact that they've just been able to roll and continue to find these victories has been magnificent from them. The execute moving over to the C-side. Zoro already down to about 65 HP, but gonna get some decent damage down with those swarm grenades. About to get nerfed, by the way, in the next patch. So 3 days left of Killjoy being as strong as she is. Now, we have to see what NYIT's retake is looking like as SNHU. All 5 members up, all 5 members holding site.
Want to be picking your brain about that as well. Wondering maybe what will that lend other people to moving Sentinels wise. But otherwise, it's just post-plant holding. Peach is able to get at least Xycerer onto that again. Faded Lurk. Agron in the game, just trying to hold this one out. It's a shootout inside of Garage. On the window, C-Dubs lays another to rest. And not to be the same as Light Yagami comes out with their little black book, but they have all of 27 HP. The Paranoia comes in. They have that nearsightedness. A quick peek and pop. They're going to try and hold this site for as long as possible. Light Yagami left with an uphill battle. This will not be part of the 10 rounds in a row. They simply give up their life at the end of it. And those 2 will survive. So SNHU, well, they actually drop. So I didn't know if they were like out of the garage, like far enough.
It doesn't matter though, because you know what? They got the round win. They're going to be chilling moving forward. Agron picking up a Vandal, a couple of Bulldogs as well. NYT, they're forced to force. They are put into a situation where if you do not win this round, you are in big trouble. I think that's just sort of been the vibes for the last 3 or 4 rounds. They've been in big trouble for a while. They've been in hot water. The principal's office is calling them. You need to find rounds any way that you can. Stingers aplenty for NYIT. While it may not be the Stinger patch of old, it is still going to be quite a challenge for them to push forward. Ethan trying to find the angle, but shut down immediately. Ty getting one with the old machinery there as well in the Zoro. Light gonna find 1 kill. But it is slim pickings. Actually, not quite. Finds Agron as well. It's a Vandal down.
Oh, but then the spray down. It's Call of Duty style. Just running straight at him. That is C-Dubs, who has been the leader of this squad over and over and over. Need I say it? Over again for SNHU. Now into this 12-2. This could be the last time that we see the Cybears this semester competition, because right now, after that force, they are left to have to force up again. They've got to win. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. These kids got to get going. And NYT Cybears, they're staring straight across from 20-5 as C-Dubs. It took them a while to get activated, but they still have been able to be that tip of the spear, the most deadly part, and they have to be able to slam this door shut on this attack.
It's going to be a challenge for them nonetheless against these full loadouts from the side of SNHU as well. They are holding no victim hostage here. They will take every single bit of NYIT away with them. Thus far, they have done exactly that through the 28 rounds of Valorant we have played across 2 maps. They're looking to make it wraps, make it a closed story before 30 rounds even eclipse. Just opening up space, looking to push towards A. They don't like that angle. They're going to turn away, but look at how far up Zoral has pushed up, and Zeisser as well. I just pick on a Peachy, and that's at the very least getting some numbers in your advantage. Zoral, though, going to go down as Ty finds a nice swing, but 20 HP, not going to be the healthiest of Killjoys left remaining.
This is 4v4, so just going to keep them up and active. Zeisser waiting on the swing, but they will drop a couple. Agron is able to get rid of them, and they get another as well. It becomes a 2v2, and they don't exactly have a very healthy Killjoy. Agron is going to go for the plant, at least fake it. Double check, see if anyone's coming in through CT. Now with the dark cover, they won't tell straight up if anyone's coming down C long. The Blaze Storm is popped. Gonna have that light hero moment because they have plenty of time to work with it with this plan being down.
Spots him out. Blades 1-2 going to be used already. Finds all 3 into the head of Raven to Nova. And now it is down to Ethan, the IGL, the last member standing for NYIT. It will not be enough. Agron wins the series. You can see them celebrating. They are happy to go to Texas. They clear out NYIT with a convincing 2-0.
2-0 clears pretty well, especially with the limited function of a number of rounds that they allowed for the Cybears to be able to claim. They didn't even get the double digits between 2 games, let alone into this entire series. But congratulations over to SNHU. The Penmen will be moving on to the ECC Finals in the Esports Arlington Stadium in Arlington, Texas. They'll be able to move on. Did so with authority. ECC, you got yourselves a pretty convincing winner, champion, call them everything, because they deserve all the great titles that they've been able to acclaim. And this is, again, is a rivalry, Adam, that we've seen between these 2 schools. You know that this one's going to sting a bit going, for the summer break before they make it into the next semester.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for NYIT just to know that you were so close, but yet so far. And I think the main moral for them is, they go up against a formidable opponent in the SNHU Penmen, who obviously great success in CVAL, great success in this league as well. Now, you just hope if you're NYIT that they're cheering for their conference when it comes down to Texas, because that's what it's all about. Got to have that conference support at the end of the day. Know that, hey, this team has what it takes to beat you. They have what it takes to beat some of those other teams. And of course, very stiff competition expected in Texas as well. A lot of great teams lined up there. Of note, Northwood is going to be there. We've got St. Clair going there. We've got some Fisher, CPP Black. There's a lot of really good schools that are going to be present at that tournament. And SNHU want to show that they can mingle with the best of them.
Hey, they're going to have a chance to also tell us all about it. Maybe some game plans, or maybe just how they feel. After a short break, we're going to have an interview with one of the Penmen. Stick around with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Are you ready now? Are you happy now? Are you happy now?
Welcome back, ECC. It's a gun and interview time with one of our winners. It's 2-0 over the likes of the Cybears, SNHU, the Penmen. They really were able to stricken them down. Again, I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Rare Adam, but we have an interview with Peachy, as Peachy came in hot, heavy, and ready to go. Man, your squad just, look, 26-3 in total rounds in 2 games. How's the squad feeling? You guys came out with authority, just looking so good.
Yeah, we were so excited to be here, like especially with the Texas land on the line. We were hyping ourselves up the entire bus ride down. We had like 4 hours to ourselves. And we were talking about like how much we want this, how much we want to bring home another trophy. And being able to go to the CECC land is going to be an amazing experience for all 5 of us.
Yeah, and honestly, really good play from everyone on your team. You know, C-Dub's having performances of a lifetime in a lot of ways as well. But for I guess my first question here, you know, how does it feel to sort of be the champions at the end of it all, and what does it mean to your school and your program as well to be able to showcase your play at the next level now at the CCC LAN?
It's absolutely amazing to be able to do this sort of stuff. Like the fact that we're able to travel to lands now, like this is my second LAN ever here in New York. It's just, I don't know, it's kind of like surreal being able to travel and play video games in college. It's kind of like, it was my dream when I was little. But for the program as a whole, I hope like the fact that we keep getting these amazing opportunities to do all this cool stuff brings more people into our program, into our space. We always try and grow a community, and it's really awesome that like we get to showcase ourselves more and more.
Yeah, of course, you also have a qualification into CVAL Nationals as well. You know, sort of the big tournament everyone's been talking about as well in the collegiate space. What is sort of your mindset going into it, knowing not only that you've qualified for that, but you're very likely going to be playing games against other teams that are at CECC LAN, against them for CECC as well as for CVAL. What do you think that atmosphere is going to be like down in Texas?
I think it's going to be fantastic. Like I can't wait to meet a lot of these people in person. It's awesome being able to like talk to them online and everything, but actually getting to shake hands with some of these people is like a fantastic feeling. I know that we're going to be putting in a lot of time into practice in the next coming weeks because we really, really want to bring home more and more trophies, and obviously we want to go to more and more lands. So we want to try and go as far as we can into CVAL, and hopefully we take home another trophy out in Texas.
You know what? We can't wait to see you guys be able to maybe at least make those attempts towards to the big nationals, to CECC, even more for CVAL and all of your competitions. And I just want to know, because we're going to give you a moment, and you can treat this into a shout out if you want for your fans, your friend, your family, everyone out there. But also, what does it mean to you for these opportunities to exist? This is your second ever LAN. I mean, these people, they got to be behind you. You're also working alongside them. Just give me your overall vibe of everything there.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain like how awesome it is to like. I get to be here with my friends on a vacation. Basically, like finals have just ended. The stress is over for classwork. I'm here to have a great time with some of my best friends, and like it's nice to know that my family and my friends are watching at home, and all the people that I've met up here at SNHU. Like it's I don't know. I'm so excited. Like I just can't get the smile off my face. If I were to shout anybody out, I'd shout out all my friends, my family, anybody who's watching. I hope we put on a good show.
Hey, you know what? You guys did a dominant showcase today. 2-0, 26-3 in rounds, and just ultimately made a statement that you guys are here to play at this level in the conference and a national level. We cannot wait to see you go to Arlington, Texas to be able to showcase your skills there. Job well done. Enjoy the W's, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. It was an absolute honor.
Of course. Well, Adam, we got to see the awesomeness that is SNHU. They get quick work. I mean, just some put it in the chat, easy pickings, if you will, which means there's going to be a rivalry brewing, I would hope, for the going into the next academic term. But for right now, they're the ones that get to stand on the top of the Plymouth.
They get to enjoy the New York lifestyle, or I know they were talking about where they're going for dinner afterwards. Someone tossed in Nobu. I'm gonna be real. as a student myself, I don't know if they can afford Nova, but hey, if someone's footing the bill at the end of the day, you can have fun with it. But nonetheless, honestly, awesome stuff to see from these teams at the end of the day. Congratulations to SNHU. Looking forward to seeing them in CECC as well as in CVAL as well. Of course, yeah, awesome stuff just to be able to cast with you, and of course with everyone here at Esports U. Always love the opportunity to cast some great Valorant.
Of course, it's been awesome being with you in the booth, and I hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves because we still have more action for BrookLAN coming up next, 6 Eastern. That's EDT because daylight savings time is still a thing. We've got Super Smash Bros. Crew battles. In case you don't know how long that goes, it can go for a long time. So get ready. Cybears, maybe they can exact some vengeance on the other side, but it's going to be against Florida State University, and your casters of Kilomiles and Septilence will be guiding you there. Stick with us. It's going to be a little bit of a long break, about 20 or so minutes before we get there. Stick around with Esports U. We'll be back in just a bit.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the ECC East Coast Conference Smash Ultimate Team Grand Finals. I am Sepulence, joined by my great friend Clutch Key, and we are going to be jumping into this 3v3 crew battle, which in itself is a best of 5. So a lot of numbers being thrown around right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things being thrown around, at least for these two teams in the championship round for both of these guys. I mean, you look at their records, both of them only have one blemish at that, but a very interesting thing to note of as well. You look at the series between these two, and for New York Tech, it's kind of been a little bit of a bad day, I guess you should say, in the championship game for both Valorant, in the championship game for Overwatch as well. I know personally, I saw the Overwatch one go 3-0. That was an unfortunate thing. And then same thing, they lose to the same school, mind you, as well. So New York Tech's looking for, they both lose to the penmen of SNHU. So I think for New York Tech, it's about time that something happens to them that might be in a good way. And look, you go back in their schedule, and the last time these two teams had played against each other, you go back to March 15th, actually, where New York Tech actually won the series 2-1. So Florida State needing to play either revenge for this kind of thing because they had to make a little bit of a bracket run too. So I think New York Tech going into this is a little bit of the favorite. But as we go right in, 3, 2, 1, times here for these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got to be having a Terry versus Palutena in a circumstance that I think is going to be difficult for New York Tech to work with. Now, Satorian is an incredible Terry, don't get me wrong, but in reality, Otto playing this Palutena makes it really difficult to engage and to get close, which is, of course, where a close quarters combat fighter like Terry wants to be. The Nair train already picking up 67% with a forward air. Still going to fall short. Terry, desperate to get back on the stage, wants to play a center stage game clutch, but in reality, all Palutena has to do is keep your distance.
Yeah, just keep your distance, and right now, Palutena's playing for the edge right now just to make sure that you can get that little kick that you just saw to make sure that you got a little bit of range, right? And then right now, all Terry has to do is just try to go and right up to Palutena. That's going to be the challenge in itself for rather both of these guys. Either stay away from Terry or, stay as close as possible to Palutena. So either way, I mean, right now with Terry at 105, it's not looking great if there's a tilt smash coming up.
Not in the slightest here, Clutch. They're going to be able to get back up, just barely able to grab that ledge. Iframes keep them alive, but with that go meter just burning a hole in Satorian's pocket right now. It is wasted towards center stage. The spot dodge, desperate to get away from that grab, and here's the clutch combo. Balls off to the right side. The blast zone not close enough. 110 to 123. Short dodges the explosive flame, and now still can't get back in time. 133 to 110. Satorian keeping it close.
I mean, Satorian's keeping it really close right now, but Terry falling off the edge can't really get onto the ledge any further. But you still got Palutena at a 110, which is not too shabby here, at least the very first stock. And now that shield just goes back to full, and there's finally the go, but it's still not enough.
Not enough on the board yet. 137 online here in Florida State, looking to find a secondary stock before losing their first. In a crew battle like this, every single stock you have matters because they are an individual point. They are one step further. They are making your team in a better and better position. If Otto can win this with maybe 2 or even 3, the Miracle 3 stock, that could be huge for Florida State going into this, as they are the mathematical underdogs right now. For Satorian, this is a really difficult matchup. It's a blind pick going into set number 1, so the Terry playing Palu is not a spot you want to be in, but unfortunately, it's where Satorian is right now.
And I really like this stall game here from Palutena. Keep your distance, stall it, and make sure that you're just poking damage away, so all you need is one smash move to get that out. And so to get him out for another stock, and right in the championship game, you got to save every stock you can. And as we see Palutena hit the screen, look, that's not bad. You lose a stock, but you've got Terry to 89%. I would say right now, Otto's in the driver's seat immensely as of right now.
Yeah, I have to agree. Otto is really feeling comfortable in this moment. You've got your opponent nearly up to 100%, which against Terry is a blessing and a curse, as it does bring that go meter back online, as we see here with that final hit. Goes down for the down air, and I think that's going to be enough. Terry, one of those fighters, one of those Shotos that is not able to recover well off stage, and now a 1 stock advantage almost in its completion here. Can Otto win this with 2 stocks remaining? That can be critical going into the secondary matchup.
Yeah, it could be critical, and look, a big thing about this too is if you saw it right there, if Palutena can get a smash off of the ledge and then can even just make sure that Terry can't get back on, that's another stock save for you. So yes, the reason why you're seeing Palutena playing the edge is because she wants to be able to knock off Terry off of this edge and then play off of that, so if you get one hit, it's just over. You don't even need a smash to win.
Not needing that smash attack is exactly what Otto's looking for in this moment. A slow burn play style, but is it going to pay off? His taking percentages makes this notably harder. The accretion in value is not going to be able to find. And now NYIT Satoran barely able to make
Oh,
it back
there it
onto the
is.
stage, goes off ledge. Is that enough? Barely getting back up. Oh my goodness, frame perfect recovery. A full stock disadvantage state still.
Yeah, and that was super close. I thought it was going to be it, but right now, Palutena in a little bit of trouble because, again, you want to save as much stock as possible to get into the next round here. So for right now, Palutena's got to be looking at that 99 and got to be a little bit worried. You're up 2-1, yes, but you want to try to save that extra stock. Extra 2 would be immense as well for you. And right now, that's so far off the edge. You got to get a hit here, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and going into the secondary matchup with 2 stocks is so much different, right? Because you're only down by 1 point. There really is a world in which you might be able to recover and turn that fight around. You go in with only 1 stock against their 3,
Gotta get
and all
a
of a
hit
sudden,
here.
you kind of plan your expectation, right? It is going to be a close one from Satoran up into the explosive flame, and a clean starter victory comes out for Otto. 2 stocks left standing, and a very real possibility of success down the line if they can continue to play at this aggression. Florida State really coming out strong, as I got to scooch over to keep forgetting I need to be in frame. But that is Otto really showing up and showing off, losing a single stock. So Clutch, going into this next one, if they can get a forward air, forward air, forward air stock combo, if they can tie things up 2-2, they can fully begin to run away with this first set.
Yeah, and NYIT's got to figure this out right now that you cannot play a close ranged against a Palutena's that this good at keeping space, right? Palutena's going to be playing at least range for you, so you got to be thinking, play another character that can go range at the same time. Stop letting her get off the edge and then forcing you to go to the edge so that you get knocked off, and then Terry's just done nothing if you get 1 hit in. If that 1 hit happens, you're just basically gone, especially as far off the map as you are. So right now, you got to be thinking for NYIT, okay, I'm done with 3 stocks. She still has 2. If we can find a way to play a long-range character, I would say, a good friend of mine in the back, in the producing room right now, Colton, he's really good at Samus. And Samus right now, I would say, not a bad pick. Again, the range there, and you've got a lot of range characters in the arsenal that could possibly be it. But, Samus is not a bad pick for a lot of things. So maybe, I don't know the roster all too well for NYT, but if they have any ranged characters, here's where you pull it off right here.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think that's going to be pretty critical as well, because you can only bring 3 players into the first matchup, right? You can have more on your team, but I believe you have to kind of confirm which 3 are playing. Hopefully you have them spamming out over a cross or a vast outbreak of what we see in the traditional heroes. Okay, we've got Terry. We've got a close quarters fighter. We've got a Shoto out of the way. I'm right there with you. Do we have a projectile player? Do we have a Belmont? Do we have a Link? Do we have a Pikachu even? Like a Ness, not exactly projectile with the point stance. It's new and it's weird and it's different. Pyramithra, I think, Clutch here, is going to be a really fascinating position because Pyramithra can play mid to close, but there is no long range, right? So Palutena, she can play that same game of existence of, I'm just going to time you out. I'm just going to rack up the little bits of damage I need until you're close enough for a forward tilt or an explosive flame, and then I'm going to take you off the table. It's as simple as that. I think Otto can really get away with that again if this Pyramithra is not played perfectly.
Yeah, again, you talk about mid to close, right? And I think if you're playing at least a little bit more mid away than just close, again, and at least Pyramithra, you have a little bit more of a chance to get to the ledge. So the ledge game is a little bit better here, I would say. So for right now, this matchup is going to be very interesting to see, at least for Florida State side, if they change it up and we see a Sephiroth instead.
So the longest sword in the sword fighter world steps into the arena here, Sephiroth. I think this makes notably more sense than Pyramithra. As you mentioned, Pyramithra, they were a little bit better at recovery, but still kind of on the lower of the tier list, right? Sephiroth, though, homie can jump 5,000 feet in the air and be perfectly fine. The 1-wing recovery post 100% really does come in hand for Sephiroth pretty consistently, and I'm curious if that is the matchup we're getting. Palu versus Sephiroth would be something that tends itself in a unique manner, right? Because Sephiroth is one of those characters, he's got that DLC privilege, but Palutena, a character notorious for no matter who she's going to fight, she's going to play the exact same way. It's going to be explosive flame. It's going to be nair. It's going to be an off-ledge kind of poke play style. Can Sephiroth crack through that? Oh, excuse me. Or will it instead be Palutena's Otto, or Otto's Palutena walking away with another victory?
Yeah, and so Palutena right now, and give credit to Florida State as well. They are, even if they're on the same coast as BrookLAN, they're still playing virtually here, and NYIT is the only one that's playing at the LAN right now. So, right now you take a look at this thing going on, and so right now for New York Tech, 3-2 the stock line, right? But the good thing is here for Otto at the very least, you still have 2 stocks to work with, and you were up 2-0. So you can play a little bit more comfortably here, knowing that even if you, look at the players remaining at the top, 3-2. Now you're playing that ledge game yet again. Maybe the longest sword, but it still plays the same way where Palutena can just play the range, and that sword don't reach all too far.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing kind of a weird interaction from Percival, one of the strongest players from the NYIT roster. We'll be seeing them in solos later today, the team captain of the New York Cybers, and I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing a lot of this deflect, a lot of this neutral special charge as the black hole goes out, removes you from the blast zone and makes it harder to recover. Palutena falls too little too low, and already Otto going to be losing that first stock. Percival 1 stock away from fully tying us back up 2-2.
Yeah, Percival off to a running start here, and you like the way, like you're saying, that black hole, that you like the way that you time that out, right, for NYIT, and Percival could be very well your turning point. Maybe New York Tech was playing very early on just to get maybe a feel of what they were, Florida State was going to play, especially, again, this game went 2-1 the last time they met in March, so I mean, this that first round could have just been a feeler, if anything, but already at 87%, this Palutena really needs to make up some ground, especially already down 2 stock. Could even be a third. That was close.
Yeah, that was almost a devastating shot, but barely able to make it back up onto the stage is what matters most. If Otto can take 1 stock off the board of Percival, they can at least say they did their part. Not only did they take down their opponent, but they made the gap just a little bit wider for the secondary member of Florida State. And Florida State is no stranger to beating NYT. Like you said earlier, they lost 2-1, but they had the 1 on the board. They had put NYT down even just that 1 series. And if Otto can find even that 1 stock onto Percival, they increased their chances of being able to do that again here at the ECC BrookLAN Finals.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Otto's already got, I mean, is only at 64. I say only 64 because New York Tech really needed to make that a little bit closer. For Percival, at the very least, you needed to make that closer, or rather, to more in the red zone. Now this is the one you want, right? 86. If you can get away with having 2 stocks here, that's big. That basically ties you up.
Yeah, you're basically going to be tied up here in just a moment, and as Florida State tries to find that space back up.
There
Otto
it is.
trying desperately to live long, but cannot live long enough. Will go down, removing 1 stock from Percival. So a pretty critical opportunity there is found from Otto to find that stock. A 3 stock there, all it would have done was tie things up and completely delete Otto's efforts of giving a lead to Florida State. Finding just that 1 stock there, clutch, was clutch, if you will, for Florida State to keep that advantage moving forward.
Yeah, and I think for Percival, at the very least, again, we were talking about behind the scenes, right, how Percival could very well be like a game changer for NYIT.
Yes.
So far, it's looked true, right, for Percival on the Sephiroth. So now, what do you do for Florida State against the sword now? The sword and the magic power of Sephiroth, at the very least. What do you do against them? For Florida State, I mean, you have the long range. Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe you go to something similar to a Sephiroth. And again, I'm not too familiar with the lineup, but do you think there's something in mind, maybe for something that kind of runs you kind of mid somewhere?
Yeah, so Sephiroth is really interesting because, as I talked about earlier, he can be kind of a close quarters, and then he can get away with playing a mid, even to a long, depending on the utilization of that black hole and the consistent counter as well, something we did not see from Percival even a single time. I'm not the least bit afraid to admit I don't know a lot of Sephiroth matchups. I don't play him. I often don't find myself running into him. He's really found himself becoming a bit of a niche. I know upon release, people were like, oh, he's so super strong, and then as the more DLC characters continue to be released, it was like, okay, wow, these guys are strong. Sephiroth is all right. So he kind of fell to the wayside a little bit, but I think personally what I would do here is I would play probably a Link. Maybe regular Link, maybe young Link, just a heavy projectile-based character could really go a long way because Sephiroth, like I said, tries to play close to mid, can play long, but will lose the projectile duel if you bring out a projectile of your own. Back to your Samus comment, someone we don't see super often is Samus. Could she work here? Possibly, depends who's behind the wheel. But I think if you want to go for traditional projectiles, you're looking at Simon and Richter, you're looking at any of the Links, just trying to keep your distance. Even a Duck Hunt here could go crazy.
And Payne is going to go in next here for Florida State. So Payne is going to, we're going to see what Payne brings to the table here for, at least for NYIT side, right? I mean, new stage, although it doesn't really matter. I love the Animal Crossing map. I just got to say that outright. The Animal Crossing map is one of my favorite ones to just watch and see all the characters in the background just waving at you. But anyways, you're looking at what Florida State's going to bring out. And I mean, for Percival against the Sephiroth looked really good. And this is a game of attrition now. I mean, Otto, Otto had 2 stocks. I mean, now Percival's got 2 stocks remaining as well. This is going to be a game of attrition. I think it goes down to the final. I mean, you're going to have maybe a 1 stock advantage, if that. I think this goes down to the wire to the very end here because the way these 2 teams are playing right now, especially, again, the battles that are happening and the fact that either way has gone 2 stocks, I kind of like the way that this is going to play out for a championship series, especially, I mean, again, you go back to March 2-1. I mean, this is going to be a pretty good true series here.
There's signs of life back in March, and hopefully they've made their way all the way out into April here. But this is fascinating because, as you mentioned, Florida State, they are up by only a single stock, and it is up to Payne to try to make that stock worthwhile, to try to make that stock something, because Percival could come out in the same way they did with Otto, find a stock in the first 15 or 20 seconds, and then all of a sudden you are truly tied up 2-2 on your second fighter, and that's where things can get scary. But
Hero.
Clutch, I almost said this, and I wish I would have, because I would have seemed like the smartest man in the entire world. The only way to beat a DLC is with a DLC. And one as random as Hero brings a whole new pool of possibility to the table here for FSU. This is RNG at its finest.
Yeah, I mean, Hero, very interesting. I mean, again, one of the DLCs, so DLC versus DLC, and you've got, at least for right now, I mean, Otto, again, having to play that little bit more range, but Hero can kind of get you in and a little bit more quickly, might I add, as well. And you've got that lightning strike as well. So, I mean, for at least for Payne right now, it's kind of not looking too bad, especially in already, 20 seconds in, you've already got the 50, but Percival's brought it right back.
Yeah, Percival doing a great job utilizing the length of that sword, not using any projectiles is what that bounce is used for there, making it difficult. Misses the heal, tries to find Kaboom, and falls short of that as well. Short hop back here, no purchase from Percival, but they've definitely found themselves in a winning position. A perfect parry comes out to grab into a forward throw, just trying to make that space now. Heal tries to be found once again. They give up on it, trying to get that B meter, but you've only got so much MP to work with, and you've got to save some of it for a recovery. Secondary bounce pick is not something we see often, but I really like that pick from Payne because it makes it impossible for Percival to use projectiles. Has to play up close and personal, and it costs them critical plays like that one, going down 3-1 against Payne. There's a huge opportunity of a lead for FSU.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, even if it's at 112 already, you're looking at just the way that this hero is playing quick, aggressive, and you like the way that they're playing right up against the Percival. Not very, not kind of conservative, but still that stock loss is, I mean, I think that's huge, at least for New York Tech, because you get a stock out and it's not exactly a 3-0 that you would like if you're Florida State.
Yeah, not the 3-0 you're looking for, that's for sure. And Percival, if they're able to find the second stock, they can keep themselves one stock in a disadvantage, which is where they've been since the beginning of this series so far. Great combo there, going to be able to take 60% on board with full MP in line. What a platform catch, a luck of the draw for Payne. Speaking of RNG, the timing on the platform is darn near perfect. Heal comes up, Percival goes down, and now trying to make that space once again accelerate, returns Payne to the stage, looking for center stage control, right into the Thunder Strike, and Percival might have to say goodbye to this third and final stock. No purchase on recovery, Zoom up and running. What goes up must come down, and Percival trying to knock it out of the park, however, just cannot move fast enough right now. Neutral B in, eats the shield, forces the menu close, another heal, no purchase, 141, full rage Sephiroth, a terrifying opponent, but the shield game, the patience from Payne has been impeccable, and just because of that, Payne should be able to take down Percival here. It is a return, but I do believe, Clutch, it is a delay of the inevitable. Percival falls, and Florida State 2-stock advantage right now.
Yeah, and a perfect play there. Again, you love the way Hero played there, especially at the end. The side slash going into the ledge guard was absolutely beautiful for Payne. So at the very least right now, again, now New York Tech on their final player here, or their final character coming up now. And it's 5, if you're looking in stocks, it's 5-3. So New York Tech's got to play perfect here if you want an even matchup. And for New York Tech right now, going down is not an option here. You lose a stock, it's not looking good for you, especially the way that we've seen these last two play out. All the games so far have been 2 stocks to nothing at the end. So you lose a stock here. It's not looking good for, at least for maybe for New York Tech going into this, especially if you go into that final player 3-2.
Yeah, I think best case scenario, the remaining player from NYIT can lose 1 stock.
Yes.
If you go into the last matchup with 1 stock, you're done.
Well, that's.
But
I mean, I wouldn't say
2,
best case scenario.
Possible.
I wouldn't say best case scenario. Your best case scenario is not losing a single stock.
Worst case scenario, you lose a single stock. Yeah, ideally you just lose 0. That's the real objective here, like you said. But taking down 5 without losing a single one is a very difficult task. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? Of course not. We respect statistics here on the desk. We do want to acknowledge that it will be difficult for these teams to find value and to find success with a single player to take down essentially 2 players on their lonesome. But I've seen it before, and I'm sure there's a possibility we can see it again. It all comes down here, Clutch, to who it is coming out from NYIT. We didn't get a full roster going into it, so we're kind of waiting for a bit of a play here, and it's DLT King from NYIT. Unfortunately, I do not know who they play off the dome, but we know they're going against a hero, which in its own right is already a difficult task.
I have a feeling right now that the first 2 letters might give it away of DLT DLT King's name of DL, excuse me. Maybe it's a DLC character. I mean, you said it before, right? Maybe DLC got to play against
nice
DLC.
hypothesis.
First two letters, maybe. I would love to see, maybe, I don't know, maybe.
Ain't no way.
Oh, it's a Little Mac. Okay. Oh, no. Yes, it is a Little Mac.
It
Okay.
better not.
All right. So Little Mac taking on Pain. Interesting. And Seth is shocked.
That is certainly now. Don't get me wrong. Little Mac is a character in the game Smash Ultimate. He is one of the characters of the game. He is traditionally, public opinion, one of the worst. So this is going to be very fascinating. Cannot play offstage at all. The second you are offstage, you are dead. That is almost a shoo-in. That is almost a guarantee, which requires you to play a center stage game. The problem with that is that's exactly where Hero likes to be. Hero, one of those notorious all-arounders, has the opportunity where if he goes off stage, the closer to the blast zone he is, the higher the opportunity he has. The one ability that shoots him straight up into the air. Might be called Zoom, might be called Bounce. I don't remember the name. I don't play Hero. But the point stands that he can recover from off stage. He can recover from center stage. He can recover from below the stage. Little Mac can't do any of that. Little Mac can only exist in center stage. He is almost rooting his feet into the ground and praying for the best case scenario. This is not a shoo-in to be lost, right? But this is going to be incredibly difficult to win.
Yeah, but I mean, DLT King, I mean, if you're playing a character that is regarded as not good, you must be pretty damn confident to play this. You must be pretty damn confident. And if you can build up that KO bar pretty quickly, at least for Little Mac's side, you can get rid of that stock early on and make sure that you're playing him in a 1v1. Look, Hero still got to play close for a majority of this kit. So, I mean, if you're thinking that Little Mac can play you a little bit more closely, then for right now, I'm thinking that maybe it's not the worst pick in the world.
It really might not be. Sorry, I was giggling at the offstage kamikaze. He could have just gone out for the, jumping offstage, but really wanted to go out in style. Put a couple style points on the board there, and already DLT King finding themselves in a disadvantaged state. I mean, Pain is going to be in a comfortable position of keeping Little Mac at an arm's distance, and when they're not, that is at Pain's kind of decision-making and Pain's opportunities to let that Little Mac get in close enough to utilize certain moves and abilities. 41 to 46, a one-stock disadvantage, and things are already looking more bleak for DLT King than I would want. A phenomenal read of the double jump into Snooze off stage. KO meter up and running, barely makes it up through the recovery, and this has got to be, you've got to be careful because if your KO punch is scripted, it's easy to avoid.
Oh, there it
just
is.
like that, Keegan. That is a devastating opportunity against DLT King, and that is a stock completely off the table. Things looking bleak for NYIT in this moment.
Yeah, okay, so now we go to your best worst case scenario, right? You lose a stock, but it's not too bad. You've still got two stocks to play with, but just this hero play is unreal from Pain right now. Just making sure you either keep your distance, but your shield usage is also really good for you right now. And, I mean, the way they're using their MP still, I mean, it's still down to, what, like 70? It hasn't gone below 50 this entire game, so you've got at least the whole kit to use, and they're not using it with, I mean, they're not using it exponentially, right? They're just using it with ease.
Using it with ease indeed here, and already, I mean, if Pain wins this one, takes these two stocks off the table, we won't even see Florida State's third player in this first primary matchup. That neutral B charge goes out low and slow, 3 successful hits in a row. Oh, what a read! A phenomenal punch comes out from DLT King, but even that cannot get Pain off the stage far enough to enter that blast zone and that cold void known as losing that first stock. Double punch comes out. No abilities online, has to use that MP to get back up.
Yeah, and for Hero right now, at least you know that you're not going to try to, that Little Mac may not try too much to kind of ledge guard because, like you were saying, Little Mac doesn't really have all that good recovery, so at least you know that you're not going to get ledge guarded all too much. Oh, but that's really bad news getting up smashed like that.
Terrible news getting up smashed in a moment like that, losing that second stock before even taking one off the table here. But I've got to say, Little Mac, as I mentioned earlier, opinionated wise, one of the worst characters in the entire game and one to really be difficult with. But I always do praise the people that play these off-kilter characters because it's not something we see often. It's often something your opponent might not be prepared for. Double punch comes out, a phenomenal 31% combo. DLT King really starting to get warmed up. The question is, Keegan, is it too little, too late in a scenario like this? As Pain, you take them down, and that's out of the frying pan into the fire. A third player of FSU around the corner. You've got one stock remaining, and that's assuming you win this matchup first.
Yeah, but right now you've got that KO meter 85%. This would be the perfect time to get it. So down one stock, you need a miracle run here, and even that, you still got to get rid of Hero right now. And this Little Mac just kind of looking left and right, just kind of pacing around to see if they can get that KO. Maybe pull out what Hero's got, but remember, Hero's got still more range than you.
Oh. I mean, notably more in every definition of the word. The recovery goes up. The whirlwind sends him away, and now as DLT King rolls right back up on the stage, it's becoming notably predictable that DLT really likes to roll back up onto stage. The recovery goes up. There's the dash, using all of that mana. You've got a huge opportunity here as Pain does not have a lot of mana to work with, will not be able to cast a majority of those RNG spells. DLT tries to take it out of the way. 122 knows the patience and the confidence they have to have in this moment. Snooze goes up, DLT down, and that is a sleeper play if I've ever seen one. A phenomenal shot from Pain wins series number 1 for Florida State.
Wow. I did not think that would be the ending to this one. I did not think that would be the ending to the series. 3. I mean, that was disgusting. I mean, that was nuts to get the snooze off. And yeah, again, Little Mac with no recovery unit whatsoever. All you got to do is hit him with the Z's. Hit him with the Z's. Just let him sleep and tuck him into bed. Go bye-bye. So
a literal ZZZ play.
a literal
ZZZ play. Absolute sleeper play. But I mean, I've got to say, really well done. I think the hero pick is really unconventional and weird. You can barely see him, but I am a certified Olimar player, top 10 Olimar in Ohio. So I really do like playing those off-kilter characters, right? I think that's where I get a lot of my fun in this game. You know, I play Piranha Plant, I play Olimar, and I've really got to respect the people that do what I do because it is hard to win, right? I'm certainly not great with Olimar. Like, it's very difficult to play characters that are intentionally not as strong as others, but to come out with a Little Mac and to go toe-to-toe with a character as notoriously broken as Hero is often considered, it's quite impressive, and I do not want to take that away from DLT there.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you're talking about Olimar. I'm just wondering where. I mean, Overwatch is on the Switch too. Everybody knows me as an Overwatch person. I'm just saying, where's the Doomfist? You know, Doomfist could be very good here. You know, I mean,
when the rumor was announced that Tracer was going to be in Smash, I was very excited.
I was excited as well.
Because they announced Overwatch 2 on the Switch the day before the next Nintendo Direct, where they were announcing a DLC character.
Yeah.
So everybody was like, oh, it has to be. It has to be an Overwatch character. Why would they do those things so back-to-back if it wasn't? And then it wasn't. So unfortunately, that is not the world we get to live in, but I'm right there with you, Clutch. I wish we had one. I think that'd be very cool.
Oh, man. It would be so cool to see that in. But now, I mean, okay, so now go back to the game itself right now. You've got a 1-0 lead for Florida State right now. And Florida State, this could very well be a turning point, right? Florida State got their win. But again, New York Tech had a 2-1. But maybe Florida State has defeated their demons. Maybe there's something about this game that Florida State could very well just handle for a 2-0, right? So now if you're New York Tech, I mean, what do you do? The best thing you can do is kind of adjust your lineup maybe a little bit.
Right.
To kind of maybe, I mean, yes, the Palutena worked, but maybe you move the Palutena down just a little bit because against that Little Mac, I mean, you ran it pretty well, but I mean, Palutena, the start was good. At the same time for, I mean, New York Tech, you still have a very, I mean, or I'm sorry, Palutena wasn't the one. It was the New York Tech guys that ran the, what's it called? The Sephiroth, excuse me.
Terry
Sephiroth, and then it was Terry into Sephiroth into Little Mac at the end. So maybe if you're New York Tech, you're looking for a little bit more range characters, I would say.
Yes.
So maybe you're looking to see if you can get that Sephiroth in, but no, it's going to be Kazuya versus Meta Knight. Very interesting.
Yeah, Kazuya versus Meta Knight, and I really like the swap we're seeing from Percival as Kazuya does continue to be one of the strongest characters in the game, notorious for his hit ability. But as we see Otto, bringing in the Meta Knight, another off-kilter, very unconventional pick, one that I don't expect to be seeing very often. We are certainly not in the days of Brawl any longer, and I think Otto may be learning that the hard way here is, I mean, one hit from Percival so far has done 19%.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you're looking at just yeah, he's just not getting close enough, but I mean, still, this is just again, I like to say this, but it is really a battle of attrition. Who's going to drop their guard? And I mean, that grab is really nice as well. Then I can also play Kazuya off the edge, but I mean, they both have wings. So either way, they're going to be able to get back up on the ledge, but they're just fighting each other with just basic attacks right now.
You know, it's funny as well, Clutch, because you mentioned, you know, did New York Tech during the break kind of learn how to fight their demons? Well, instead of fighting them, looks like they harnessed them and trained them. They sent in a demon to try and win this against Florida State. So bringing in that Kazuya, a really exciting matchup as 122 will take Otto off stage. Just a really unfortunate directional input. I think the DI not working well for Otto in that moment. Meta Knight, you know, one of the lighter characters, all things considered. And right now, I think Percival is actually trying to exploit that. Another combo sweep off stage brings Meta Knight down. Does not go for the 2-frame, however, which is really interesting. I believe the Kazuya down smash would catch Meta Knight on that recovery, but I guess, you know, we'll live and learn and see if we see that play later down the line. A full stock advantage for Percival, and with the current playstyle we're seeing, might be more than a one stock lead in just a moment here.
Yeah, it might be, but I mean, that drill rush for the side smash might have, or side move rather, might have been really good for that Meta Knight because now you even up the percentages a little bit, but you still have that stock advantage going for Percival at the very least. And look, I think Percival went second, I'm pretty sure, for New York Tech.
Yes,
so that
correct.
lineup change for New York Tech could have been really, really good here, especially the 1-0 right now. The one stock lead. If Percival can get another one out, I mean, you would be going up 3 or 2-0 still if that were the case. But right now, just going out to the side and kicking them down to the curb to the right side of your screen. And again, Florida State with Otto just with no answer for Percival right now.
Yeah, poor Otto just constantly being knocked away by Percival time and time again. A 3-stock here would almost guarantee NYIT this series. We'd need a miracle run from Florida State to try and turn that around. 9 stocks to 6 is unbelievably difficult to come back from. And right now, Percival looking for a play just like that one. The opportunity comes out. The slam goes down. The up smash there to boot, but it's not going to be able to find a connection. Side special comes out. There's a grab into the close quarter combo, the close camera combo. 150 full rage Kazuya, one of the scariest people to try and get back onto stage against. I'm waiting for that neutral B laser to come out, but it might be an A smash combo. My favorite Kazuya combo, A. It does 98% if you hit every single one. And right now, Percival trying to make that work. 151 full rage. Now or never. The 3 stocks still possible.
I'm thinking, wait, off the map. Can he get? Yeah, I'm just thinking Percival just sweeps him underneath the leg right now. Just, maybe not, but I mean, the kick has been the killer for the last 2 times, so maybe this could very well be it. But I mean,
see, but now the flip has been scripted.
Yeah.
Wait, shucks.
Wait a minute.
The script has been flipped.
Oh, there it is.
Percival's the one that gets stuck off stage. Percival's the one that's not able to control center stage, and all of a sudden Otto found the win condition in that moment. The problem, you took them down 157-0, but they're back at 0, and they're a lot harder to knock away. And Percival using those iframes to find that success. You lost 1 stock downside, but bright side, you only lost 1 stock.
Yeah, and you only lost 1 stock, and in the end, you get the tilt smash up. So it's very nice for Kazuya to get the very, very good win for Percival at the very least. So that Meta Knight pick was very interesting, I would say. Like you were saying, we don't really see Meta Knight all too often. So I think maybe Florida State's game is to maybe play the unconventional, maybe. I mean, both of these sides have really been playing unconventional. So, I mean, at least for New York Tech side, right? Little Mac was a very interesting pick, I should say. Interesting. And so, I mean, we've also been told that all of NYIT can play Kazuya as a fun fact. So
that's the confirmation there. Percival, the last player to prove it on stream. So now we know the entire NYIT roster able to play Kazuya in a lot of critical moments. Like I mentioned, Kazuya, a relatively easier character to learn, a difficult character to master. So to bring him out in a grand final like this really does show the confidence of we are an all-rounder team. We can play whoever we have to find success. And they've proven that in the first matchup against Florida State. But can they continue to prove it? Only a 2-stock lead right now. Not as many as you'd often expect, or as you'd often think, rather.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Percival, again, this is the same story that we've seen the last 3 out of the last 4 matches. To put it simply, if you're up 2-0 to start, you're looking pretty good to win the series. So, I mean, right now for Florida State, this is, I would say, the key here. You need to clean house here. You need to go 3. You need to go 3-0 in this next match. Otherwise, it gets significantly harder.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I do want to mention, you guys are probably looking at that black screen in the middle. You're like, what's going on? Where's the game? We lost the feed. We're getting that fixed for you guys in just a second. That should not take very long. And while we're sharing behind the scenes things, if you see me continuously looking this way, this is where my player notes are. So if you see me typing things, I'm just making sure I have everything written down for the players. I promise I am paying full attention to all of you, to all of these wonderful players. But Otto versus Percival does not end as Otto wants it. We have to say adieu to Otto in series number 2 here. And as Percival does find only a 1-stock deficit, going into this next matchup, Clutch, there is a world where Kazuya can win this, right? As we saw, Kazuya winning a 3v3, only losing 1 stock. Who's to say they can't do the same here? 3v2, you only lose 1 stock. You go up against the 3rd player with 1 stock. Not great, but good thing you've got 6 reserve stocks behind you. That is the best case scenario right now, is other than, of course, wiping all 3 and 9 stocking, which is so unbelievably rare, but trying to take as many stocks off of this 2nd player is the critical play.
Yeah, and doesn't it feel like the very first fight always seems like the most critical for you, especially stock-wise? So you always want to put your best player first. So right now, Percival looking to be one of the best players. I guess for NYIT, they feel confident enough that Percival can get that stock out, which they were correct on. They get the 2-0 at the very least. Now you know it's Kazuya who's on the other side of it. It's going to be a Zelda instead.
This is fascinating. Now, I'm not sure which player we're looking at, but obviously we do know that it is going to be Zelda coming into the ring here. Now, Zelda has her Shadow Knight. She has her Teleport. She has her Reflector. A lot of this can work against Percival and against this Kazuya build and making it difficult to find success on. Going to be able to leg drop himself right off stage and enter with that 2nd stock. A tri-plat here could work well for Percival, I think, and an opportunity trying to get that opening hit, the opening strikes, and avoiding things like that Shadow Knight, like that lightning kick. This is going to be a very slow game, I think, from Percival. You've got to play patiently until you get close. Then you get to fully collapse on your opponent, and that's what they're looking for. A third Shadow Knight interrupted. We see the win condition for Karif, but right now it is not working.
Yeah, Karif has only dealt 6% so far, and this Zelda not looking great, already 104%, so Kazuya already down, knowing that situation. I mean, if you would only lose 6% and you're able to get this out, and there's the tilt up smash. It's 2-2, and it's barely any damage done to the Kazuya so far for Percival.
Yeah.
You're loving the way NYT Percival is playing right now.
You have fully tied this up to the point of taking a percentile lead. You tied your opponent up to 2 stocks. You are a complete extra player in the lead right now in NYT, looking for another stock. This Kazuya combo, that A spam, I can't remember what it's called, but you literally just hit A 12 times, and it does between 80 and 100 damage. Footstool disrupts Percival's approach, has to get back into center stage. The Shadow Knight finally finding purchase, and all of a sudden, Percival catching a lot of damage. It's the quick Shadow Knight into that neutral B charge. It's making it difficult for Kazuya to approach. Gonna be able to bait out that secondary attempt, and looking for that time to strike. 91% online into a punch.
Yeah, and I like the way Percival's playing, right? Up close and personal, although that fire might do
Close and
it.
personal.
Yeah, up close and personal, just getting a little bit like, hand-to-hand combat, but in that case, the Shadow Knight just absolutely says, I will protect the princess at all costs. But you still
Can't protect her forever.
You can't protect her forever. I mean, that smash is very nice, and the Shadow Knight isn't fully recovered just yet, so that's why there was a little bit of damage done there. But the lasers are just going to keep pushing him out, and it's right now Kazuya just...
I can't believe he's alive.
Yeah, this Zelda at 164 right now. Very impressive to just be even breathing. Oh, but never mind. There it is.
Yeah, a great roll in, dodges the Shadow Knight. I cannot believe that Karif survives 2 lasers in the blast zone and returns to the stage. Unfortunately, it was just a delay of the inevitable. And Percival, even if you've lost this one, you've put your team into such a good position. There's still an opportunity to win as well. Short hop lightning kick does not find purchase for Karif, and with another Shadow Knight, the air dodge in. Phenomenal read from Karif, who it feels like they're really starting to wake up, starting to play the game a little bit. The question, Keegan, is it too little too late?
It might just be, but this would be devastating. There's a chance, I would say, if Karif can get this last stock out of Percival to win this set, technically, I mean, to win this game, technically speaking, if Percival can bring it out, if Karif can get it out, Florida State's got a chance. If Percival gets this, oh, there it is. Okay, so now what I was going to say is, now Karif has put Florida State in a much, much better position than if Percival won that fight against Karif with 1 stock still remaining. There's still an air of possibility, but now it gets significantly harder. You're not down 2, I mean, you're going to be down 2 stocks, not just 1 anymore. So this gets a little bit tougher now. And for Florida State, I mean, you're coming up on 1 more player here, and this has got to be, I would say this has got to be an MVP, a phenomenal performance coming up from Florida State, because they have to take care of, what is it now, 6 straight stocks, except for what could be 6 straight stocks if Karif doesn't pull off the near impossible here.
Yeah, Karif, I think, there's of course, the goal is to go out and get 6 stocks without losing 1, but on Zelda, on a lot of characters, I think that's very unrealistic. I think the real goal is to find as many stocks, minimum 1. Even if you find 1 stock, you breathe a breath of fresh air into your extra teammate there. They have to find 5 stocks. No, it is not easy, but look, Percival just did it. Clearly, it can be done if you play your cards correctly, but Florida State, whoever they send in next, like you said, it would be a guaranteed, just complete and total MVP matchup. The next player from NYT is going to be Satorin, our first player of the day, who brought out a Terry in game number 1, did end up losing to Otto on the Palutena. Now it's Karif on the Zelda. So a bit of a change up here, but I would say Zelda and Palutena, there are some similarities in their playstyle. There is a Venn diagram in which they do have a lot in common. If Karif can play this correctly, finding 2 stocks could be huge here. Finding all 3, of course, would be the miracle run.
Yeah, that would be a miracle run, but I think you're basically looking, I mean, they've gone back and forth, and we've seen the 2 goals before, right? So again, your ideal is that 2 stock run, but it's going to be another Kazuya. Oh wait, hold on. Oh wait, no, hold on. I think they switched off. They switched that off, I think.
That would be so funny, though, if everyone is playing Kazuya. That would be so funny.
Is that
I think it's
the rules?
NYT.
Is there a rule where you can't play the same character, or everybody play the same character?
Absolutely not. You can play as many characters as you want.
So you would love to see the Kazuya run here if everybody on NYT could play the Kazuya.
No, don't do it. Don't do it, please. No, please. Oh, boo. Okay, I get it. It's fair. I understand. You want to play the character you're best at. You don't want to throw for the meme, and you want to bring Terry to the table. Looks like they're deciding on which stage they want. Definitely not that one. That's not a tournament legal stage. Okay, Kalos Pokemon Stadium will be the stage of choice. So Terry v Zelda for the moment. I do think Terry's going to fall victim to a lot of the same things as Kazuya of not being able to play super up close like they want to. You've got to stay out of range of the Shadow Knight and, of course, of that lethal Zelda back air. That lightning kick can completely devastate an opponent way lower of a percent than you'd ever expect.
Yeah, and that Zelda's got range, right? So you like the range character versus the physical close-up matchup if you're Florida State for right now. So we're just going to see Florida State. Maybe a little bit of flare? Maybe to get off the stage? Yeah, a little bit of floating. Okay, well, they just TP'd off. But anyways, I mean, you've got a 3-1 round here for New York Tech. So you like the way that maybe you're getting this Shadow Knight into play, trying to do a little bit of a cheeky thing from the second platform, seeing if that Terry was going to jump off. But you still got a way for Zelda to make this miracle run if they play range enough. But man, this Terry's just going right at the Zelda, knowing the win con.
Yeah, one of the best ways to interrupt the range playstyle is to not let them play range, right? It's to collapse on top of them, constantly breathing down their throat. And right now, it is going to be Karif trying to do that, trying to just gas out anything Satoran brings to the table. But Satoran is doing a really good job of disrupting that close quarters combat, disrupting that long distance play style that Karif wants to play. The use of the forward air into the Shadow Knight makes it hard for this Terry to approach. An 86% combo, a great power catch into center field. Nothing yet. Another lightning kick. 87% off stage. Losing even one stock here is a huge boost of momentum for Florida State. Can they find the one onto Satoran, though? Shadow Knight catches the lip. Doesn't go as far as you'd expect. A light kick off stage. The teleport up, and the forward smash does it. The side special will take Karif off stage with 3 stocks still standing. We see 6 stocks in the pocket of NYIT. Only 3 remaining for Florida State.
Oh, boy. Well, you wanted a series, you got it. I mean, New York Tech has basically got the got Florida State almost kind of waving a white flag here for the series in a little while, because right now, for Florida State's next player, you would have to eliminate 2 stocks per stock you've got, and that's a tall task to ask for. That is the Mount Everest of task to ask for right now for this next player, because you have to take care of Santorin, and then you got to take care of NYIT's next player. So you're hoping that, I mean, I think the best thing you can hope for is to, at this point, I don't even know what you can ask for from this Florida State player.
Yeah.
Maybe, I think if you're Florida State, maybe you just take your losses here, because the score line really doesn't matter. Maybe you just take your loss here and regroup for the next one, because, I mean, right now, as it stands, 6-3 in stocks, it would have to be the miracle of a lifetime.
A Herculean task for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be very difficult. And when you look at a scenario like this one, Florida State, depending on who they play right now, obviously it's going to change how realistic the chances of success are. I'm going to talk about my boy Link again. I played Link all the way through Smash 4 competitively for several years.
Ooh.
No, Link is not as popular as he used to be because Young Link has returned to the game and Young Link is very strong. But I think Link or Young Link could work very well right now, because Terry and I assume DLT King coming in would be Little Mac again. Link wins both of those matchups relatively handedly if you play correctly. Now, Terry is, of course, harder to beat than Little Mac, as he is DLC. He is very strong, and you've got to play very precisely, surgical precision on Link to make it work. But it's possible, and it's somewhat easy if you play correctly. Boomerang, arrow, bomb, over and over and over. Is it boring? Yes. Is it fun? Absolutely not. Is it going to give you a win? Probably. And right now, we are not here to have fun. We are here to win. Florida State, however, kind of devil's advocate moment, is all this does is make it a best of 3. Right? I mean, all this does is all of a sudden, it's no longer the first to 3, it's first to 2. You've reset back to a best of 3. You can go for a full-blown GG, go next, like you said. And that's probably Florida State's mind control right now, at least the mentality they're trying to bring to the table. But there's no Link. It's quite a different character, but one with just as much variety of play. Pain returning, I presume, on the hero.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about characters you'd like to see as well. I mean, if you're Florida State, the way that they're playing close-up characters, I'm actually like thinking of maybe a character from like maybe the series, what is it, Fire Emblem, the series that you parry a lot, right? You can parry a lot of the characters with too. So Hero going in for Florida State at the very least right now, you're looking at something very interesting going on between these 2 guys right now. That again, Hero has been the kind of the best pick for Florida State so far. So if this is Pain going in, which it is, then yeah, I mean, this Hero could potentially live up to the Herculean task. Question is, can you do it for not only one player, but for 2 players?
Already, Satorian finds a little bit of a combo with 40%. Really nothing to be afraid of. Now, I liked what you brought up earlier, Clutch, is if we separate this into kind of the mathematical expectation, all you have to do is find 2 stocks per one of your own. And then you're going to be able to win this with 1 stock remaining, but the stocks themselves don't matter. It's just the fact you have remained. And right now, I like what we're seeing from Pain. We're keeping it close. When you both have 3 stocks, it's okay to play close. You want to keep things, and if you have to give a hit for a hit, it's not the end of the world, just like that. 89 to 62. A snooze comes out. It's going to be shielded away, and as the double roll comes through, the neutral spam will find a lot of great value. Zoom goes up, and what goes up must come down. The read of a lifetime from Satorian kicks Pain right into the blast zone. Can Pain find the equalizer? They can. We're running it all the way down. 2 stocks remaining, both members.
Yeah, and this is going to be now, I mean, this task just got a lot harder. Now you got to get, mathematically, right, you'd have to get 1 stock with 3 stocks compared, and then another stock with the other 2. So mathematically, this just got a lot harder for New York, or for Florida State to bring this all the way back. But, I mean, it's not to say that Pain isn't doing their best, right? They're trying to play range with that lightning strike with some of their own as well.
No!
Can you get it? Yes!
Amazing!
Amazing! And that's a good start for Pain here. Wow!
Possibly the best start in a down and out scenario like this one. You found a shield break. You got a stock for free in an insanely critical moment. Yum comes out, not able to find that additional damage boost as Terry is throwing you around like a volleyball right now. Cannot return to the stage fast enough. Has to break out that shield. Thundercrack takes him out. If you can take down Satorian, going into the last matchup with only a 1 stock deficit is huge for Florida State.
Massive.
And Pain has done it. Pain is being felt by NYIT right now. Only 1 stock separates Pain and DLT King, who they beat in match number 1. Clutch, this just came from possible to possibly probable. This is a huge step up for Florida State.
Oh my god. We were talking about Herculean, but this Hercules might be able to make it up the Mount of Olympus. Oh my god. Might be able to make it up Mount Olympus for this. This is unreal. Only losing a stock, mind you, and you're talking about how a 3-3 was very even. Yeah, Pain took the hits, and Pain brought the hits as well. I mean, it's 2-3 now. This game just got a lot more interesting. And Florida State, I mean, I said maybe you take your loss here, but they're not going down without a fight, especially with Hero.
Seriously.
And that absolutely, I think what changed was that absolute beautiful read. I mean, that read just to get the motors going, right? Yeah, you had that Terry prediction, but right after that, you had that little bit of a side smash to get Pain going as well. So that kind of revved the motor a little bit to get things going. So now for New York Tech, you really got to decide, is there a character that can counter out Pain right now? You weren't able to do it last round. You got to do it now if you don't want to go down 2-0.
Absolutely. You do not want to go down 2-0. You do not want to go down 2-0 in a moment like this, because that is when things really go from bad to worse. Florida State able to win that one, but as we mentioned, we expected them to win that one. That was the opportunity of finding that strike early on, right? It was okay. They found one back in March. That was nothing new. Finding 2 here, let alone 2 back-to-back, Clutch, would be insane. Yeah. Pain would be the MVP hero of the day, as we already said they would have to be in a moment like this. But Pain is clean as clean can be against Satorian. You take that Terry off the table, and I think we're getting 3 good old-fashioned fighters in a row, assuming DLT King. No, I'm lying. Wolf is coming in next for NYIT. Don't get confused. That is the player's name, and I do believe they do play Wolf as well. So this may be a Wolf named Wolf, but they can play something else if they choose. However, Wolf, back to what I always call the Olimar principle, better than a lot of those characters that we see niches of, but certainly not great, all things considered. You play Wolf for a reason, and if Wolf plays Wolf, hopefully that Wolf is pretty good.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Wolf plays Wolf, right, if that's the assumption we're going on, Wolf tends to rely a lot on that speed, right? A lot on the side movement, so you're relying a lot on speed, and not only that, kind of the counters as well for Wolf at the same token. So you're relying on a lot of that damage either coming from the tilt or really from the counters. So for what Pain is bringing, if they can use that right, if Wolf is indeed the pick, we don't know that quite yet, at least for NYIT side. We get to see it live in action right now because we are pulling NYIT's feed. So we get to see who they pick, and who will it be? Drum roll.
I don't have drums, but I'm doing a drum roll. Oh my god, it's gonna take us long.
Oh!
No way! No way! It's a King K rule!
The king is
Oh,
session.
no!
The king has arrived in the throne room, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so some
K rolls
Septilence
out.
lore. Some Septilence lore really quickly, Clutch.
Oh
when this
my
game
gosh.
came out, I played K. Rool, okay? I played K. Rool. He was very fun. He was weird. He was unconventional. That's my bread and butter. That's what I love to do. The problem with K. Rool is this dude is combo food. He has the largest hurt box in the entire game. You hit him once, and you're almost guaranteed getting a free, 40 or 60% at least. This is going to be a difficult one to win, especially on a stage as small as Yoshi's.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, but the upside to this, at least if you're Wolf, you get to play a little bit closer, right? I mean, it's a small stage, so Pain doesn't really have much range to go off, if anything, if King K. Rool was able to grab or is able to just use that cannon shot for a little bit. So for right now, I mean, it's not a horrible situation, but like you said, you're right. This is a big boy that can take a lot of combo hits.
Yeah, and not only can he take them, but he can dish them out if you get the opportunity to play K. Rool. This is the reason I swapped off K. Rool, because I felt like most of the game I was spent desperately trying to claw my way back into an even matchup, let alone trying to take a lead. But K. Rool has a lot to work with. Unfortunately, most of his options fall off the table. Oh, no way! A little bit of volleyball there as the ball is thrown back and forth, playing catch in the yard with Dad there. And right now, Wolf is going to be able to keep things close, but close is never the name of the game here, Clutch. You've got to take a lead. And as that bounce comes to a close, I think a lot of these projectiles come back online.
Yeah, and for right now, I mean, for Pain, got to be careful, right? With all the mana points already going down to less than 25, you really got to be careful of running out, because as soon as you run out, you know that King K. Rool is going to go into action and just absolutely wail on you. So now only down to 10. I mean, this is where these side slashes really are going to have to come into play here and maybe try to play them off the map. They're right on that ledge guard. But it's
121 to 104,
Yeah.
full rage online right now. This bounce from Pain is so dangerous here, Clutch, because that returns any projectile Wolf throws. The primary openings for a King K. Rool are the crown and the cannonball, obviously both projectiles. So now Pain really has forced Wolf to play a new play style that isn't working out super duper great right now. Can Wolf find an equalizer? Should have gone for the up smash there. Goes for the short hop neutral air, takes him up, spikes him down, and ties us 2-1 stock here. Pain has made it so unbelievably close, but Pain may be what they're feeling in just a couple of moments. This K. Rool swap, really difficult to answer back.
Yeah, and I think this King K. Rool swap kind of unexpected, if you will, right? We didn't really see
Absolutely.
much of a King K. Rool, or we didn't see King K. Rool up until now. It's really been Terry, Kazuya. I mean, right? You've seen a lot of the fighting up close characters, but for the up close characters, we really haven't seen much of something like a King K. Rool, something of a heavy. So right now, I mean, that's really huge for them. The 117. If you can get this stock right now, that would be so huge for them. And they're just doing the same thing on the ledge over and over.
If it ain't broke, I mean, you
fix
desperately have to go for the same attempt over and over. The recovery comes up. K. Rool, the largest vertical recovery in the entire game. Super Armor's through that approach. 80% final stock here is Pain. Very little MP to work with, but they don't even need it. The tilt attack comes through. We're tied up 1 stock to 1 stock, and it all comes down to this. Can Florida State put themselves on Grand Finals tournament point, or can NYIT guarantee us a series? 15 MP, 109 on the board. Rage is something great for most characters, but Hero is not one of them. You do not rely on Rage as often. There comes the cannonball hold. No crown in sight. Dodges it. Gets the grab into a down throw, into a short hop jump, but misses the up smash. Can't grab the crown. Thunderstrike comes out. Crown in the hand. The sizzle is up. A great shield into that forward air. Thunderstrike out. Pain needs a perfect play here, Clutch, or this all falls apart. Close never matters if you're not the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Pain's just, you look at the desperation
Oh, no,
right
that's
now,
it.
but
That's
the
it.
grab and the slam down, and we have a tie series with 1 stock remaining. We are tied at 1 apiece. Wolf comes through for a New York Tech, and for the side bear, it's a breath of relief. You just turned this from a best of 5 to a best of 3. That is huge for you. You tied up in 1 apiece. But my, oh my, Pain almost climbed Mount Olympus. That was an unreal series from Pain. And now you got to figure, I mean, Otto, yes, I mean, was very good early on, but you got to imagine here, I would say if you're Florida State, maybe you switch it up a little. Maybe you put Pain first, because Pain got you a lot of stocks early on. Maybe you put him first, and you could very well get that advantage that you want going into the latter half of the series as well. So for at least for NYIT, you know that this lineup of players that you're running right now can run you the gauntlet to get you that point. Best of 5 scenario here now turned to a best of 3. So it's a first to 2, like you were saying. So right now, I mean, the adjustments that are going to need to be made on either side, I mean, it's going to be Other than the crazy picks, keep the crazy picks coming. I love to see this.
Yeah, I'm having a great time, honestly. K. Rool, Zelda, Meta Knight, like we are truly just throwing anything at the wall and praying it sticks. And right now it is stuck for not one, but both teams in this moment. So it's not a scenario we often find ourselves in, but it is the one we live in now, Clutch, is that weird kind of double-edged sword. I like what you talked about there. Do you put Pain in first? That's difficult, right? Because I think we're seeing why Pain is the anchor. Pain is on cleanup duty, right? Trying to claw back from a jaws of defeat situation. But you've got to wonder, you put that player in first. What if they put you so far in the lead, you don't need an anchor?
Right.
It's kind of that back and forth. You only make that pick on how well you know your own players. Can Pain go out and do that same thing, not under high stress, not under high pressure? Or does Pain need to be that anchor, need to be that substitute fill to make sure they can at least equalize things? Right now, though, FSU, speaking of throwing things at the wall, they're throwing in a fourth player right now, Clutch. We're seeing Zach for the first time against Wolf from NYIT. So Wolf really feeling good off that win, wants to keep that momentum rolling.
Yeah, and so maybe Florida State, like you were saying, new player in. So, again, Florida State changing it up a little bit here. So Zach taking on Wolf is going to be or actually Zash. Is it
Zash, we got typoed.
Okay, yeah,
we got pranked.
We got pranked by our observer or
still a new player though, I believe. Have we seen Zash yet? No, I
believe we. I thought we did. I could very well be wrong if I look back at our very first
I don't have Zash
series.
in my notes. I don't
No, Zash is going to be new. Yeah, I believe Zash is going to be new here. So Zash going in here for the very starts of this series. And again, it's I mean, I guess throw whatever's on the wall, right? You're looking for to see if somebody can start you off, right? No, actually, for Florida State, Zash. Okay, so Zash was in the lineup for Florida State, but we haven't seen him as of yet.
Yes,
so
correct.
Yeah, we are right. So Zash is the very first time we're going to see him. But hey, this is where it all starts, right? Before we always say a 2-0 to start us off. Maybe this is a little bit of a curveball that Florida State is throwing, right? We've seen Wolf what he can do on the King K. Rule. Maybe changes it up a little bit. If you're playing heavies, I mean, I don't know. For me personally, I'd love to see the Bowser just because it's a fun character.
Most popular heavy.
Mind you, my friends are so annoyed. You can ask the production booth. My friends are so annoyed when I just grab Suicide off the map with these guys. It's so much fun to do that. But in a situation like this where you can just run stocks at the same time, if you're up in that series, that could very well lead you here. And if you can get a player like Otto, or if you can get a player like Payne out early on, that would be great, but unfortunately, Payne's not here. So now Zash is coming out against Wolf, the heavy versus the unknown. I mean, this is going to get very interesting to see what our starting lineup is going to be for, at least for the character side, because I'm not too sure King K. Rool sticks. I'm going to be honest.
I agree with you here. I think the only way we're going to be seeing a K. Rool stick is if someone else wants to play a heavy 2. Like if we're seeing, like you said, Bowser v K. Rool, maybe K. Rool sticks around, DK v K. Rool, a Tails oldest time. It's like maybe we're going to be seeing that matchup. But in reality, the K. Rool swap starting off with King K. Rool would be very unconventional and quite odd. But that kind of feels like it's been the name of the game so far today, right? I mean, these teams feel like they're intentionally being pretty unconventional, intentionally being pretty weird. So we really have no idea what's coming next. And I can only sit here and hypothesize. I expect Wolf, maybe there is a Wolf hidden in there somewhere. Maybe there is a Wolf down the line, but we're never going to know if that bark is as bad as the bite until we see that Wolf appear. So we know K. Rool very strong. Zash, a true and total wild card to counter a heavy like K. Rool. I think playing a character with a deflect like Sephiroth could work very well. The long range sword could work, and I think even a Fire Emblem character with a counter, it's not going to return that damage, those projectiles. At least I don't believe it does. So it wouldn't be as great, but it would at least stop that damage and stop that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, but still, you'd love to see like the parries come out as well for the Fire Emblem characters. So the parries are really good.
No, what is going on?
Gosh, what in the world is going on? Oh my!
This cannot be real.
I can't even speak. It's all you said.
I truly am flabbergasted, bamboozled, shocked, and confused out of my mind right now. Piranha Plant, for those that don't know, I am a Piranha Plant player. There's no way these players could have known this. This is my secondary, is Piranha Plant. And to see 2 of them on the field, I've been casting Smash Ultimate for I think at least 3 years. This is the first time in my casting career I have seen a Piranha Plant Ditto.
I can't speak. I'm still laughing. Piranha Plant versus Piranha Plant. I know you love the Piranha Plant here, but
I really do.
To see it double is just amazing. And wow, the extended neck for the kill, and it's already Wolf off to a good start here. But I mean, not so much a heavy, but it's still. I mean, this is nuts in its own right. Just to see a Piranha Plant versus a Piranha Plant. I mean, this insane. I mean, which Gardener? I guess the question is for these players, which Gardener is better?
Yeah, truly. Who's been taken more care of back in the garden here to try and get things open? But like you mentioned, not technically a heavy, but heavier than a lot of people give Plant credit for. Can definitely take a couple of hits here and there. A great Patui trying to read the roll-up attack, but Wolf definitely has a great mechanical understanding. Also playing the pink Piranha Plant. I do that too. So I'm very excited to see that here. Patui takes him off stage. The Poison Cloud charged and ready. A personal favorite combo is to Poison Cloud. Go into the Poison Cloud and down special out. Get that extended neck. Catch your opponent off guard. Double Patui, the shield break comes out. Patui rolls off stage, iframes, keeping Zash alive in a pretty critical moment. Grab into up throw will knock Wolf into the blast zone. 136% differential.
Yeah, and right now for Wolf, you're liking your chances here of winning this one out, especially still being up. Oh, the Patui out is so good. Oh, with the ledge hit as well. This is a nuts match. I mean, the way you look at this right now, and Zash is actually in a really good position to go up, and that's huge.
Oh my goodness, the crowd chanting Piranha Plant. Absolutely no idea what that means right now, but Zash really coming to life in a critical moment. Takes Wolf off stage, completely separating the opportunity of finding that two-stock advantage in Florida State. This is the opening they needed. This is what they wanted to find. You got to respect these teams as well, because they have really decided to give the fans a show, picking the wildest characters out of the arsenal that Smash Ultimate can provide and making them work over and over. Wolf starting to really lose momentum here as Zash continues to dominate this matchup. The golden pot really working well in Zash's favor. Oh, what a Patui! We're tied up 1-1.
Yeah, but it's not looking good for Wolf, though. I mean, you still got 105, and Zash was able to bring that all the way back. The side smash as well. Can the Patui land? No, it's just a little bit too far. Just a bit outside, and there's there it is. But it's still 139, maybe off the map. No, nothing there. Poison Cloud, nothing there either. Patui, no, side smash, and there's game. My, oh my, and Zash from out of nowhere. I mean, even if it's only one stock, I think this is the first match where we have seen it's just 1-0 to start off. So this is really good if you're New York Tech. Yes, you lose, but maybe in the war you haven't lost badly yet.
Yeah, truly. This is the first time we've seen only a one-stock advantage. In Clutch, there's a lot of crazy things that I cannot think about. I do not know what would be crazier than two Piranha Plants at the same time.
At this point, at this point, look, these teams have been going all over the place. I mean, you just roll what? You just roll, how many characters are there? You just roll a number between 1 and 82. I think it's 80. Is it 93? Okay, whatever.
I have no idea.
But I think if my memory is correct, it's 82. But either way, you just roll a 1 through 82, and you find out like what character you're playing next at this point, because you're going all over the place. We've seen Meta Knight, we've seen Piranha Plant.
I hope they just have a random number generator. I hope they're in a Discord call together. They're like, all right, just whatever. Character 71, let's get in there, because this is absurd. A lot of teams will have one player that plays something weird, right? You'll see your Piranha Plants, you'll see your Meta Knights, you'll see your K rules. The fact we've seen all of them in 2 back-to-back series is absurd. If you're not noticing by now, I'm a very material person. For things I enjoy, I buy a lot of things. Yes, I have a Piranha Plant hand puppet. Mind your business. Anyway, FSU versus NYIT. They bring the plant to the table. It's super exciting. It's super weird and interesting, but it looks like Wolf doesn't really have the space to work with anymore, right? NYIT, the joke's over a little bit. They're not super stoked they're down, so they are going to send in, the name lock was N, I believe. I don't know if that's just like a character in-game name or if that is Satoran. It might just be Satoran.
It might be. We'll get word from our producer here in a little while to see if, who that character is, hopefully. But it is
Satoran.
So,
okay.
yeah, Satoran. So Satoran goes in for NYIT, and Florida State going to have to play with the Piranha Plant for at least one more stock. But how big would this be for Florida State? I mean, Zash was able to turn it around, right? Down 2-1 and ultimately winning 1-0. But I mean, you look at the turnaround that Zash had, and that was so big. So now you got to ask for Zash. I think one of the best case scenarios is to get at least a stock out of Satoran. Yes. If you're able to take a stock off, that is big news for whoever comes up next for Florida State. I think the goal is just to get one stock. If you can, perfect. But for Satoran right now, you're looking at Terry, and it's going to be Terry. So, this is a little bit more interesting, if you will, because now it's just going to be close up.
Let me cook real quick before, because this might just be a really fast one stock. So I want to get this out before it happens. But I do want to say Piranha Plant kind of brings a weird, unconventional thing to the table in regards of she truly only has like 5 options to pick from. You do not get a lot of versatility and a lot of uncertainty when you play against a Piranha Plant. she has Batui, Poison Cloud, Down Special, and Recovery. And that's pretty much it. So there is not a lot to work with here. And with that predictability, you think she'd be really easy to take down. But due to the default nature of only a couple of moves to work with, it forces these players to really adapt and think on their toes. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing from Zash. The simplicity of Piranha Plant may be very beneficial in taking down a complex and complicated character like Terry.
Look, you say that Piranha Plant doesn't have a lot, but I mean, let's be real here. At least it does more than what they do in the game, in the actual Super Mario game. So at least you're getting more than you wished for here, for the Piranha Plant. But already taking up Terry to 138 again. The biggest thing would be if Zash could get a stock off of this Terry, and doing a phenomenal job so far of making sure that they have that chance. But that Patui doesn't land for right now. Shield is out. Side smash for Terry doesn't go. It doesn't happen there. That's going to be a grab. But Patui just a little bit of air time for right now. Could grab, but nothing there. Shields out of plenty for either side. Just punches out either side. And now for Terry, at the very least, you got to find a way to at least get 80 so that go button can all but secure a smash. Oh, but
speaking of securing, that is the first stock
stock
offline for Satoran. That is an opportunity that Zash needed. And even if you lose the third and final stock without hitting Satoran even one more time, you have done what you needed to do. But we're going to see a couple more hits off stage. Getting Terry off stage is not particularly easy. So you need to have great reads like this. Grabbing a back throw, most likely a Poison Cloud for 2B off stage. Trying to grab the ledge with the iframes. Keep Satoran up and running. A grab into a forward smash. The neutral B, the down special, a really clever play from Zash, but Satoran does understand you can just space that out. Another grab, a very handsy Piranha Plant here in the form of Zash as they continue to find this extended damage against Satoran due to Satoran's own overextension! Phenomenal play from Zash! Even if you lose at this point, you have done the near impossible and really kept your team afloat in a critical moment.
You've done your job. You've done the promoted job. You've done the CEO's job. This is so impressive. And the fact earlier on, too, what I was going to say is they're using that Poison Cloud to their vision advantage. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. Yes, you get that up smash, but still, that's unreal to keep this up. And 153, what a comeback this would be if Zash is able to pull out the perfection game with one stock remaining. But I don't think it's going to happen because of that combination, and it won't happen. But my, oh my, this Piranha Plant just did, oh my god, I don't know what else to say other than the fact that Zash just did a job and maybe even a second job as well, because this Piranha Plant just did work.
Yeah, Zash did not just show up. Zash showed off on the Piranha Plant. That is absurd. To go from almost getting 3 stock in the Piranha Plant Ditto to almost taking down 2 people with those same 3 stocks is amazing. But Zash has done it and really put FSU in a comfortable position here into this third game to possibly take a lead. However, as we learned earlier today, these numbers right now mean nothing. It ain't over till it's over. And we're going to have to see who comes in next for Florida State and what exactly they're going to be able to do against the Torrens' third and final stock.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, right now you're looking at stock numbers, it's 6-4, but really in essence, the bigger number you're looking at is Satoran goes down with 1 stock. He now basically has the same job that Zash does. Your best shot of doing this is to get at least a stock off, if that. But again, Florida State in the driver's seat. And now we're seeing who the next player up is going to be for Florida State. I'm assuming it's going to be Otto coming up here, and I believe it is going to be Otto. So Otto comes up here. I would love to see the Meta Knight again. I would love to see the Meta Knight against this Terry. I mean, look, I'm just saying, I love the spam character so much, so I love to see the Meta Knight here. But again, personal preference. Not too sure what you would want to see. I mean, for you at the very least, I don't know who you would want to see out of this. I'm just saying, I love the spam characters, but that's just me.
Gotta respect it. I mean, absolutely. I play Plant. I'm all about spam characters. I played Link. You know, it's like it's never really in my blood. But I'm just worried because we did say Otto go against Percival earlier on Kazuya. Kazuya and Terry are different characters, but they're both Shogo fighters, and there's a lot of similarity in that. But speaking of spam characters, Clutch, the dream still does come true. The wish is still granted as Duck Hunt comes out from Otto here. This is a really fascinating character. The DH is not something we see particularly often, but going up against Terry, this is going to be the battle of the spam here. This is a war of attrition, and on Final Destination, no less, there are few places to hide from this level of spam.
Yeah, and for Duck Hunt at the very least, I mean, you've got a lot of things to worry about here for this combination. So yeah, and that Cowboy is one of them as well, along with that explosive can. So really, it's just going to have to be really Terry playing up close and personal, but as soon as that Cowboy gets that revolver going, it's not looking very good here. So for Otto at the very least, just stay away from Storm and you get the stock pretty easily.
Oh my goodness! Right now, I'm actually really impressed with what we're seeing from Otto here on the DH. This is not a character we see super often. One that I always find quite fascinating is these projectiles. They tether together so nicely in a lot of critical ways, but the Cowboy comes out, the barrel continues to make space, the Clay Pigeon goes through, and now it's a very slow burn. I like what we're seeing from Otto a lot, keeping the distance, letting Satoran overextend, and then capitalizing off of that. Spot dodge force, the shield comes out, the back air finds purchase, and the barrel to catch. Will be able to find it. Clay Pigeon into the Cowboy once again. A barrel goes up and over, the shield burned, and a go meter online. Can Satoran even use it before they say goodbye?
There's a lot of cans being thrown around here. I'm not too sure that you're going to get much of anything if these cans just absolutely dominate. Maybe from the drop down. Oh my god.
Nice tag!
What a prediction there with the can just to keep that going down there. All the shield being used by Otto right now, but still with the right now looking very good for Otto to win this one out, and there it is. Oh my goodness, just game right there. And Satoran needed to get one, but Otto made sure that this stock lead right now, 6-3. You want to talk about another Herculean task? This time it's on the foot for NYIT. So you're going to assume that Percival's coming in as your anchor at this point.
Gotta be.
It's gotta be, because right now you're talking about climbing up Mount Olympus. Percival's got to do it right here, right now, if you want to take a series lead. And this becomes also important because now, again, it's not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. So going up 2-1 in a series and looking at match point, you would not only have one opportunity to look at it. If you win the series, you're looking at 2 opportunities to do it, which is much better than just looking at only one. So I'm just saying that right now, Percival, if it's Percival going in, this is going to be one heck of a task, and this would be a clip of the clip of the century, if you will, for Percival if he does come in.
Yeah, and it's funny as well, right? Because we see that Pain almost does it. Pain almost makes it happen, but falls just a little bit short. That one Herculean task comes to a close a little earlier than we expected, but can Percival be the one to do it? One of the greatest players in the ECC here, and I know they're playing in solos later today. NYIT has been on a pretty devastating loss streak today, unfortunately, and they'd really like to rewrite history in any way they're able. We see the stage being chosen, Battlefield.
Ooh.
So we know at least that much. A bit of a music selection always makes me giggle when players do that, but you got to respect them. We have gotten confirmation that Percival will be the third and final player for NYIT.
No surprise.
Is it Sephiroth, though? We've seen a couple of characters, right? We saw the Kazuya, we saw Sephiroth. Both looked very, very good. Will it be happening once again? We see the in-game name, I believe, has been Arsene for a little while.
Please, yes.
All right. Okay.
Look, I'm just saying, we've seen the unexpected at this point. Why not a little bit more, right? Why not bring out the King DDD here for the last character for NYIT? And I guess you could say it's hammer time for New York Tech. Got to be for the next 6 stocks at the very least.
Got to be trying to make it happen here one way or another. King DDD, a really difficult character to work with, especially against projectile-based people. Again, as all heavies are, some of the largest hurt boxes in the entire game. Very easy enemies to hit, and as the Gordo bounce comes through the iframes, and a skittle of a shield keeps you alive. No shield break there on the side of Otto, but that would have been the opener of all openers for Percival. Goes for the same style, hits the down hammer. Gordo out, and Eat comes through. Dash attack misses, and a back air off stage. Percival really struggling early to find some damage, but definitely feels like they're in charge, at least for the time being.
You know what, and I just realized this too, that King DDD can also inhale stuff as well, so that maybe that's a great counter to what the can is, because if you can even inhale the can, or, you know, you just saw it right there with the spike, if you can inhale and just counter out that can, that's so good for you, because that's a lot of damage that you're not going to take here. So big plays from this DDD if you can get it, but right now, again, already down by what if my math is right, 36%. I mean, this has got to be really good, and that is super good news for Percival right now to take that away, even if it's 83% now 101.
That's just wildly unlucky, if we're being honest. That is a really devastating moment. 67%, the DI not in your favor, not able to react fast enough, and losing that stock. However, Percival is at 120. There's a lot of easy ways to turn this around, and I really like what we're seeing from Otto. Constantly boxing Percival in, making it difficult to get the Gordo up, to pull that hammer. The Gordo will find purchase. The forward air, not as lucky. Back air, nothing to boot. Recovery goes up, slides in off the stage. Barrel hit backwards. A huge play from Percival. The conditioning had been set, and Percival saw it. Barrel goes up. Gordo comes through in the iframes again, saving Otto's life from that hammer combo. I'd really like to see Percival switch things up, relying maybe a little too much on that hammer.
I kind of like that you may be doing this, but I always like to say that, you know, expect the unexpected at this point,
Of
right?
course.
Because you may be doing all of these at the same, maybe in the same order, but if there's a combo that you can pull off here unexpectedly with what you're doing right now, maybe ledge guarding with that spike ball, maybe also ledge guarding with that smash as well, the tilt smash you're holding on to right now, you're looking pretty good. But again, with the heavy character that is DDD, you got to take care of business in one smash, and right now, Otto's just not finding it.
Oh, the hammer. Gotta remember the iframes. Tries to read the jump. A really impressive play. Would have been a cool one, but unfortunately does not fall through. A 100% differential between the two of them right now. First of all, 180% full rage online. Only the heavies get to live this far and maybe still aren't sweating that much. But finally, the barrel into Gordo takes Percival's first stock offline. This has been such a slow game clutch. Nearly 3 minutes have passed, and that is the second stock we've seen gone. Poor Percival just cannot remember these invincibility frames, but lucky there aren't any in the sky, baby. It's just you and me out here. And that is going to be DDD taking that second stock down. Going into that last matchup with only 2 stocks, it is winnable if you play your cards right.
Yeah, this, for Percival, the biggest thing right now is to take care of Otto 2-0 right now. Because that would be huge for you to go in only down 1 stock into the final player, but looking like they're just trading blows, just saying hello to each other for right now. But going to be a little bit of maybe an up smash going on for Otto right now, just keeping him in the skies. But still, the spike ball away, 84% down to 14. Ledge guard not going to happen there with shields aplenty. And the I mean, again, Otto's doing damage, but it's got to be a lot more to get a smash, because you saw how much damage it took to get DDD in a position where it was like at 180 before he died. I mean, this has got to be a lot more. I like the way Otto's playing safe, but you got to play a lot more dangerously if you want to play against this DDD.
Yeah, I have to agree. It feels like the war of attrition is just being elongated here, but either way, Percival is finding themselves on top in this moment. 100%, just one good Gordo away, but you got to stop throwing a Gordo into the barrels like that. It is the #1 way to take DDD offline. And YIT, a barrel goes up, the Gordo comes out, and Percival, just the same rinse and repeat things that I really do not like seeing. The hammer Gordo combo on ledge, the Gordo into barrel, a great read stage spike even, but it does not find that elimination. Goes for the nair, no luck there, and the duck cannot jump high enough. That is Florida State's Otto going down. Percival, 2 stocks remaining, going into the third and final matchup.
Percival versus Pain. Gotta be. Percival versus Pain. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this coming up. There's no way. And as a Florida State anchor, it has to be Pain. And it's gonna. I'm assuming you're gonna pull out Hero here.
I think so.
Because Pain on Hero has been absolutely dominating factor. Now remember, Percival's down a stock here. So for Florida State, they're up 3-2. You have advantage, yes, but that almost got blown last series too. Even when you were up that much, to I believe it was I can't remember who it was that almost took them down. But I mean, still, it was just an absolutely chaotic right now here in set number 3. But for Percival right now playing the DDD, you like the way that Percival kind of predicted a lot, right? Even off the ledge, even off the stage, got those spike balls just perfectly placed and played them off the stage as well. Yeah, you were talking about iframes at the same time too. Yes, Otto had a lot of those iframes playing their way, but it doesn't really help you when you don't have enough power to take down a heavy like DDD. Right. So for right now, if I'm assuming it's going to be Pain comes in, at least with Hero, you've got a little bit more kick in you, a little bit more kick in the character. So I think if Pain versus Percival, this is a matchup I want to see, because I don't think we've seen a Pain versus Percival yet, but this is the matchup. I wanted to see this at even stocks, because it would be pretty interesting to see them in even stocks rather than just, a 3-2 situation.
Something really interesting that I'm just looking at my notes here and looking at kind of the matchups. So we have seen 14 matchups so far, okay? We have also seen 11 unique characters across those 14 matchups.
Wow.
That is never what you see in a situation like this, but that makes this so fun. You got to respect the players. I don't know if these schools are just good friends and if they're just having a good time at this point, or if it's just luck of the draw and everybody wants to give us one heck of a show, but by golly, are we getting an interesting show if I have ever seen one. This is, really fascinating. 14 games, 14 matchups, 11 unique characters. Does that story tell true as we jump into the final member of FSU? Will it be Pain sticking to their guns here, playing Hero again, or do they throw something brand new at the wall and pray that it sticks?
I mean, is there a character like Hero at this point? I mean, maybe they tried to kind of adjust a little bit. I don't think there is, and I mean, there might be something similar, but nothing really, often mirrored, if anything. But now you've got to see what Florida State is going to pull out of the hat. Remember, we don't know who it is going to be yet, unless our producers can confirm this later on. I'm assuming, like we said, I'm assuming it's going to be Payne, considering that it has been. I mean, Payne's been the anchor most of these times. I believe the only time we didn't see Payne as the anchor was on set 2, I believe, where Payne wasn't really needed as that anchor. But right now, this is going to be very interesting to see what Florida State pulls off, because again, you're up 3-2 right now, and yep, Payne is going to be it. So we get Percival versus Payne and Hero versus DDD. If that's the case, then this game, oh boy, the Hero versus DDD, exactly. Yep. This is going to be fun stuff. This is going to be super fun right now.
Yeah, so I'm back to the K. Rool principle a little bit of you are gigantic and you are very easy to hit in a very confusing situation like this. It's not a spot you want to find yourself in, but it's where Percival's going to be as we jump into Smashville in this pivotal moment. However, I said the same thing about K. Rool earlier, and K. Rool was able to win that matchup. Can the same be said here for Percival? Payne eats that early Gordo, doesn't go for a bounce, which I find fascinating because that was how they really disrupted the K. Rool approach. Double Thunder Shock, no luck on the secondary hit, but the Gordo return, 36-15 already. We are seeing Payne read this Gordo play like a book.
Yeah, and right now for Payne, the objective here, try to get a stock, but don't take too much damage. You're worrying not only for your stock, but you're worrying about how much damage you're taking, because remember, you are a lot less heavy than the DDD you're playing against right now. That Penguin is kind of double your size. So, nice, but still, I mean, right now for Payne, you got to find a way to get him out of a lot of damage. And remember, if you were watching that earlier, that DDD didn't really get out until like maybe 150% plus. So you got to find a way to save a lot of your damage. That's a very nice grab up, but it's still not enough.
Not enough quite yet. That's a huge hit from Payne there. Takes that second stock offline, and now Florida State do find themselves in an advantageous position. New York Tech, Percival, only 1 stock remaining, has to reverse 3 stock here, or Florida State puts themselves on tournament point, on grand finals point here at the ECC BrookLAN Finals. It was a best of 5, and Florida State about to find their second of only 3 points needed. What goes up must come down, and poor Payne continuously getting red with that play.
Yeah, the up B there, very nice from Florida, or rather from New York Tech's Percival. But now, like you said, got to be a reverse stock here situation. So for King DDD, yes, you're a big target. Yes, you can get comboed on a lot, but the objective here is to do the opposite of being that big target. So for right now, just got to find a lot of ways to get in some big chunks of damage one at a time, which King DDD's kit allows him to do. But if Payne keeps going like that, this is going to be a quick one here for Payne to win this one out.
Yeah, I think it very likely could be a pretty quick one as Payne continues to dominate the matchup and dominate the series across the board. Slow and steady's been the name of the game, and that is exactly how Payne wants to win this race. They understand the matchup. They know that they have the advantage here in terms of hurt box. They have a much easier target to hit, and poor Percival learning it the hard way that when your body's that big, you are an easy one to take down.
Yeah, but I mean, still, you look at the percentages as well for either side. Payne, rather, 29%, and Percival is at 143. Mind you, Percival only had, what, like 13 or 14% when they got that stock off, and now Payne, just with the up, is going to be able to take this one out, and it's going to be Payne and Florida State looking at conference championship point. And this has been said before, but New York Tech, I mean, down 2-1 right now, looking at staring down 2 opportunities for Florida State to close this one out. For right now, you gotta make a decision here, right? Because Wolf versus Zash, that Piranha Plant versus Piranha Plant was absolutely insane. But what that also showed was that if Wolf is back, or if Zash is back in this lineup, you cannot let him play like he did against Satori. You cannot let that happen.
Absolutely not. You're really going to have to be playing this carefully here as NYIT. They kept it close across every single series, but close only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades. And right now, Payne is really showing New York Tech exactly what that word can mean, putting them in pain time and time again, just cleaning up this roster as that anchor position, and now only needs to do it just one more time. The question is, who walks in before Payne? Clearly, they're going to be keeping them in that anchor slot. We've seen Wolf, we've seen Satoran, we've seen now Percival all go down to Payne. So who exactly do you leave in that 3rd place slot? Who is it going to be? The only one that's been successful is Wolf, and just barely against Payne. So instead of having Wolf start, do you put them back in that anchor position?
I kind of think that if you can get Percival against Pain, I think the DDD was more of a pick just to get the chunks away, but I mean, we
Sure.
saw Percival playing that Kazuya and played it very well, might I add. If Percival can play, I mean, we saw Percival play the Sephiroth. We've seen Percival play the Kazuya. It seems like Percival can play a little bit more of these range, kind of mid-range characters. So I'm kind of thinking that if you kind of have Percival playing up against Pain, yes, against the hero, you play range versus range, you got a chance
Yes.
at the very least. King Dedede, you kind of have to play up close and personal, especially with that hammer. Even if the spike kind of rolls at you, maybe the inhale is a little bit more of a mid, but that really doesn't matter to you if you can't get anything inside. But I mean, still right now, I think if you're looking at key matchups, if you can get Percival versus Pain, NYIT's got a chance. I would say you start off Auto yet again, because Auto's shown that you can get a little bit of stocks off. If you can just chunk them away little by little, I think Florida State's going to have the tough enough time, and I think the Bears can, or the Cybers, I should say, can take us to game number 5, and it would be a best of 1 after a best of 3 scenario right now.
Game 5 BO1 would be phenomenal going into this, because it's not often we see best of 5s in Smash Ultimate competitive ever. Traditionally, almost everything is a best of 3, so to be going into a best of 5 like this, and we're seeing exactly how important that could be, because let's see what happens in game 4. Let's see if NYIT is going to be able to find that 4th game advantage. Let's see if Florida State can't put themselves in the winner's chair, or if the Cybears are unfortunately going to lose this in a 3-1 fashion. They beat Florida State in a 2-1 fashion. Will they get a taste of their own medicine here in the East Coast Conference Grand Finals?
Yeah, and I mean, right now, this is. I want to point out, folks, that this is the exact same scoreline that was produced. We talked about the scoreline. This is the exact same scoreline that was produced when we got back on March 15th, but it was New York Tech up 2-1. Now it's on the other foot this time, but Florida State hasn't won the series just yet. You still got to win a third here. So for NYIT, can they win the best of 5 right now? And exactly, this is interesting. They're going to start here. If this is right, they're going to start with Pain versus Percival.
I mean, they're both warmed up, right? They're both warmed up. They were just in the ring, and they are ready to duke it out once again. This time, both at 3
even
stocks, and
right?
see if they can turn this one around. Percival,
I get my wish.
doubt we're seeing the DDD. I doubt we're seeing the DDD. I've got a good hunch that's not going to be making an appearance.
No.
I think the Kazuya is relatively likely against Hero, maybe Sephiroth as well, but I don't know. Maybe the DDD is being chosen for a reason that I don't fully understand. It worked pretty well. You were very close, but unfortunately, the close wasn't enough. If you had that one extra stock, I do think he wins that, actually, but unfortunately, that was not the timeline we're in. Maybe that's what they're trying to prove right now. If that's what Percival wants to show, is my full 3-stock DDD can take down your Hero. Let me show it to you right here at the beginning of match 4.
I think right now for Florida State, if you're looking to close this out, right, I think Pain is a really good option for you to start, especially against Percival. If Percival's up first, Pain is a really good player to go up against him. But after that, you probably think Zash is not a bad option down the middle in the second player slot if they do play that. Because Zash has shown us that even on the Piranha Plant, only had 1 stock, mind you, was able to chunk away against Centauran, was able to get 2 extra stocks out of Centauran and bring Florida State up to 2-1. So right now, as it stands, Pain versus Percival, this is key. I'm calling it now. Whoever wins this fight, even if it's 1-0 at the end, whoever wins this is going to win the set.
I think I can agree with that. And I think that's actually how we've seen it happen in the first 3, is the team that did win the first set. There was never really a turnaround after that. That was just that same team going on to find a victory further down the road, one way or another. So is that story going to tell true here in this Pain matchup? Or is Percival finally going to be able to come to life and put this player down a peg? I'm truly not sure, Clutch. I truly do not know which way this is going to be going, because I also don't know who exactly it is they're playing.
Yeah, this has gone back and forth. I mean, this is insane. I mean, one of our producers here has a little bit of a stipulation with game 5s, but I mean, in a series like this, game 5 ain't terrible, especially in a championship round. So this is, I mean, to go the distance here in the East Coast Conference Championship is would be a really nice thing to see. Especially going into the singles as well. When we get to the singles tournament, it could very well go the distance there, and it would still be just as exciting as this going on right now. And we're looking at set number 4, Pain versus Percival yet again. I mean, even stocks. Like I said, this is exactly what I wished for. This is the level playing ground I wanted to see. Who's going to be better? Look, I really wish there was a draw scenario in this game. I think the only time you can ever get a no contest is if somebody quits early, and that's about it.
Yep.
But that's the only time you can see it. So, but I really wish there was a draw scenario, because these 2 players, I think, are playing on an even level, and these 2 players are so good at what they at this game of Super Smash right now that if there was a draw, I would not be mad about it whatsoever.
Yeah, both these teams are really fighting for that grand finalist champion spot that they have worked so hard to find. And right now, it's going to be Florida State with a technically 9-stock advantage here, just 9 stocks away from being able to call themselves the victor of the East Coast Conference Smash Ultimate Grand Finals, at least for teams. As we did mention, solos are coming up right after this, but we've got to get through this first. And while it is taking notably longer than a lot of us anticipated, we are very happy to be here for the ride. Kazuya versus Hero. My initial prediction was correct here on Battlefield, and this is going to be fascinating because I think Kazuya is going to go for a full-blown rush down style. You want to get so close to Hero that he never gets to open that menu without risk of losing a stock.
Oh, I mean, you love to see this, right? Kazuya was played by Percival earlier on, and Percival did a wonderful job on the Kazuya. So yeah, go back to what's comfortable, right? This is a comfort pick. This is a pocket pick, and right, we talked about how the entire NYIT team could play Kazuya in their back pocket, and so you play what you're comfortable with. It's going to be Hero doing a lot of damage though, and this is the problem. Pain is so good on this Hero that you talk about OTPs. Pain is showing off why OTPs pay off here.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with that. I think you really want to be able to play one character to the best of your abilities. Everybody has a primary and a secondary, but there's a lot of people that will play several characters across the board. They want to show the versatility and the depth of their hero pool, but there's certainly a danger to that because when you become an expert at a certain character, the way Pain is really starting to show us they have become, it pays off well for a lot of your team and a lot of the opportunity in tournament brackets like this one. Kazuya off stage, gets the recovery stage spike, perfect tech from Percival as there's a phenomenal read to get them back onto the stage. 160 full rage will not be utilized in this moment. That is a Kazuya flying off stage once again.
Not too horrible though, because you got 79% out of Pain. Now the question is, can Percival keep their damage number down low enough so that, I mean, you can get something going here? That's a nice smash to the side. Plus a laser. Can you hit a second one? No, not for right now. So Hero does recover off the ledge, but there's the grab, there's the smash, and he's still alive. How?
A lot of patience, a lot of careful understanding, and a lot of critical directional input pre-hit. The roll goes up, the jump comes through, and a 65% extra credit play right now against Percival is going to put Pain in a really comfortable position for the majority of this series. The danger of it, though, is Kazuya can hit you 4 times and cost you a stock, so Pain really needs to play this carefully. If they can find the second before losing their first, that's when I'd say it's a guarantee to win, but as they get just about ready to lose that first stock, not quite a tie, but only a 90% differential. Like I just hinted a second ago, Kazuya can tie up 90% in just a few hits. However, when you get thwacked out of existence, that matters no longer. A phenomenal play from Pain puts them an entire stock in the lead.
I was about to say, I know this doesn't relate to the game whatsoever, but you say that smash. I think Pain just sent Percival to the Shadow Run for a stock. I mean, that was a great grab to send them for the stock out. And right now, the numbers may seem close, but again, you look at the stock number at the bottom. Pain getting a 2-0 versus Percival spells trouble for NYIT going the rest of the way if they can hold this out. And right now, Pain is playing near perfect for what Percival has brought out so far. And look at that, Percival's already at 145. If you can take him out right here, guard him off the ledge. No, not going to happen for right now. Just trying to knock him off, and Pain just trying to play the long-winded game. And there it is. There it is, and it's a 2-0 as well. So Pain just put Florida State in the best position to win this one out and win the ECC championship.
There's a very real chance in which we see Florida State being able to win the ECC, the East Coast Championship, like you mentioned. And right now, things are looking really good for them. They have a 2-stock advantage. They take Percival, one of the strongest players, off the table very early on. And as Pain is the opener, could this be just an absolute mercy killing? Could this be Pain coming through and wiping 2 players off the board, making it 6 stocks to 3, let alone the mythical 9 stock? It is technically still possible. If you're losing 1 per 3 your opponents play, hey, I'm just saying, could happen, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Percival has gone down. Maybe we're seeing Wolf or Satoran next. It seems like those are the 3 they've really been hovering on as things work harder and harder against the Cybears. But either way, playing against this hero, I mean, they have now officially all fully gone down to Pain at one point or another.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you're looking at, for NYIT at the very least, you're looking for the Cybears. I'm thinking Satoran goes in next because Satoran's really been either the second or the third position. So Satoran, I think, goes in next here, and we're going to see the Terry. But against this Pain, I mean, this Pain has just been absolutely dominating so far. And like we were saying, if you're an expert at one character, I mean, Pain's just been absolutely dominant on Hero. And look, Pain only lost 1 stock against Percival. So against, I would say, NYIT's, I hate to say it, but against NYIT's probably best player in Percival, only losing a stock here for Pain is really, really good news as we advance on into what would be game number 2 of the set.
Yeah, we got confirmation already that Wolf will be the next player entering. So I'm
Oh.
curious if it's going to be
So
that
it's
really impressive Piranha Plant once again. They did unfortunately lose the matchup, so I think I really liked, what was Wolf's initial pick? Because that's the one I was like, oh, okay, that looked really good. It was King K. Rool. The
Yeah.
King K. Rool was weird. It was unconventional, but I thought it worked really well for Wolf. They want to play off-kilter things. They want to play all of the characters I used to play, which is very entertaining for me. I think that's a lot of fun.
And the funny thing here, too, is we're going to get a look to see, because remember, we're taking New York Institute Tech's feed here, or from
Right.
BrookLAN. We're taking BrookLAN's feed in which NYIT is there. Florida State is not there. So if Florida State loses, we don't get to see their character. But we get a live reaction as to what NYIT is about to pull off here. And if Wolf, Wolf has played unconventional, right? Wolf has played the King K. Rool. Wolf has played, I believe, I forget what Wolf has played other than that, or the Piranha Plant as well. So we get to see a little bit. We'll get to see what they pick here, and let's find out live time reaction here on camera to find out. We've seen reactions from Sept here earlier. Let's find out if it's any different, and it is going to be the King K. Rool coming out. So
I'm excited.
Yeah. Okay. So out of 2, we had a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I think the K. Rool is going to work pretty well, and all things considered, it almost did work against Pain. I think last time we saw them go head-to-head was when Pain barely lost with a 1-stock disadvantage like they're in right now. They got K. Rool all the way down to that 3rd and final stock, but unfortunately just couldn't get it. Can the story be different here? Can they pick up the ink quill and write their own chapter instead of sticking to the history we have already been a part of? It's all going to come down to this matchup here. If Pain can win this one, I'm confident to say we're done. I think it'd be near impossible for a player to come back and essentially, maybe 7, 8, or 9 stock. No Kamikaze, unfortunately, so the sizzle off stage, but Florida State going into this with a 1-stock disadvantage, the Battlefield matchup. Let's see how well this K. Rool can work.
See, but you say that it's near impossible, yet we almost saw somebody climb up Mountain Olympus earlier on. I think it was in set
It was Pain.
It was super close, and it was Pain to do that. So somebody now on New York Tech side has to do
Oh,
what the
no!
near impossible is, but it's a very early stock loss with the side smash coming out from Pain, and my oh my, Pain is just, this is not a championship match. Pain is just putting on a clinic right now.
This is just a highlight reel in the making. Pain is having a field day left, right, and center. Like you said, absolute hero masterclass on how to make this character work. Florida State now tying things up, even taking a percentile lead. Full mana online. The recovery goes up. A short hop into a back air. 80%. There's a heal to lower that damage even further. The snooze goes out. He falls asleep. It's a freebie. It's not going to be enough, though, as K. Rool is way too heavy to go down. What was that, 58% or something? Kaboom goes through. Iframes keeps him alive, and with a thwack locked and loaded to the Shadow Realm you go. The masterclass continues in Pain, 1 stock away of removing 2 of the NYIT players from the roster here tonight. This could be the last time we see Wolf in this K. Rool form tonight.
And it has only lost 58% before that. This is insane. I don't know what else to say. Pain showing up. If Pain doesn't lose a stock here, Pain is
the 9 stock is possible.
The 9 stock is possible. The 9 sweep is possible. And yes, there it is. The side smash isn't enough. No, it wasn't, because King K. Rool is a heavy. But if you're able to ledge guard that, you've got it. That looked like, again, that screen always indicates that it could very well be game more or less likely. But still a masterclass performance right now. Still no smash just yet. Would you want to send him to the Shadow Realm one more time for us? Maybe.
The psych up here.
But
the damage increase.
Damage increase.
Knockback increase as well.
Yeah, so you're looking at, right now for Pain, if you can get away with 2 stock here, I could very well count that this being over.
Pain, though, up to 107, a really difficult spot to be in. That's a great combo from Wolf, gets them off stage. There's the whack. It gets caught by the cannonball. There's the cannon play. We've seen that a lot from Wolf, a pretty traditional play. Snooze is going to be shielded away. The short hop into forward air, no purchase. They both spot dodge. A psych up comes through, increased damage, increased knockback. Decrease in K. Rool stocks, and Pain continues to put NYIT in their own namesake. Lots of Pain across the board. Wolf goes down, and Pain doesn't even lose 1 stock. Could they end the season on a mythical Pain 9 stock?
This is insane. This is why you kind of want to try to put your best player first, so that, if you get stocks off, you chunk them down one by one. This isn't a chunk by any means for Pain. This is the whole chopping board that he's going through right now. Pain is absolutely on an absolute run, and right now, it's just an insane thing that Pain is doing. Only losing a stock, taking out 6. I mean,
Yeah.
one stock lost to 6 takedowns is
I mean,
unreal.
We got to talk about Pain as well. It was really taking some risks. So we got a confirmation from Miles, the Castro, that's going to be joining me in just a minute here. The thwack he hits when he sends K. Rool to the Shadow Realm had a 32.0095238095% chance of hitting. So a 1/3 chance that takes the stock in the moment that it does, and it worked. So you've got to talk about the calculated risk of play from Pain. They said 1/3. And it worked. It was a calculated risk, and it paid off well. Just about as calculated as ripping the arm off your own chair and praying somebody sends you a new one. But it works sometimes, Clutch. Sometimes things like this just work. And as Pain has lost 1 stock across 2 players, mathematically right now, if they keep up this specific rampage, they're going to be able to drop a Mythical 9 stock. Satorin, I believe, it has not been confirmed, but what we've seen so far should be the last player left standing between Pain and the Mythical 9.
You know, they have the in darts in Europe, they would call this the 9 darter here that Pain could throw right now, just the perfect 9 for the 501. But right now, Florida State has got to be pretty proud that they've got Pain almost sending them to what would be an ECC title. Not only that, but would punch a ticket, I believe, punches a ticket into the CECC Arlington as well. And if we get to see Pain up there for the Super Smash tournament, my oh my. Is Pain going to be such a threat up there in Esports Stadium Arlington? Because Pain has just been putting on a masterclass right now. And not only that, though, I also have to say real quickly before we start, Miles, you gave us that number, and how many digits was it? At least like 11, or what is it? At least 10 digits long? What is it? 12 digits long?
Yeah.
12 digits long or something?
12. It's 12
right?
digits long.
12 digits long. Miles, here's I have a suggestion for you. No longer Kilo Miles. I am now going to call him Kilo Math. Here for the remainder of time, because that's an insane thing to go that long of a stretch of numbers for percentages anyways. I don't know how you can find a calculator with that long of a numbers unless you turn your phone this way. But
He is the calculator.
He is the calculator. If you're able to calculate that
been.
on your own point, yeah, Kilo Math, just keep the name at that point, but rebrand yourself, if you will. But anyways,
That's my secret cap.
Yeah.
I've always been the calculator.
Yeah, I've always been the calculator, but he's better at mathing than I am. But we go to the last one now. I mean, New York Tech Institute. If this is, I mean, for right now, whoever the last player is, Satorin. Right now, Satorin's got to take down Pain, got to take down another player, and got to take down another player. If you thought climbing up Mount Olympus was hard, try climbing up Mount Olympus from the underworld at this point, because this is going to be one heck of a task to go 3 to 8 stocks here for Satorin alone in this endeavor.
Yeah, I mean, you have fully, gotten to the top of Mount Everest and then found out somebody put Mount Olympus on top of Mount Everest,
Yes.
and you just have to keep climbing. This is so difficult. But Satorin going into this, so far we've seen Satorin play the Terry, and I believe just the Terry up to this point. We saw a tease of Pyramithra earlier, then they defaulted back into the Terry position. So trying to play Terry against this hero that has beaten, let me check, Pain has beaten Satorin. Okay, only once. They did not see each other back in match 3, and I don't think they met in match number 2. Yeah, so Satorin unfortunately has the lowest win rate so far today, has not been able to win a series except for a 3-1 where they took a single stock off the table. But this is going to be a pretty critical change in a massive moment. Like you said, you take down Pain, and all you've done is make that devastating blow hurt a little bit less. And unless this is a miracle run, I do unfortunately believe this may be the end of the season for both these teams here in the ECC. Like you said, there's more to work towards. Florida State looking to find that Arlington ticket less than a month away, just a couple of weeks away. At this point, Hero v. Terry, for what could possibly be our final matchup of these teams here today.
Well, the thing is, right, if Florida State wins it right here, again, the 9 stock Hero is absolutely nuts. And if we get to see Florida State go down to Arlington, that would be insane to watch for the fact that, a little bit of flourish, if you will, not jumping off the map, but just doing a little bit of self-exploding, if you will, but a little bit of flair to start off what could very well be the last game of the set.
A slow burn comes out early, and Satorin does have to go into this with a 1-stock advantage state. Making it work would be critical. But that Mythical 9 stock, it fuels players like we've never seen before. Very few people get to say they've done this in a tournament bracket, let alone a grand finals. And Pain wants to be one amongst the masses to say they take all 9 stocks. And there is stock number 7. The threat of the Accelerate continues to dominate in Florida State. Looking great.
If anybody from Nintendo is watching this, there is a... there might be somebody you want to look at if Pain keeps playing like this, because this is absolutely insane. the way that they're just taking him off the map. And it's not even, again, it's not even by Shadow Realm. It's not even by smashes anymore. It's by stages at this point, and the Zoom predicted perfectly, but still not out.
Down but not out is the name of the game so far, and it looks like Pain will be losing
There
their
you go.
second stock. The Mythical 9 is becoming further and further away. A great
boy.
slash forward. Not quite Satoran's second stock, and the Sizz will miss as well. 2-frame to catch. Sizzle goes out, and Satoran goes down. 1 stock remaining for the both of them. If Pain could do this, this would be the clip of a lifetime. This is how you get signed to a pro team. This is the play you need to do. And if Pain can, even hitting 8 out of 9 is near mythical, but it's that clean 9 that puts you amongst the greats. That's where you earn your seat in Olympus. You don't have to worry about climbing it any longer.
Yeah, this is just going from the ground level all the way up to Mount Olympus on an elevator. I mean, Pain is doing an unreal play here, and if you can get the perfect 9, this would be just absolutely ridiculous. And again, like you were saying, a clip of a lifetime. Pro teams need to look at Pain, because right now playing a hero like this is just nuts. And again, almost did it, but it wasn't close enough to do it. But booking a spot to see ECC Arlington to play some of the best teams in Collegiate. There's the smash, there's the game, and your champions of the ECC in Smash for the crew battles is going to be Florida State. The Seminoles are off to Arlington.
I am flabbergasted, bamboozled, amazed, and
Wow.
blown away by every definition of the word. I kept talking about the mythical 9. It's mythical for a reason. It is not something we see often. But Pain, after anchoring 3 times in a row, said, you know what? I'll do it myself. Gives us their best Thanos impression and snaps away the dreams of NYIT. Incredible, near flawless gameplay from Pain in that moment. And it secures Florida State the victory they wanted. They win the ECC. They secure that spot in Arlington. And I mean, it just goes out of the frying pan into the fire here. You've made it against a great team on the East Coast. Now you go up against 15, I think it's 15, of the other greatest teams across the entire country. Clutch, so you've got 1 trophy under your belt. How far will you go to earn another?
Yeah, and this is, I mean, Pain was just absolutely dominating. Like you're saying, Mythical 9, try Godlike 9, at least for me. Mythical might be a little bit of an understatement, if you will. Godlike might be an understatement as well. But the way Pain just handled everything, and said, and just said, hold my drink, hold my energy drink real quick. I'm gonna just take care of business myself. I'll just take care of it. Even if I lose 2 stocks, we still win it all in 9. But I mean, Pain on the hero is something to watch out for. Yes, you may not have gotten a bid through any of the CECC stuffs, but luckily enough, you got a bid through the conference, and we're gonna get to see Pain down there in Arlington for Esports Stadium Arlington. Actually, you and I will get to see this, and I might just take a turn on over. I might just take a Mosi on over and walk on over to the Super Smash side just to see what Pain's going to do for everybody else.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to hear what these players have to do. I haven't been able to dip my toes into Collegiate Smash Ultimate as much this season as I wanted to, so I'm very glad we got to watch an incredible historical play like that one. And hopefully we're going to get to talk to somebody from Florida State. As they are remote, it's a little harder to interview, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. So we will either be back with an interview or back with solos. Either way, we'll see you right back here with some more ECC in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ECC Esports East Coast Conference Smash Ultimate Grand Finals. If you're just now joining us, you missed Florida State. I could probably say dominate that series if we're being honest, especially the last one. I am Sepulence, joined by Clutch Key still, and now we are joined by, if I'm not mistaken, the entirety of the Florida State Smash roster, as they have just guaranteed their Grand Finals victory. And so, first of all, congratulations. Kind of like a fake pseudo question that anyone can answer here. How does that feel for you guys? I feel like this has been a long time coming. You guys are a newer team to a lot of us. You probably worked very hard for this. So how does it feel? You finally proved it. You are literally the best.
This feels fantastic.
It's
I
hard to
don't know
believe,
about
honestly.
y'all. We have only been like a made team for around a year this semester and
Yeah.
last semester. So the fact that last semester we made it to semifinals, this time we took it all home, I couldn't be more proud of our players.
Yeah, you love to hear it. And speaking of being proud of players, I think we have to talk about Payne, right? Goes in, drops all 9 stocks across an
Yeah.
entire matchup there. So that is something, I don't know if you guys heard the broadcast. That is something we literally refer to as mythical. That is something we see like once in a year, in a season. The first time I've seen one in a grand final. So my question, Payne, is when you go in first in set number 4 there, is there any ego behind that? Were you like, I'm tearing it up. Like, let me get in there. Like, let's see what's going on. Were you just feeling it?
As soon as possible. I wanted to end it as soon as possible. And the only thing I
Fair
can remember
enough.
was New York Tech last season did the same thing to us.
Yeah.
So I wanted to return the favor. So
It was
I got
returned express. I mean, same day delivery on that. That was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely incredible from you guys. And I'll ask the rest of the guys behind you as well. Do you guys have lounge chairs anywhere behind you, just so you, when you guys go up to CCC? Just, I mean, you guys might need some lounge chairs
I think
watching.
there's one,
watching.
one other chair, so unfortunately we're gonna have to stand for y'all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
absolutely.
yeah.
Everyone stays on their
Yeah.
feet for this interview. Come on, hype doesn't stop.
How could you not be on your feet when
Yeah.
Payne's farming a highlight reel? You got to be hyped. I mean,
yeah, you know it.
Yeah.
You know it.
Absolutely, and let me let's go back to the game set a little bit as well. I'll ask Zash this question as well. You guys had the phenomenal game, the Piranha Plant versus Piranha Plant game. Absolutely nuts. Got it down to 1-0. But what surprised me, at least even more, is that you were able to take off 2 stocks to their own right on the other end, playing against the Torian. How did that feel to get rid of with 1 stock, a total of basically 3 on the other side? I mean, that had to feel pretty good on your end to only have 1 stock yet take out 2 on the other end.
Yeah, it felt really good, especially considering game 1 was a plant ditto, and I was like losing at the start, and then I brought it back, so I kind of had the momentum going into game 2. I was like, I need to do some damage to this Terry before I go out after almost losing the plant ditto.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely wonderful. Again, that Piranha Plant play was insane. And then for you guys as well, I'll ask anybody in the room that wants to answer here, but going down to NYIT, I know you guys were up 1-0 to start, but then Cybers brought it all the way back. Tell me about your guys' mentality after it went from a best of 5 to essentially a best of 3. What were you guys thinking at that point, trying to bring this all the way back and ultimately landing up at a 3-1?
So my personal thought on something like this is just, and I think we try to talk about this all the time, just because online, it's so easy to be like, oh, this looks like it's in the bag, let's treat it as if it's in the bag. We don't do that anymore. At least we're trying not to. But the mentality is just, it doesn't matter if we're down 2 sets, it doesn't matter if we're up 2 sets. It's just playing it like your last, playing it like if you lose the stock, you were to lose the whole thing, and just chugging forward the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, talking about kind of chugging forward and keeping your enemy on their toes and playing a lot of, and this is kind of a broad question to anybody that would like to answer. I think of the 5 of you, at least Payne is the only person we saw play the same character more than 1 time. Was there any part of this that was like, let's keep them on their toes, let's not kind of fall into formalities and changes? Is that just your traditional play style of constantly swapping out the characters you're playing, or were we just having some fun with it today?
I see they're all looking at me, and for good reason. I'll be real, it was not to keep them on their toes, really just trying to pick my best response to whoever I thought they would send out. For my Meta Knight game, I really was hoping they did not send Kaz out first. That did not go as well as I hoped. I'm just sort of someone who plays almost all the characters. I actually main Greninja, but I do not like playing him online, so no Greninja today.
Respect. Yeah, fair enough. But hey, huge congratulations to all of you. You worked hard for this victory. You have found it, and we are super excited for you.
Thank you
so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Big congrats, and we will see you soon.
Thank you
And
so
with that,
much.
folks, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a break here. Clutchkey, unfortunately, will no longer be joining us. He's got other things to do today, so he's going to skedaddle, and we are bringing my good friend Miles in here. So we'll be back with those singles, Smash Ultimate singles, in just a couple of minutes. Until then, get a snack, get some water, do something. But come right back here for the ECC Solo Smash Ultimate final bracket in just a bit. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ECC Esports East Coast Conference Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Now we are in solos, both semifinals and the grands just around the corner. I am an underdressed Septilins with the handsome and talented Killer Miles, and we are jumping into this solo bracket. Miles, we are so happy to have you with us, brother.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here, and shout out to Clutch Chief for coming in for that crew battle, but like you said, singles coming up, and we've got, well, a blast from the past. These people were in the ECC finals in the fall, but they didn't quite make it there this time. Instead, their players are tearing it up in singles.
Yeah, tearing it up in singles, and their players, as you kind of referenced here, from the same school for our first matchup here. So we have CPU from Dieuville going against their teammate Ant from Dieuville. So the overlay's gonna look weird, folks, but I promise that is correct. We have two Dieuville players, and they're going head-to-head. As you mentioned, I have seen both these players in time before. I know that CPU is a Pac-Man player, and from what I remember, a pretty darn good one at that. Now, Ant, as we talked about, may have changed characters, but I do see the Palu actually hovering, so perhaps it was the tag that changed. Palu v Pac-Man is the expected matchup, at least for now.
Yeah, and in general, in terms of pure collegiate standings, it's usually we see CPU opening up on the Pac-Man every single time for Dieuville. And I feel like that's because they just feel versatile. And as much as that's usually a strength, I don't know. These players play each other day in and day out all the time. I don't think your versatility and adaptability is going to mean much. We're going to see a lot of things that you would never usually see in a standard match between two competitors because they know each other's habits. Like the
here. Yeah, both characters spammy as well. So I'm really excited to see how that goes. You know, the first is the air train Volcano, but we see CPU trying to go in early, 21%, goes low, but Pac-Man's third bounce trampoline, the highest vertical recovery into the game, so they're not really worried about falling that low. 21-15, center stage control as the neutral beat charge comes through, a shield into a fire hydrant, but the read from Ant, really clever play there, separating Pac-Man from the hydrant, disrupts a lot of opening plays.
Yeah, and it also enabled Ant to start juggling CPU there, which is something you never see people do to Pac-Man, because the hydrant is always a threat. Instead, we see Ant using every opportunity. CPU throws the hydrant down to go for a juggle. And, went for it there.
Goes for another fire hydrant play. It's going to be knocked towards Amp, but the shield will keep them up and running. And right now, you can see how this is going to be a little bit of a war of attrition here. It's CPU's job to disrupt momentum and change the pace of play, but right now, Ant is doing such a good job allowing them to kind of make a victim of themselves in this circumstance and not make the space they need. Instead, walking right into that staff time and time again, 96% worth right now.
Yep.
Dieuville is going to be trying to find an action against Dieuville here. 107-81 in a critical moment like this. And the grab, it's one of my least favorite moves we see in a circumstance like this, Miles. The Pac-Man grab, if I'm not mistaken, is the slowest grab, like, in the whole game. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm not sure if that is going to be one of the slower grabs. At least has the most frames involved and is incredibly punishable, but this time it will finally come through as you're standing box to box and has that bit of a strike. Oh, what a down air play from CPU. Very clever. I like it a lot. And right now, that is CPU taking a lead for the first time in a long time. 1-2-3% versus the 18 now of Ant's second stock. Pac-Man, one of those characters that really likes to be in the lead. You do not want to try to dig yourself back from a deficit on Pac-Man as he really struggles to find kill confirms, but sometimes his fire hydrant can be a kill confirm of its own. 45% for Ant here. Another hydrant goes up and out, forces CPU to shield, and as they strike forward, 60% against Ant's second stock. CPU lost their first, but it's not lost the lead by any means. Momentum certainly feels like it is fully and completely on their side in this moment. Oh, I like that down smash a lot, but no purchase. The orange goes out. The fire hydrant is silent. 90% now. Ant getting ready to kiss 100, and there it is. A smooch into 103 versus the 23%. 80% differential here. CPU really just dominating this. Now, this is a best-of-5 matchup, folks, so somebody can win once or twice, but that doesn't matter until you win that third and final time, which CPU definitely wants to put themselves into a winning seat. But as we saw in the team finals, winning game number 1 is certainly not going to be enough to help you win that entire 3-game series.
It's certainly not, Sept, and that is a scary prospect indeed, especially when you're against a friend who can very easily make a comeback against you. Ooh. Tries to cover the ledge right there, and you see CPU is not willing to let any of these ledge trapping situations go away scot-free. I love Ant's willingness to get aggressive right here, though, on the Hydrant, but they get caught out. Unfortunately, that interaction with the Hydrant, though, gives Ant another lease on life. They're just barely surviving now. An opportunity to kill Pac-Man at such a low percent, but they get reversaled.
Getting reversaled is not the spot you want to be in. CPU thought they were going to be losing that stock, but instead they found one of their own. We're tied up 1-1 here, and at one point, CPU had an entire stock advantage that Ant has completely removed from this equation. Already, CPU going to be falling into a disgusting 44% combo, and Ant, you got to feel like maybe they were just taking a bit to get warmed up, but warmed up, they clearly are really starting to read CPU's habits and make a combo out of them. However, the combo becomes the combo, and CPU ties us up again.
Ooh, goes in for the tomahawk right there, but again, trading blow for blow right now. The familiarity is showing so much. I am noticing that grab habit you're calling out as well.
Yes.
But again, because of how long the grab lingers, it doesn't feel like CPU has to worry about it quite as often as they usually do. Like there, the lingering grab actually would have worked to cover the tech, but Ant knew to tech away, even though there was barely any space. Now going for the juggle, going for the edge guard, anything that Ant can do to put pressure on the ledge, but CPU knows how to avoid it.
CPU really starting to show they know how to avoid it. However, that quadruple explosive flame, one of them finds purchase, and that one was all they needed to make a critical difference in a matchup like this one. 109 to 77. Doesn't matter how much percent you have left, as long as you've got more than the person you took down, and CPU will be the one to fall at the hubris of their own Hydrant. 2 of the 3 stocks they lost there, Miles, were because their Hydrant was knocked back at them twice as fast.
Yes, and it's a scary thing. It really is.
Absolutely.
Because you want to use that Hydrant to control the stage as much as you can. It's your premier neutral tool. As much as the bonus fruits are great for being aggressive, for finishing kills, you put that Hydrant down and that area of the stage is yours. However, both players interact with the Hydrant in the same way, and while Pac-Man can interact with it a little bit better in the form that his F-Smash does just immediately knock the Hydrant away, it does, in general, give Pac-Man a massive advantage right there. However, they know that 2 explosive flames are all you need to just wipe that Hydrant off the map.
I mean, hit it like a baseball. Just completely, just narrow it towards your opponent. And unfortunately, it was wrong place, wrong time for CPU. 2 of those 3 stocks. And while it was close, and I continue to say close is never going to be enough. And now, weirdly enough, second Little Mac we've seen today. But let's see how well this is going to be able to work. Because Mac, the second you lose that center stage presence, it can become really hard to play well. But Miles, already a 70% combo.
All right, immediate back throw. Jump called out there. Dead.
Oh, that's its stock.
And that's Little Mac for you. Gets 67% off of 2 interactions and then dies in 1.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? You're making it look good, but unfortunately, yeah, you get thrown off stage, you die in a single interaction, and it looks like Ant may actually be able to find this. I suspect a forward tilt, and no, it's gonna be a good forward tilt to take a CPU off stage, and it's another tie-up, and continuously doing a really good job of, if they're in a deficit, they can almost immediately turn it around and at least tie up the game.
CPU is catching on to the fact that Ant is all gas, no brakes right now, complete aggression, and they're calling that out with that lingering grab that we saw. It controls the ground for so long, but if you're not on the ground, landing on Little Mac and he's got KO punch, that's a stock for Ant.
A great stock out the gate there for Ant in the opening they needed to find a pretty critical moment of success. The burn comes through, and now CPU is in a bit of a hot spot here. You think Little Mac is going to be one of those easier matchups, but there's a lot of reasons he can take down Pac, including the fact, you know, I'm just going to ignore the point I was going to make there. That is unfortunate.
This is a weird situation to be in, where the reason Palutena is a better character on paper is because on paper, she barely has to play neutral, because she has safe moves where she can jump up and down, space the moves on your shield, and, well, she's not going to get the, like, instant kills that Pac-Man will get, at least not at the, like, mid-high level that we're seeing right here, but she will just win in neutral a lot of the time.
She will just win.
However, Pac-Man, or Little Mac, will not win those interactions. He has to go fishing for them. He has to put himself at risk a lot more by going for these parries, by going for these aggressive moves that can be punished. But if they hit, they will destroy your stock in just 3 interactions.
3 interactions are sometimes all your opponent needs to tear you apart. And Ant on the Little Mac once again made it work honestly quite impressively compared to what we saw earlier. And right now it's not working all the same. The grabs from CPU becoming a bit repetitive, but if it ain't broke, there's no need to fix it. 3 in a row, racks up 51%. The Hydrant out, Hydrant up, and both of them come down. Another grab. So CPU, I think, starting to figure out the whole all gas, no break situation, utilizing it against Ant. Oh, maybe not.
It only goes so far, because at even 32%, you will be wiped off the face of the earth by that KO punch. It's the X factor right here. CPU trying to leverage their advantage. They call out the counter, down smash. They were able to just air dodge right back to stage, though. And these parries from Ant are some of the key deciding factors. It's CPU can't do anything safe.
No, CPU seriously cannot even get their footing here at any critical moment as Ant continues to keep them on their toes. Third stock locked and loaded there. The Nair comes out, disrupts Ant from trying to find that hit, but a short hop forward air, 50% onto CPU. The gentle jab takes him out, looks for a bit of a 2-frame. It falls short off the trampoline, and there's another attempt. The KO punch locked and loaded, another 2-frame misses. I thought the KO was a shoo-in, but he got knocked away by that roll-up attack. Okay, there's a great example of the lingering hitbox you were talking about.
They grab them out of the KO punch, the invincible KO punch, but it's not immune to grabs right there. Now you do get taken down by the F smash, but not without a chip in Ant's shoulder. Still, though, you have to get a clean stock right here. Called out the jump right there, but no, they actually didn't. They were able to get back to stage, and now it's Ant in advantage.
Ant has the advantage state, and now we see a possibility for Ant to win this in a 3-0 fashion. Easily the fastest set we're going to have seen today, at least up to this point, but one DUville must take out another. It's a bit of a Squid Game moment here as they have to dismiss each other into this friendly duel. CPU falls, Pineapple's off the corner of the stage, and it will be said goodbye to Ant, winning 3-0 in that first semifinal.
And I don't quite want to call it in dominant fashion, because that's the thing about Little Mac. Little Mac just loses until he wins. But even when Ant would lose neutral interactions, as soon as Ant got advantage state, not combo, advantage state, they would hold them in there. CPU couldn't escape. They were just getting followed across the stage, and even when they air dodged, even when they threw the hydrant down, even when they threw a fruit out, there was a parry, or a well-timed roll, or even a smash attack to clank with the attack from Ant to disregard whatever offensive option CPU was putting on the table, and then Ant reigned supreme.
Yeah, and it's fascinating as well, because earlier we saw Little Mac that didn't work super well, right? It was a little unfortunate that the matchup really wasn't in favor of Mac, and we were like, okay, that's what we expect from Mac, but this time, things were different. Things were fun. The Little Mac works well. They're able to win not once, but twice to secure a 3-0 on the series up to that point, and Ant does walk away with that victor's state. We are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break here. We'll either be back with an interview with Ant or our next semifinal, the second of only 3 that we have for you here in singles. Be right back with more ECC in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ECC Esports SSBU Singles. That is a whole lot of letters, but we are going to have a whole lot of fun here in our second and last semifinal. Both these players desperate for a chance in the grand finals. I'm Sepulence, joined by Miles. And Miles, these players, as all players in a bracket are coming in here with something to prove.
Yeah, especially Percival, who we just saw in a heartbreaking set, going head-to-head. I mean, they probably had the best chance in that last crew battle. It looked like it was do or die. They had a chance to take down that hero, and then they just couldn't quite close it out. It was a runaway train from there. Now, with a second to breathe, Percival is here in singles to try to bring it back.
First of all, as most of NYIT, they have lost all 3 games we've seen them play here today. They made it to grand finals in 3 games and have yet to walk away with a trophy, with a title, with a victory. So hopefully Percival can shake that up here. Their opponent, however, is Blaze, who's coming into this with 2, I believe, forfeit wins, if I'm not mistaken. Blaze has yet to play in a playoff, so made it all the way to semifinals and is now going to be trying to work with that. The back and forth here is really fascinating, Miles. Both these players have quite the history to them, and I guess Blaze, the lack thereof, but that in its own right is quite fascinating.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow.
Okay, sure.
Kazuya.
Oh.
That's neutral for you folks. And this is footsies. This game is going to be all about footsies, ground control.
Yes.
Even though the landing nair is a great combo starter, the EWGF, Electric Wing God Fist, is the perfect answer to it. It's an anti-air, it's a poke tool, it's everything you please, and they both have access to it.
They both have access to every single thing we see in a situation like this, and it's like we're basically playing Tekken at this point. We're on a flat stage, they're both playing Tekken characters, and Blaze seems to be doing it a little bit better out the gate here. Has Percival up to 142 full rage. Blaze, like I mentioned, a character that we don't know a lot about because they've snuck their way through playoffs. Everybody else forfeiting, perhaps too scared to play against the Kazuya King, known as Blaze. A great shot takes them out of the equation, and Percival somehow sneaks away a current lead. Got a hunch, though, might not be a lead for long.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of rolls trying to get a cross-up grab, but instead we just see a double re-grab, catches the American air dodge, and Percival pushes the advantage state. Even at 184, any hit could kill right here. Look at that jab extension into the forward tilt right here. The parry, Percival wants to get aggressive. No fear, even 192, the up B out of shield will stifle them.
Gonna get stifled out there. A 60% differential right now, so a little bit of extra credit on the side of Percival. When you're playing against Kazuya, extra credit is barely a real thing. I mean, 62% is gonna be equalized, and a back air barely makes connection. Forward air now, 91% off stage. The neutral B laser is gonna miss. Here's the up close, the close camera combat. I don't know if we're getting a recovery on that one, Miles. Blaze into the laser. That may have actually saved them, as Percival does run out of it. Oh, the boot into the blast zone. Blaze down to their 3rd and final stock.
See, twice we have seen Blaze go for an air dodge through Percival, and it just hasn't worked. But now, finally, they get their chance in an advantage state, pressuring the ledge, and they try to go all the way down with the down air. They're able to recover because that's what Kazuya is like, but caught by the Rage Tribe, 36%. Huge opener right here for Percival, but they get caught, but no confirm from Blaze.
No confirmation is terrifying. Okay, there it is. Percival kind of giving over a freebie a little bit, tying things up. 1 stock on the board for each of them. Ah, okay, I got a little nervous when Blaze tanks off the stage, but they cover back up. A spot dodge puts Percival into a 97% combo, near flawless, waiting for the air dodge in. They're going to fall into probably the boot, and that's got to be the end of it, Miles. An uppercut to seal the deal. That is a victory there in game 1. Exactly what Percival needed.
People talk about how the Ditto does not always say who is better at a certain character, and I think this is a very good example of this, because I'm seeing a lot of habits from Blaze that are developed by playing against other characters.
Yes.
Other characters, when you air dodge through them, when you roll through them, when you recover with an air dodge on a stage, they don't have a funny little mechanic that automatically turns them to face you. Kazuya does. And here's the thing, you would think just on paper that Blaze would be fully aware of this, and I think consciously they are, but these habits aren't conscious. They are forged from thousands of hours of playing against characters that are not Kazuya. And so right now, Blaze has to crush these habits. Otherwise, the recoveries are going to continue to be stifled, or they can just 0 to death Percival. That's another opportunity.
You've got to respect the FD hustle, by the way. Back to Final Destination. These two want to play as much Tekken as they can without launching the game. 83% here into a combo. Not going to be that 0 to death, as it's going to be a 40% turnaround onto Blaze, but they're certainly still in the lead. A decent combo opener ripped away. I like that we've got like the combat Kazuya and the formal Kazuya. It really helps us distinguish which one is killing which, and as that stock is taken offline, Percival will fall down, and that's the second time they've been in a one-stock deficit like that. Being able to sneak away a Game 1 victory, will the same story be told here in Game 2?
Exchanges with the lasers. We see a lot of Percival using this side B as a burst tool, and it feels like Blaze is starting to catch on to that. I've seen a lot of punishes on it so far as Blaze holds the advantage in the neutral. They're not getting caught by the strong hit of that side B whatsoever. Rage Drive online, 45%. You can't be whipping that right there. Gets caught, but it's actually Blaze up in the sky.
136, full rage Kazuya going up close and personal, going to get grabbed by Percival. The laser throws them into the air, a double hit as well. Makes it difficult to recover unpredictably. The air dodge, you gotta stop doing that, dog! It is just costing you time and time again. You've gotta stop throwing that air dodge out there.
And it's, again, it's a mix-up that works on almost all characters, but Kazuya's never gonna have to punish it. Goes all the way down, but a rare flub right there. Blaze, they short hopped instead of full hopped at the ledge, ended up SDing. Percival went off the edge too, and now we have an honorable one stock versus one stock Kazuya Dida on Final Destination, and both players basically at kill percent.
Absolutely beautiful. Hey, if you're anything above 0, you're at kill percent with a Kazuya on the board. 63-31, and Blaze, again, had the lead at the beginning of this and is starting to lose it as we get later into the series. Very good at running the sprint, but struggling to run the marathon in this Kazuya Ditto. A laser barely able to catch off ledge. They have to go up. They go for the roll in. And Miles, I think you brought up a really good point. We are seeing a lot of fundamentals here that would work against characters that don't have the auto turn mechanic, but Kazuya does, and that is part of the reason that Blaze is starting to fall short in a lot of critical ways like this. 135 on the board. Let's make it 150. Oh my goodness, just the abuse from Percival here. I think that's done it, Miles. I can't imagine a world in which there isn't an air dodge in. That is going to be the nail in the coffin here. You've got to stop doing that, Blaze. You have to stop air dodging it.
In their defense, that was one scenario in which the air dodge was their only option.
That's true. That's true.
That right there. And the only reason it was their only option was because of 3 back-to-back laser hits right there from Percival on the recovery. And that's heartbreaking right there because Blaze had the lead that entire game, more or less. It felt like Blaze was playing on fire. But as soon as Percival has them at the ledge, that all of a sudden is where they are at their peak. Blaze... On one hand, it is Blaze's recoveries, but on the other hand, it is Percival who is capitalizing on them.
Yeah, without a doubt. Percival is doing a great job playing capitalization time and time again. And here, as Percival has gone up 2-0 on the series, only one good set away from walking away with another 3-0 and just any percent speed running us to Grand Finals. 46% onto the board, and Percival wants to find that strike once again. Percival taking a lead here would be the first time we saw it in the first stock, as it continues to be Blaze that finds that opening stock. Not like that either. But Blaze desperately trying to find that stock early. No longer impressed by it though, Miles. I want to see them take more after that first stock, but unfortunately, a great combo makes them lose that first stock. A devastating blow for Blaze.
Yeah, it really feels like Percival is always throwing out options, but Blaze has the confirms on stage.
Yep.
If they touch Percival on stage, Percival is dead. If Percival gets Blaze off stage, they're dead. And as we see, Percival is looking to get early off-stage interactions. Instead, they get reversaled. Percival trying to hold on to center stage, but a misplaced side B is the opening Percival needs. Covers with that jab combo, and now an opportunity right here calls out the jump. Charging up the fully charged down smash. Get down there!
Air dodge in. I'm just going to comment on it again. Percival is going to be up by an entire stock here. Blaze on their tournament stock right now, Miles. And unfortunately, it's a 50% close camera combo comes out, and I do not think we're going to be seeing much more of them on the Kazuya in this moment. Percival takes it up, but Blaze is able to catch them off stage. I would have liked to see a down air there, but unfortunately, they do not pop it. The lasers from the both of them. It's so funny how often they both use the laser at the same time. The combo really does rely a lot on it. The grab, the throw off stage. Percival into the blast zone. Can they return? Misses the spike. Percival onto stage, and Blaze got to be furious. That's a whiffed shot. Blast zone out. Legs are up.
Opportunity right here. Caught by the wings. Blaze is back on stage. Catches out that side B from Percival. That's the habit we called out there. And now we see Blaze 100% and a dream. One stock to stay in this bracket. And here's their combo, but they drop it. Rage Drive is still online though, and only 53%. It still will put them in an edge guard situation. But my up smash is stronger than yours. Goes right in with the uppercut, and that will be Percival with a 3-0 after a grueling martial arts match.
I think grueling is the word off of that. I mean, both those players playing their hearts out, but Percival had the download, was warmed up from playing that entire 4-game series in Grand Finals as well, playing a lot of Kazuya in it, and truly just having the download on that play style, getting a lot of great fundamental reads. And Miles, I think the point you brought up first was truly the one at the end of it. It felt like Percival was more familiar with the Ditto than Blaze was. Was Blaze familiar with Kazuya? Absolutely, but I think we saw they're at least not familiar with dittoing other Shotos.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. Percival is insane with those edge guards.
Yes.
I mean, it's one thing to be like, yeah, you just hit them when they choose that option, but you have to react to every single option because the same option doesn't work every time. Sometimes we'd see Percival going for the jab to interrupt the recovery and then convert that into a forward tilt. Sometimes we saw the fully charged down smash when they knew they had no other resources. And then sometimes we saw Percival using the laser to make them burn resources to put them in situations where Percival can commit to an option. They were controlling Blaze off stage every step of the way, and that was fantastic.
It was fantastic as well, and hopefully Percival can play just as well in the Grand Finals, which are going to be right on the other side of this break against Ant from Duville, possibly Little Mac Kazuya. We'll find out after the break. See you right back here in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ECC Esports Smash Ultimate Singles Grand Finals. We're going to be jumping in just a minute as we saw both of our grand finalists earn their spot here. Ant from Duville and Percival from NYIT. So, Miles, we were talking about this in the green room, and I'd love for you to kind of explain it to everybody else as well. Ant can bring 2 characters, we presume, into this matchup, Palutena or Little Mac, and we assume Percival is going to be bringing that Kazuya to the table. So, into this matchup, what exactly are you looking to see?
The problem with Palutena, even though Palutena is 100% better on paper, if you're listening to this, Palutena is better on paper. But here's the thing. The Little Mac has to win less, and Kazuya plays it. Oh, they are actually going with
No! That's real?
That's real?
I thought they were button checking.
So, genuinely no idea right here. One thing we've got to focus on, Percival was amazing at the edge guard.
Right.
And if, as the Snake, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to edge guard Bowser. Even though Bowser's up B can clank with Nikita, Snake has a lot of ways to detonate Nikita early by just canceling it.
Yep, I think that's exactly the game we're going to be looking towards here. Percival is going to be trying to play that edge guard, wants to be as aggressive as possible, force Ant off stage. As Bowser, he can survive off stage, but he certainly can't thrive the way Snake can. A grab into a back throw, 71% off stage. The grab into top platform there really brings Percival right back into the fray. Ultra close, misses the nade, has to go for the side special, ends it. A very opportunistic play style from Percival so far, and all Ant wants to do is land that side special.
Yeah, tries to press through the shield, but up tilt on top plat. If that was not Bowser, Ant would just be dead. As the forward throw off stage, opportunity for an edge guard, but Percival cuts it off early, up tilts into the up smash. Oh my lord. And air dodges through the Nikita, just barely gets back on stage. Opportunity to kill, but they get knocked off stage by the grenade. Again, a constant barrage, a military arsenal right here from Percival, but still Ant holds on.
Snake has to have the deepest cargo pants we've ever seen because he truly has an unlimited arsenal that he is going to use against King Koopa himself. Takes that first stock offline with the grab into side special again. Ant relying on this move so much, but I mean, it will statistically eventually work, so I can completely understand why they continue to try and make it happen. A very predictable recovery comes through with the iframes, keep Percival alive. There's the mortar. It finds Purchase even. Incredible. Percival really trying to take an advantage, as much extra credit as they can get, but the Bowser back air is lethal.
The reason we've seen so much side B is all of Percival's openings, for the most part, like 80%, have been openings on shield like that. Anytime we see Ant attack Percival's shield, they just get punished so hard for it. So it's no wonder the side B is the main option. However, Ant is starting to find ways around that, and they need to. The side B alone, as you just saw, is not going to be enough. They tried aerial right there. It was not enough. Pushing advantage stand under the platform, but instead Percival fights back, getting scrappy.
Getting scrappy indeed, as they have to. Percival wants to get up close and personal, take that final stock offline, and put themselves only 6 stocks away from a 3-0 victory. NYIT desperate for a win. Unfortunately, not able to win any of the 3 grand finals they have been a part of. Can Percival be the one to break that curse? Only time will tell, but right now the odds are feeling decently in their favor. Spin cycle works against them, 94%. Neutral B interrupts the recovery, and Percival loses a pivotal stock.
Did not get a chance to drop the C4 and recover. Maybe it was on stage. I didn't see. Regardless, now here's an opportunity right here. Bowser can kill shockingly early, but Snake is a heavyweight. Don't let me forget it. Those cargo pants weigh him down. And right now we see Percival trying to get this one opening. They just need one opening, and yet they can't find their way in.
They just cannot find their way in, no matter how hard they try. 122 to 70, full rage Bowser. I mean, this is exactly where Bowser wants to be, at a deficit, at that full rage. Percival reads the up smash with the grab, middle platform. Snake heavy enough. Those cargo pants really starting to come in clutch. The awkward recovery is not going to cost them, but that punch may be the beginning of the end. Really need to be cautious with this recovery, and the neutral B will not disrupt it. C4 goes off, grenade catches, mortar not in sight. This is a risky moment. One mistake from either player will cost them the game, and that mistake, there it is. No, my goodness, the other blast zone. How about this one? 3rd time's the charm. Percival, somewhat but barely able to win that matchup and win game number 1 for New York Tech.
I feel like I say this so much, Sept, but it really did feel like, well, Ant was losing that entire match, and yet we were still feasibly 1 hit away from Ant winning everything.
Yep.
Ant was in disadvantage basically the entire time, and yet somehow that was a last hit, last stock match.
Seriously.
And genuinely, I'm playing it back in my head right now, and I'm trying to figure out when exactly that happened. And the answer is sometimes Bowser just kills you.
Yeah,
it
seriously.
was largely off of that SD. I do have to give credit to that. I feel like if Ant had been forced to take that second stock, it would have been worse. But now we see Ant coming in feeling a little more prepared. Let's see what Percival can do about it.
Ant really was able to keep that close with the Bowser in a matchup that I think we kind of traditionally give to Snake due to his naturally high ceiling and ability to disrupt a heavy hitter like Bowser, but it is incredibly back and forth with Ant finding a decent advantage, about 30% on board for Ant. And Percival is starting to go for a bit of a juggle combo instead. Wants to get in chip damage now instead of kind of that hyper-aggressive quick burst. Short hop into forward air tears that recovery apart, and Percival will be losing that first stock.
One consistent aspect of Ant's playstyle has been the empty hops, rapidly short hopping up and down. We see that a lot in neutral, and it's been paying dividends. They don't quite make it through that edge guard right there, but it was working on the middle back, it's working on the Bowser. If they can continue to leverage that, I'm hoping that movement tech or movement strategy will go well for them. But again, I'm just getting scared watching every single one of these interactions.
Seriously.
Knowing.
Yeah,
Again,
it's
they're at
every
even
move.
percent. But, like, I don't understand how it happens. Just so many trades right here
Ooh.
from Ant. They're forcing
Oh, no,
every
wait!
single interaction goes high.
Mortar comes out, and right now Percival back to the ledge guard game. So unbelievably good at it. Takes that second stock offline and puts Ant in a disadvantaged state. However, always at kill percent when a Bowser's your opponent. Misses the back air, finds an up strike, a grenade to boot. And oh my goodness, Ant already losing the third stock! An essential 0 to death, Miles!
Oh my gosh. I mean, we talked about Percival punishing the air dodges in, but that was brutal.
That was genius.
That forward air is one of the longest wind up aerials in the entire game. He puts that leg up in a full split and holds it in a way that gymnasts world over are envious of. However, once it comes down, it is, I believe, the strongest spike in the entire game.
I think you are correct.
Okay,
here we go. Interesting. Not only does Kazuya make it out of the table, one of Bowser's worst stages is going to be what is possibly our final stage decision. No platforms to work with, nowhere to run, and possibly no stocks to work with! Percival, a genuinely flawless combo. Another 0 to death onto Ant, and the wheels keep turning, Miles!
Oh my gosh, they're unrelenting, constantly, like Bowser is a punching bag, just continually being walloped right now. Air dodge.
Oh, come on!
You know Percival's always going to be ready for it, and even if they're not, their character is. But Percival is so aware, always so ready to catch every single one of these options. Air dodges through the laser. Ant has a great disadvantage state, but if you're only playing disadvantage, it does not matter how good it is, because that up smash will finish you off.
This is just in execution right now as Percival is dominating the matchup. Poor Bowser, one of his worst matchups on his worst stage in a worst scenario you could possibly be in. 3 stocks to 1, a reverse 3 stock, complete and total chaos on the board with a stage spike to boot. Percival's gonna whiff, but imagine ending it with a 3 stock. In imagination, it will stay. That is a stock off the board, and only 42% down, but by no means out.
Percival sitting there with perfect posture, perfectly deconstructing the, oh no.
All
well,
right.
That's the game.
That's the game, that's the series.
Yeah, Ant was quite done with that game after that, and I do not blame them at all. Percival deconstructed them right there. I mean, I don't know how that stage strike ended up happening, but as soon as Ant saw that, you could see they tried. They were doing the gamer lean forward all the way.
Yep.
They really wanted that win, but Percival was just unrelenting. And they kept it close in the Bowser versus Snake, but as soon as they got that trap card flipped, it was game over.
Yeah, that was a game over indeed, and probably the MVP play of the week, I'm going to be honest. Percival hitting that stage spike on stock number 1 of FD was a flawless 10-second 0 to death, something you see rarely outside of, like, that one Luigi combo. So, very exciting to see it happen on Kazuya there, and I hope we're going to have the chance to talk to Percival in just a couple of minutes here, but we are going to go ahead and throw it to a break, so folks, get some water, get a snack, do what you want, but come right back here, because an interview with the grand finalist winner is always a good one. We'll see you right back here in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back just one more time to the ECC Esports Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Singles. If you're just now joining us, Percival able to win 3-0 over Ant in those grand finals. I'm Sepulence, this is Miles, and we are joined by none other than Percival, the 3-0 victor of the singles grand finals. So, Percival, first of all, congratulations. A very dominant performance, in particular that third game. So, a great job, and a great job putting a win on the board for NYIT today.
Yeah, thank you very much. We came here trying to get 2 wins, but we couldn't get the first win, so I did my best for the team to give us that second win that we want.
Yeah, I mean, 50-50 certainly ain't bad. And I do want to ask, going into the grand finals, we talk a lot about, well, what we thought we were seeing from you and what we thought we were seeing from Ant. Then we end up in a Snake Bowser matchup, something we certainly weren't expecting. Was that kind of like premeditated between you and Ant, or were you just really trying something new out there?
Oh, I'm actually a Snake main. I just haven't had the chance to use them today during the crew battles. And
that's the scariest thing I've ever heard. With how good your Kazuya looks, that's the scariest thing I've ever heard.
It is. I specifically wanted to do it because they were watching me play Kazuya, seeing that all day, seeing the Sephiroth, seeing that. So I'm like, they haven't seen the Snake. The Snake would be a nice mix-up. And it worked.
A mix-up it was.
It certainly was. That throws everything into whack. So can I ask, you said like you just haven't had the chance to use the Snake. Is that because you just kept running into people where Kazuya just was better?
Yeah. Like, main people just don't know how to handle a Kazuya because he's just such an odd character with all his moves, the electrics, everything. Snake is just a character that once they get going, they're much like Kazuya, but they just have a different game plan. Their focus is more trapping the whole stage, whereas Kazuya is just, you're my stage, I'm fighting you.
And you definitely showed that off, and might I just say, showed it off with remarkable poise. I mean, I'm watching you sit there with perfect posture the entire time. I've got to ask, like, what is your mentality when you're playing? Because you looked so calm and collected.
Thank you for that. It definitely didn't feel calm and collected internally. It was definitely like a when I'm dying, when I'm losing, taking those hits. It's all just deep breaths. Even if you lose a stock, keep going, keep pushing, figure out what the opponent's doing, work from there. I have music listening, so the music is not listening to the crowd, not listening to the game. I'm just keeping it in my own head.
Yeah, absolutely. That is wonderful. But I just want to ask, Percival, before we let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a thank you or a shout out just while you're here with us?
Specifically to my parents. My parents are actually here in the venue supporting me in person, which they've never done before, and I absolutely adore them for that. And I adore for my team, because my team, we only got this far because of my team. My team helped practice, we helped train, and we got all this far together. So it's my parents and my team. Those are the people I'm shouting out.
Beautiful. You love to hear it. Percival, thank you so much for joining us, and a huge congrats on that victory.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and wrap up the ECC here today. If you liked what you saw, you throw a little C at the beginning, you turn it into CECC, and you can see some more of these teams at that CECC event in Arlington later this year, May 6th and 7th. It's going to be awesome. Both Miles and myself are going to be there, as well as a couple of players and teams that you saw literally today. It's going to be awesome, and we hope to see you all there. We, of course, thank all of you for coming out today. Thank you to all the teams, all the people that were there in person to make this possible, and, of course, our great production crew in the back line. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.